And the winner seems to be Classic Resident Evil 2. Yay. Cool, cool. Hello, Leafeon. Hello, Filler. Welcome in. Thank you for actually being first, Leafeon. Hope you're doing good. I was supposed to have a game today. I wasn't sure what game to do, though. And then decision paralysis became ignorance because I didn't realize I didn't put it on the schedule. Because I have the schedule hidden. The schedule is just as much for me as it is for you guys. So I think I have to. So I'm thinking that next Monday I'll play Death Stranding 2. What do I even have on my schedule right now? Oh, Catherine's on there. Ratchet and Clank is on there. Wow, I haven't updated it forever. That's pretty bad. You know what I kind of miss having? I miss having the banner at the bottom of my screen when I would be playing games that are widescreen. I might plan on doing something about that at some point. Let us. By the way, that cat is very uncanny looking. I think we all know that. That's why the cat is so viral, right? So is this? Yeah, that's not my jacket. All right. All right. Let me see if I have the game available to me real quick. Opening up this hard drive. Where did I hide you? Okay, I have this, but I don't think I have the games, which means I need to use a different hard drive. So let us do that. One moment as I change hard drives. This one's an important one, so I have to open it or close it very carefully. Well, this is my important hard drive, so eventually it will have it. It's like, no, you're using the hard drive. No, I'm not. Stop using it. Oh my god. What program could possibly be using me right now? Was that it? Was that the program? I hate waiting for my own computer to be done with something. Oh yeah, the Switch 2. Oh my god, the Switch. Sorry, the Steam machine released its pricing. What did you think of the pricing for it, Filler? Is it too expensive? Is it expensive enough? I think it's interesting that they made the Steam Deck a very similar price. Personally, I think that's exactly the range that I was expecting it to be in. I'm a little bit shocked that it has only 8 gigabytes of VRAM. Oh wait, that might be the low end, maybe? I don't know. Which means it was going to be cheaper than you expected. That's true. That is a very fair assumption. Thanks, Donald Trump. Freak. And AI, but I also blame Donald Trump mostly, because Donald Trump could regulate the AI industry. The fact that it's the same price as Steam Deck means that either the Steam Deck is overpriced or this is underpriced. I think this is the cheapest they can go. I would like to buy this. I don't think I have enough money for it right now, though. I think I only have like $200 in my bank account. You're still blaming Valve for part of it. RAM being so expensive is no excuse for the price of tech that was already 6 years out of date when released. True. That is true. But they do want to buy more boats for his fleet. Alright, hold on, let me just change the hard drives real quick. You're gonna hear some noises. Gabe needs a fleet. He needs a navy. That thing right there. Okay, arcade. Let's go. This is my hard drive that is dedicated to all of my games that I have. I think next week I'm gonna play Death Stranding 2, the sequel. This sequel. Because I need to play that. Okay. Filler, who do you want me to play as, since you are one of the people that is active and can vote? Am I playing as Claire or Leon? Anything about this list people are talking about? That is so vague, it makes me wonder if you're having a schizophrenic episode. Claire? Got it. There it is. Gotta turn off that music also, that's loud. I kind of miss when games would loudly announce that they've booted up. I wonder how many kids got in trouble for that. The list of content used to trade in AI. I don't think I've ever heard of such a thing. I feel like it was just used as this, like, it just scraped the internet. Does it have, like, a specific list? I thought it mindlessly scraped the internet. Sorry, just poking the controller. What exactly, is there something, should I know about it? Is there a specific place I should look? Moist Critical brought it up, and oh, in his latest video. Okay, okay. Anything to stop talking about Ethan Klein. I'm kidding. For the record, I am very disappointed in how Charlie handled, the drama with Ethan. It's pathetic. And I'm pretty sure the normal people that normally align with him are also thinking it's pathetic. I think it's interesting, like, there's definitely a spike on people that were interested in his videos for a little bit, and then, like, then he decided to not talk about it anymore and then dip down. Yeah, Charlie, when he has to have an opinion that goes against one of his quote-unquote friends. Stupid centrist. As if he has to be worried about being sued by Ethan. So stupid.
A bizarre incident occurred in the outskirts of an American suburb called Raccoon City.
Oh, if there's a chance my content is, that'd be so funny.
Disaster had been caused by the T virus, a mutagenic toxin created by the International
Maybe we should look at that video at some point.
Umbrella Incorporated for use in bioweapon experiments. The Raccoon City Police Department's Special Stars Unit immediately began investigation in the affair.
The case
was apparently closed, thanks to the efforts of
so
Stars
fast.
members Chris Redfield and Jill Valentine.
I don't know if you were here for this filler, or even Leafeon, but we saw some live action footage that was like used as reference for this cutscene. It's pretty cool.
Finished.
I didn't know they even filmed behind the scenes for this. Yeah, the audio balancing is... the music is way too loud.
finally here.
I like this voice actor for her. Could you speak up a bit?
Guy's a maniac. Why'd he bite me?
Good question. This is such a really nice intro because it's so efficient. It's setting it up really well.
Hello?
Hello.
Is anyone here? Hello?
You get to pick up a shift for a coworker. Just don't get bit by any zombies.
Look.
Let's get back to work
I'm
soon.
sorry
How long
I
is the
bothered
Charlie
you,
video? Maybe we could
okay?
check it out.
Just don't come any closer. Are you listening?
Well, it is interesting. Like, why didn't he use a payphone? I'm pretty sure there's got to be a payphone in here. Maybe there isn't.
Wait! Don't shoot!
Get down! We can't stay out here. Head to the police.
It's interesting. There's a
station. You'll be
reverb
lot
effect on the voices. I'm glad they don't do that for the zombies. Like,
safer. There. Buckle up.
Okay. What's going on? I arrived in town, and the whole place went
Great.
insane.
The radio's out.
he's not even listening.
You're a cop, right?
Yeah, first day on the job. Great, huh? Name's Leon Kennedy. Nice to meet you.
Mine's Claire. Claire Redfield. I came to find my brother, Chris.
We both have blue eyes. Oh my god, Leon can't drive. He's showing off.
Hey, could you open the glove box?
Sure. There's a gun inside.
Better take it with you.
Yep, that's how the classic game starts. In the remake, it's a gas station.
You okay?
Still in one piece.
That maniac's gonna ram us! Run!
Claire!
Leon!
I'm okay. Head to the station. I'll meet you there.
Okay.
It's a good thing they both know where the station is. One of my cats is like picking a fight with another cat for no reason. I think it's funny that it took us so long to find out you can walk on the sidewalk. I always thought you had to zigzag. Do you have a plan when a zombie comes knocking? I don't actually. I mean,
Freeze!
my idea is to build a little, like,
Who are you?
just make sure I
What
have
are you
farming
doing?
food and stuff like that.
Don't shoot! I'm
Standard
a
cat
human!
behavior, yes. Yes.
Ooh. Sorry about that, babe.
No, it's true. No, it's true. I like that. I like that they know where
I
it
thought
is.
you were one of them.
But they didn't really clarify
What's
that.
going on in this town?
Hold on. I ain't got no clue, darling.
Yeah, actually, I think
By
I'd
the
kill
time I
myself.
noticed something was wrong. The entire city was infested with zombies.
Zombies are horrifying. But don't you worry, girly. Got a cool silent face. Maybe I should listen to that.
But don't you worry, girlie. You'll be safe in here. I'm keeping a close eye on things.
Okay, buddy. I do want to see the Charlie video about what AI was trained on. I'm just like, I'm wondering if there's like reason to be outraged. I always thought the AI was just scraping random parts of the internet, and when I say random, I mean like systematic. The way Kendo makes says that makes me think before the zombies he used to kidnap women. Yeah, no, he's definitely like not a safe person. For all we know, his little girl was not actually his daughter. I see you. This too shall pass. Go for it. I like the little subtle messages on the side. Step 1. Like this is like the little things in the background, like these are like hints that you're like in the tutorial mode right now. And this is a good tutorial. Is she gonna be able to bite me from there? Nope. First tutorial ever, doesn't have a character constantly talking. Yeah, I've actually, while I'm designing my game right now, I'm trying to think of like how I want to do my own tutorial. Because I do want to make it so you get used to the game. I was also thinking about making a joke where it says, to move your character forward, press the Q button. And then you press the Q button, it's like, haha, just kidding. W. Oh god. I got bit! Is there a reason I always go down there? Oh, okay. It's called What a Surprise. If you're gonna check it out, alright, I'll check it out. I'll check it out. I just got to the lovely not mansion. I am actually curious enough that I'll check it out. I want to know. Can you show me? When that's a reference to a song. I'm not serious about that. All right, hold on. Let's go get that video. Do. Oh yeah, Keir Starmer's apparently stepping down, Filler. Do you have an opinion on that? I don't know enough. I try to focus mostly on American politics since it's something I can actually try to deal with. Alright, let's see what this is.
That's the sound of AI coming in and non-consensually motorboating us all. Whether you want to admit it or not, whether you even recognize it or not, your life is already being affected deeply by AI. And I know I've yapped about it a lot, but I did just see The Atlantic's most recent report where they actually pulled down the pants on a lot of what AI models are being trained on here. AKA what they're stealing to train their AI models on, because they don't have permission for it. The nomenclature is stealing, that's the scientific term, but because these multi-billion corporations are in the driver's seat now at the helm, they can go ahead and rebrand that whole stealing thing into something entirely different. They're trying to argue that it's all by the book, in fact. So The Atlantic now has this AI watchdog, which is just an open tool. Anyone can go in and they can just directly search what music AI is being trained on, as well as like videos AI is being trained on. Now, a ton of huge artists have been made aware of this and have called out AI companies for just directly ripping their music, some of it unreleased, by the way, in order to train their AI models on. Notably, Suno has been getting called out with spitballs fired at it and Rotten Tomatoes thrown at it because they're pretty shameless and unapologetic about it. Anyone remember back in the day the whole "you wouldn't download a car," one of the most iconic fucking anti piracy?
I'm an idiot. Sorry about that. I don't even remember when I muted myself. Wait, did I? I must have moved my mic and muted myself. Okay, since the video started, got it. Hold on, let me just... So, first question that I had was, why are people that have their music that hasn't been released yet, why is it on a computer that is not network isolated? Why is it vulnerable to access from the internet? That's weird. Like, you'd think there'd be a protocol for that. Like, don't have your non-released music on a computer that can connect to the internet. That's one. Two, I don't care about copyright, so this hasn't affected me yet. That's it. That's all I've said so far. I really don't care about copyright. He's like, oh, what happened to don't download a car? I'm like, I don't care. I'm downloading a car.
Today, the whole "you wouldn't download a car," one of the most iconic fucking anti-piracy advertisements ever. Arguably just one of the most well-known campaigns ever as well. Well, now the same people that used to run that shit are the ones that are literally just downloading everything, stealing everything they can. It's pretty incredible, the 180 they've done there on that whole messaging.
My question is it actually them? Is it they? Is they, in this circumstance, actually the music industry that says you're not allowed to copy our music or something? The song used in the anti-piracy ad was stolen. That's funny. That's pretty funny. Yeah, they probably stole... Look, I'm not a fan of copyright, but when your message is like that, or I'm also against when you're like a big guy taking advantage of a little guy. I don't like that either. There's a YouTuber famously had gameplay footage that was stolen by Family Guy, and Seth MacFarlane's like, oh, who cares? We gave him publicity. Who cares? And like, they never sourced the video or anything like that. And the guy even got copyright claims by Fox, which is super messed up. Yeah. So like, when it comes to copyright, I don't care about copyright. But when you use copyright in such a way, that's what I care about it. And currently, that's not what this is triggering yet.
And I know what you're thinking. Yes, they have stolen my videos to train their AI models on.
No way. Here's my question. How did he know? Do you think by chance it had to do with the fact that his videos were extremely easy to reproduce by AI 2 years ago? Do you remember there was like a trend of making fake Charlie videos? Like, How would he not know this by now? That's my question.
I searched my name in their dataset. 607 of my videos have made it into 9 datasets used by AI corporations to train their models.
Oh, interesting.
Heaven
And
help
it's
us.
specific videos too. That's actually really interesting. Huh. That's fascinating. I want to go to this data set. That's really cool.
Lord have mercy on the absent souls of these AI models that are being fucking clockwork orange.
Oh yeah, by the way, again, I don't care if my videos are training AI either. Like I don't like AI as a like what it's currently doing, but it's fine if for me. I don't care about that in this matter.
Having the eyelids pulled wide open to be trained off my videos here. Those have to be the dumbest AI models you can find. Just look at this poor bastard here from YT Temporal 180M who's got 221 of my videos shoved down its throat, being trained off of things like Horrible Chair, where I'm just making fun of a dogshit chair, some old gameplay and commentary like Doom 4 Feathers, where I'm playing a Doom.
Hello, Naru. Welcome in. Welcome in. We're currently looking at something that one of my viewers was talking about, regarding how AI was trained. How goes it? You guys want to hang out with a really interesting person who likes to have some very casual conversations about the games that they're experiencing? Highly suggest you do so with Naru. But yeah, to reiterate, I don't care about copyright. But I also don't like AI, so this is an interesting thing we're experiencing.
Doom mod where I'm a chicken shooting at warthogs from Halo. Fucking washing machine repair championship where I'm just commentating a washing machine repair competition between some of the highest quality athletes you can find in the washing machine circuit.
Let's see if I can find this list.
A foot fetish wedding, dildo circus where, you know, I did a lot of cool trick shots with dildos. Like this fucking AI model, it must be just sitting there drooling. Actually, let me learn a little bit about my son here, seeing as I taught him everything he knows. YT Temporal 180M, it's a collection of 5.4 million YouTube videos, compiled by a team of researchers at the University of Washington and the Allen Institute for AI to train a multimodal model called Merlot. It was released in 2021. Bro, is Merlot an idiot? Be honest with me. Is this the dumbest AI
The AI never trained off me. Sorry, guys.
you can find? If it's being trained even partly on some of my videos, there's a chance you ask it who wrote the Declaration of Independence and it says dildo titty fart or something. Very fascinating. Very interesting. So YT Temporal got a huge dollop of some of my incredible work like Hentai Survive. What the hell is this? I don't even remember this.
Oh my god.
Kim?
Shut up. Go away.
As the 21st century continues to evolve, human sexual fetishes are evolving right there alongside it. Okay, you know what? That one might actually be somewhat educational. That actually might help them out a little bit because it's not wrong. Now, obviously, my videos weren't hand-picked for these AI models or anything. They made it into those giant compilations, a lot of these groups put together solely to train models off of, to give like a huge sample size. I understand that, but it doesn't make it any less garbage. It's so fucking ridiculous because
I would like, okay, so again, I'm someone who doesn't care about copyright, and it's difficult to make me, oh, thanks for telling me I should play World of Tanks. Anyway, my graphics card has been giving me ads lately for playing video games like 007 and stuff like that. I don't know if I have like a virus, it's actually irritating me, but it happened ever since I enabled Secure Boot, and I'm very mad about that. Anyway, yeah, I got a NVIDIA card. Absolutely. That's it. I think that's it. And it's disgusting me. It's actually making me hate NVIDIA further than I already do. Even though it is very good at handling games like Metal Gear Solid. Anyway, what I was going to say is, I'm someone who doesn't like, copyright. I don't care about copyright law. Copyright law is stupid in my opinion. Trademark is a different story. Trademark might seem like it's the same thing, but legally it is distinct. And I think that if two competing companies want to produce their own version of Winnie the Pooh, they should be able to do that, you know? Let the better version of Winnie the Pooh survive. Like, does anybody remember what happened in the horror movie version of Winnie the Pooh? Does anybody regret seeing it? More so, people regret seeing it, to be honest. It's true, people's sexual fantasies are evolving. I know exactly when it got too far. When brownies and furries showed up. What are you talking about? I can't tell if that's like racism and LGBT phobia. What? Anyway, copyright sucks. Continue. Oh well, but what I was trying to get with that statement is copyright sucks. I want Charlie to explain, like, why I should care about the copyright thing. He's treating it like you should care on its face. I can't believe it. I'm offended because of the principle of the thing. And I'm like, I have different sets of principles. I'd like you to explain further so I can agree with you on this. Oh, bronies. Those people have existed since like the 80s. I don't think that that's the reason.
Off of to give like a huge sample size. I understand that, but it doesn't make it any less garbage. It's so fucking ridiculous because it is just stealing it. Same thing when they do it with music. It is just stealing.
I don't. To be honest with you, I kind of don't think they were really a thing when they were a thing. I kind of think that it was a joke that went out of hand. Some people might have taken it seriously, but not enough people that it was actually substantial. Like it's like a parody. It's like how some people would be like, I'm a gamer, and then they take a picture of themselves holding a camera more often than a controller, and if they are holding a controller, they'll be like, I'm just gonna play some PS2 games with their Xbox controller. Like, it was never anything real. I genuinely don't think it was. I think that it was a joke that went too far. Similar to Trump's presidential campaign.
That to train their models off of. And it's been a huge contention.
Oh, sorry. Time to buy a leather jacket, grow out my hair, and get 7 cats and steal Lynx's audience. Do it. Do it. We'll see who survives. Still don't understand why AI would need to train on things except to generate pictures and videos, which are things I do not think should be doing anyway. So I'm not a big fan of, there's different versions of AI. I don't like this. We describe AI in one word to describe multiple things. Image generation, video generation, filters. We have filters. Like, there are people out there just straight up redoing a movie, but with like a filter, so it looks like it's Optimus Prime versus Agent Smith or something like that, you know? And then, like, that's a filter. That's not AI generation. And then there's deep fakes, which is also a type of filter. We give AI way too many things. Personally, I think the best version of AI is actually LLMs. I want them to be better. They currently suck. Remember that, like, these are the things that are giving people bad medical advice or telling people to use glue to keep cheese onto their pizza. Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry for bringing in nuance. You can draw stick figures. I can draw, and whenever I generate an image, I'm like, oh man, this makes me want to draw more. Like, that's actually something that happens for me, and it makes me excited. It's like, oh, I could do better than this. I want to draw something like this. And I am tempted to draw more, but I don't have any access to paper right now. I have pens. There are lots of pens all over my desk, but I don't have any paper. Yes, good morrow to you. Currently we are looking into what AI was trained on. After this video, we can check out the actual searchable catalog that the Atlantic did. Spoiler alert, they trained no AI models on me. I'm sorry, guys. Sorry. It looks like if you looked for me on the internet, you wouldn't be able to find me. But also, I'm at my like least popular point on Twitch so far. Partially because of me kind of like trying out new things and also dedicating a large chunk of my week to trying to make my game. Oh, that the Atlantic knows of. That's fair. That's fair. But again, I can't stress enough. I don't care about copyright. AI models will do things. I don't agree with like what AI should be doing. I don't think AI is that interesting. I think AI is a novelty at best. But I don't think it's that significant.
Just topic for a while now when it comes to AI, and no amount of like trying to put makeup on it changes the truth that they are just stealing to train their models.
I don't care.
If you
Yeah, I want him to tell me why I should care. I want him so badly to tell me why I should care. I do appreciate Filler your attempt to do that, but
as just a normal person try and follow their footsteps and do the same thing of just taking a ton of artists' music and videos in order to make your own product off of those works, you're gonna get arrested and charged with a little something called theft. But that word doesn't exist once you reach a certain level.
Oh wait, we'll do this search on here.
These billion-dollar corporations get to kind of skirt around that a little bit. They're able to tiptoe around that, and we don't need to worry about a little pesky thing called theft for them. It's very different rules they play by there. And I know there's not a soul...
You think that the AI companies would sue us? I think I need an example of them suing right now. Because I believe you, but I need like an actual example of it.
On this planet surprised by this, but it's still...
Because like Sam Altman, like for example, he's very much like whenever people take his image and then like make a horrifying video using his face and stuff like that, he's like, this is what I think it's good to use AI for. That's like my own attitude about it. Like it shouldn't really matter. He's a public figure, so, and he acknowledges that.
Something I think worth yapping about.
Solar code. Maybe.
Especially now that it's so...
The thing is, like, we looked into this. Computer Chronicles had an episode on AI, which was, like, in the 80s. And the AI was pretty much a primitive version of what it is now. And it was pretty much, like, doing the same thing, but without personality. When you, like, ask it something, it would just give you a straightforward response. And what I mean is, like, it feels like this has been built on the back of open source. So, like, I'm not sure if you could actually steal from AI.
Easily accessible to see how many things just get gobbled up by these AI companies to train their models off of. All of these huge compilations of work and IP that they steal to train their models on in order to sell it to the people that are now hooked.
There's also the fact that these AI to even train on these things, we're building massive data centers that are destroying entire towns. No, I'm against data centers also. So like that is another thing that I am completely on the side of. Like I do think that we should just destroy these data centers. I don't think AI needs them. Like if I can run, oh, where is it? Where did I put you? Yeah, there we go. If I can run a local LLM on this thing, a little 2 terabyte solid state drive. If I can run an LLM on this, a large language model, and an image generator on this, I don't need a data center to do the exact same thing. Like these data centers are actually pointless. I do think we need to destroy them, all of them.
On AI, as everyone is in this giant fucking gold rush, this whirlwind in the industry, it's just so bizarre how things have just accelerated to this point. Now, one thing I got very curious about is trying to think of like the most litigious company I could think of to see
Disney,
if their work
Nintendo,
had also just been stolen by a ton of these AI models. So obviously, the first thing that pops in my noodle is Nintendo.
What about H3H3?
And yeah, Nintendo is not exempt from this. 4,926 That is a pretty big chunk of their trailers being used.
Okay,
to train.
I have to say one thing I don't like about this list is the fact that there is a the list is in a specific order. You know what's actually kind of cool though? This feels like an advertisement to me.
AI models that I'm sure Nintendo.
Also, this is the main issue with AI. Hentai games keep using AI art and it sucks. That's funny. I'm genuinely ignorant of that. I don't understand how anybody can be attracted to any AI. That is pretty weird.
Didn't sign off on because Nintendo wouldn't just be giving away this for free. 1000%. You would need to pay oodles of clams to have access to their material in order to train your own stuff off of to sell that product. They are extremely strict when it comes to their copyright. They rule that shit with an iron fist. They are Judge Dredd when it comes to their copyright. And yet, here we have Runaway Gen 3 that just shamelessly takes 4,772 of their trailers. Again, Nintendo is extremely strict with their trailers. You can use their trailers in like YouTube videos if you follow a very, very particular set of guidelines around it that is extremely transformative. Like there are intense rules. Nintendo's so brutal with this. I remember there was a couple YouTube channels that got taken down because they used Nintendo Music. Like they took Nintendo Music from games they own.
Thankfully this happened before I even started streaming, because like I almost didn't stream any Nintendo games as a result.
Put it in their videos and they lost their whole channels for it. There was also that time where some streamers got banned because they watched Nintendo trailers during the direct on the stream. Like, the point is, they take that very seriously, and now Runaway Gen 3 just comes in here from the top turnbuckle, takes 4,772 of their trailers, most likely completely for free without Nintendo's permission, didn't pay a dime for it, to train their model on. So let's see what this is.
I'm not gonna go to bat to swing for Nintendo. I'm gonna be honest with you.
AI collected.
Yeah, they love their copyright. They're one of the people that I think harm the concept of copyright.
Generating AI model released as Gen 3 in 2024. An internal company document that was obtained by 404 Media lists 3,970. What? Wait, that can't be right. Oh, channels. I thought it was talking about videos in general. I was like, no, they have more than that from just Nintendo. That Runaway identified as sources of high-quality video for training. Nintendo video game trailers? Okay. The spreadsheet contains comments describing what is desirable about some of the channels. For example, beautiful cinematic landscapes, high-quality scenes from movies, only 4 videos, but they are really well done, super high-quality sci-fi short films, and the holy grail of car cinematics so far. That must be talking about like Mario Kart or something. It's not clear which, if any, videos Runway actually used for training its AI system. Our search tool includes all YouTube videos from the named channels that were published before May 17th, 2024, which is 1 month before Runway introduced their model. So this is something that The Atlantic also made note of. It's not 100% confirmed.
I don't think, I'm going to be honest with you, Chris, I don't think it's possible to make a good one, because like I think that people have so many different tastes. We already had someone complaining about brownies in here. I'm kidding, sorry.
That they used all of these videos, but the fact that they were compiled by these companies, I think you can make a pretty educated guess that it was likely used to train their models. And also another thing they mention is that there are likely a lot of other ones that, even though they're not here, doesn't mean they weren't used to train their model. It's a very tricky, messy, sloppy thing.
Maybe one day when I start streaming on OnlyFans, I'll start playing them.
To nail down exactly what and what isn't being used to train models, but I would wager a guess that since it's here in the data
set, there are.
They probably used it. Much like all of these also most likely used it. Like this company, which also used a lot of my YouTube videos. Which, that actually kind of gave me a giggle when I saw that Nintendo of America...
I'll make sure that when I get my average of 200 viewers, which means that I can open up my OnlyFans account, I'll make sure to add that to the playlist. Maybe that'll be the first game.
It was part of the same data set as this one where my videos are in, such as Seaweed's Fucking Cool or whatever that one was.
A new game based on Dungeons & Dragons. Is it just a game? It's not even not safe for work?
So Nintendo and I, we're basically in the same ballpark now when it comes to quality. That's pretty cool. I bet Nintendo's thrilled about that. But anyway, point is, thanks to the Atlantic data sets here that you can freely explore, you can see so many things have just been taken by these companies and put in these data sets that are presumably being used to train their AI models on. It's pretty egregious. I wanted to yap about it a little bit. That's it.
He didn't make me care about it. I'm sorry to anybody who gets upset about this. I just don't care. But we can check out what they copied. So far, I actually typed up one. Cool. I don't need you. Go away. I did check out what explored, like, for this one's like Markiplier, his videos that were trained on here. I think it's interesting. So I was thinking to myself when I was looking at this list, I don't know why they rank it. First of all, that's a little strange to me. Like, why is there a number 1 on here? Like, they could just have a list or bullets even, right? And this is just Panda 70M, right? And then you scroll down here and you find Yeetemporal 180M. And it's fascinating because to me this is like an advertisement telling me that, like, if I was to get HD Villa 100M, that if I write the word Markiplier, I would have an accurate model that shows me Markiplier because he's a public figure. And in my opinion, that's pretty neat. Because I don't like it when I type in Donald Trump and I get a weird Viking results, like a guy who looks like he's got orange skin, blonde hair that swoops over, and he's super muscular. And it's like, that's what I get for Donald Trump? I wonder if there's anyone who got their start making hentai games and went on to make safe for work games. There are actually. I do know a couple. I don't know who they are right now, but I know that they exist. Call of Duty hentai game? No. The only thing I object to this because I'm morally opposed to generative AI. That is all I need, Filler. I think that is the stance that everyone should be having. Like, that is more forward and open. You don't have to make fake outrage. You can just say, I'm just against AI right now. Like, just, you don't like it. It's not good. Just having a principle saying you don't like it, that's all you need. That's why I'm making such a big deal about, like, I don't know why I should care about this particular issue when there are other issues. See? Seems to be 2 hours late on this. Steam Machine price revealed. Yes! Same price as the Steam Deck. So I'm thinking that I'm going to try. I want a Steam Deck. Or Steam Machine. I don't know how to do it. Anyway, does anybody want to know what, if this has been trained at all on anything? You know what? Let's look up 50 Shades of Gay. Let's see if that happens. Oh wait, no, is it 50? Is it Furry Shades of Gay? There we go, that's what it is. Okay, there we go. No suggestions. Oh, I typed in 3 R's. No suggestions. Sorry. Looks like there's no AI that cares about this. What about Harry Potter? I'm actually curious about this one. Harry Potter. Clips, art, theory, Harry and the Potters. Just Harry Potter, come on. Okay, there you go. By Harry Potter. Is this a person? Some of these results are dumb. Chris in color? Yeah, let's look at it. Let's look at that. Chris in color. No, Chris underscore in underscore color. No. Filler. Content 1. It'd be so funny if there was just one result. Silent. Beefion. No. Darn. Hasanabi. 5 videos. Oh man. Asmongold. Uh-oh. Oh no. Why am I not surprised? Do you guys remember when I asked an AI what its opinion was of Hassan? And its response was, "Oh, he's a bit problematic." And then I asked for their opinion of Asmongold, and their response is, "Oh, well, he's compelling." And I'm like, what the heck is going on here? This is the real psyop, by the way. This is what we should be worried about. Oh my god, cat. Come on, over here. Come on, you want to be on my lap? It's certainly compelling, yeah, but I'm like, what do you mean by compelling? They were talking about how he has great views and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure that he got his foot in the door somehow. The fact that he's not died of mold exposure, yeah. By the way, I'm a little bit suspicious that him wearing rainbow shirts this entire Pride Month, I'm a little suspicious right now that he's just gay. And he's just like, oh, the proof was there all along, like he's waiting to do that kind of thing. Hello, Morgan. Is there something that you guys would find egregious that AI was trained on that you would not that you want to know? Let's see Metal Gear Solid just because Metal Gear Solid TV series video. Why? Oh, that's weird. One video. What the heck is that? I don't know why. That says by the way, that says Metal Gear Solid in Japanese. But also hi Morgan. Oh yeah, Bubsy. Greedy. Nothing. What about 40? What about just Bubsy? Bubsy. Millions. Okay, I don't like that the search like tries to narrow down the results. Asmongold discussed you lately. Interesting. That's interesting. Why did he discuss you? That's shocking. How'd you mess that up? I don't know what what would be shocking that AI trained itself on? How many Mr. Beast videos? I need to know how many. 687. Yeah, these look so dumb. I feel like dying whenever I see a Mr. Beast link. Again, one day I'm gonna watch all Mr. Beast videos. I'm going to just like not kill myself. That'll be the ambition. He did before, but even more. If you want to explain, feel free to elaborate. He's an awful person. Yeah, Mr. Beast might as well be AI, the way he turns out content in such a dumb way. How much money does Markiplier make? How much money does PewDiePie make? How much money does Bill Gates make? It's just like he's such an idiot. I can't... I hate him. Well, I don't hate him. I don't understand why YouTube decided this is the guy who will determine our algorithm. Like, why did he ruin YouTube the way he did? Why did he try to make it... Why did they decide this is going to be our mainstream? That was like... Whoever the CEO that decided that is the biggest moron in all of history. I've never known a dumber person. Not even Donald Trump. I locked 100 cannibals in a cage for 30 days to see who would eat the most humans. There you go. Donald L. Trump? Donald J. Trump. Books. Songs. What? Donald Trump, the J6 Choir. Justice for All, the song? Ugh. Oh. Epstein. Can we get a Jeff Epstein? Oh, okay, I can't. Okay, hold on. There's something on my keyboard. There we go. I don't know what his middle initial is, so we're just gonna do this. 3 articles. Oh, and that's it? That's all you got? You didn't train any data? Oh wait, 2000. No, come on. There should have been data in here. Man, imagine having Jeffrey Epstein's name. I'm gonna be honest with you. That is enough. Epstein's behavior and stuff like that would be enough for if I shared his name, I would change my name, like legally. Donald L. Trump and not being a Trump supporter, yeah. Called people Down syndrome burdens while responding to a YouTube video. Supported aborted a pregnancy they thought might be Down syndrome. I'm not saying that people shouldn't have abortions for any reason, but you don't have to downplay disabled people, humanity, reduce them to being just a burden. No, absolutely. Yeah, no. Yeah, he thinks that he's like genetically pure or something. Isn't it great? He thinks that he's the epitome of what's good. I don't know. All right, so I think we've milked this. If there's anything else anybody would like to see on this that might be interesting, I think I can't stress enough. I'm not a big fan of copyright. I don't care about copyright. The AI is being trained on this stuff. I don't care. I wish I cared. I don't. There are other things that I hate about AI, like data centers. We should get rid of all data centers. I don't think they're necessary. They're stupid. They're a waste of money. And Google should not have AI as the first result on the search function for that. I mean, he's inbred, so he probably is pure. Well, back to this. Yeah, I disavow whatever his name is, Asmongold. He's an idiot. Absolute moron. My computer's, or my hard drive's got to wake up at some point, so we're gonna probably hear it soon. Disavowed? Yeah. Alright. Yeah, Resident Evil 2. Classic. Next week it will be Death Stranding 2.
Hang in there. Are you the only officer left in the building?
Who are you?
I did not.
Claire Redfield. I'm looking for my brother Chris.
Sorry, I just moved my...
We lost contact with him over 10 days ago. Chris, Jill Barry. Every last STARS team member has disappeared. We should have listened to them.
Like the
What
Black Ops
happened?
suit? That's good. Did he rant about
2 months
how he doesn't
ago,
want to spend money on
there was
something that
this
he already has?
Incident involving these
In emulation and whatnot?
zombie-like creatures in a mansion located in the outskirts of this
Or
city.
talked about how he got games and played him for like 5
Chris
seconds?
and the other STARS members discovered that
Okay.
Umbrella was behind everything, at the risk of their own lives. But no one believed them.
I was considering playing Black Ops 7 on my
okay?
on today's stream,
Don't worry about me. Just rescue the survivors.
but it would
in the
require
other
that I
rooms.
reset my computer right now, but I don't want
Here.
to do that.
Take this key card. You should be able to unlock the doors in the hall with this. Now go.
But
Just go.
Isn't it kind of funny that, like,
okay.
there are
Just hang
people
in there.
on Twitter
I'll
right
be
now
back
complaining
soon.
about the fact that Supergirl has, like, shorts under her skirt? And, like, that's what Jill has on. She has shorts under her shorts. It's crazy how, like, those, like, people whose their perversion is their political ideology, Like they act like that this is a new thing. They're very weird people. Just go watch porn or something. Also, I want to point out this is kind of interesting. So, this is a blue key card. I hit the use button. You don't need to use it right now. This is like one of the only circumstances where you go to a thing and then it says, "Will you use this?" And then it asks me to use it. Look at the zombie face down there. How can there be a zombie face right there? And they act like, oh, we didn't believe them. I was ranting about how limited Black Ops 2 Zombies was and how Black Ops 7 Zombies is better. I haven't played the Zombies mode in Black Ops 7 yet. Why wouldn't she be stupid to wear a skirt and no shorts when you can fly? No, exactly. Like, it makes sense. I think that, the people that make, like, perversion their political ideology are just, like, insane people. Oh. Now it's time for a casual run. I should probably equip the... Oh my god, it's horrifying. I think one thing that survival horror games are missing these days, although I haven't played very many new ones, I think we need more flavor text. Like when I went up to the window and it said, it's too dark to see outside. Like, we need more of that. Oh my. Suppose modern games feel like art can speak for themselves. Most of the show, more of a show don't tell thing. True, but I think that like when you look at things like that and it says nothing special, like it's kind of like a world building type thing. It gets in your head. It like forces your brain to think a specific way. Like reading things can help get you in the mentality. I do think that it's not wrong to observe that though. Hi cat, hello. What do you want? Do you want to be on my lap? What are you doing? Come on. It's my biggest cat. He's huge. Can't see chat when you like that, cat. Busted. Come on, onto the lap. There you go. Best example of flavor text is Silent Hill 3, where the text is Heather's perspective. Exactly. I think Heather is like one of my favorite characters just because like they did such a good job defining who she was through the flavor text. Yeah, it shows her mentality. I think that we need more games like that in general. Why'd I do that? I don't need to do this. Why am I in here? Get out of here. I'm like in autopilot mode. I'm like, yep, I gotta save. I do wonder how like, would I... You know what? Flavor text is kind of like, maybe that's the part of the problem. We're also complaining about characters just talk out loud to themselves, right? What if that's what they do with Silent Hill 3 Remake? Heather walks into a bread store and she says out loud, "It's bread." And then everyone laughs. I'm a character, how dare. I hope they don't do that either. But now, the more I've been thinking about it, maybe that's what they replace the flavor text with. It's just like characters talking to themselves. I could use that ladder back there, maybe. Maybe I could use that ladder. I bet if I go back and get that ladder, I could use it for something later. Ladder. Actually, you know what? Maybe I should play, instead of Death Stranding 2, I should play The Last of Us, finally. And then complain the entire time. You want stars? I'll get... Oh! Yeah, exactly. That was such a bad place to put it. It really feels like they just, like, put their B team on that one. James doesn't speak much in Silent Hill 2 Remake. That's true. Like, I think at the very beginning he was willing to say, hello? So wait, how is this a rookie's desk exactly? Is this the rookie's desk? Also, it's interesting she doesn't acknowledge the broken monitor. Gotta look at this. I'm glad that they kept this in, like, every game so far. Rookies get the broken monitor. That tracks. Imagine being so stupid with your computer that you think that destroying the monitor prevents your data from being leaked. Boston, what are you doing? Get away from me. I'm not here to contribute to the extremely boring negative Resident Evil 3 discourse, but yeah, it was a bad place to put it. Yeah, no, I agree. It is a very boring discourse. I'm not a fan of it. Like, there's not much else you can say, and I also think that if Resident Evil 3 Remake was a movie, we'd all love it. Like, it'd be the best movie. But because it is a game and it's comparing itself to the previous game, I think there's two circumstances. If it was DLC for Resident Evil 2 Remake, and if it was if it was a movie, that'd be good. Also, I was thinking about this recently. I don't know where else to put this. I realized that the Sphere Hunter being involved in the most recent trailers for Resident Evil from Capcom, I'm a little bit... Now I'm beginning to think that there might have been more reasons behind that. It might have been not just a PR thing, but also maybe hopefully she had some involvement with Veronica that's coming out. And if you don't get what I mean, that's as far as I'm going. Resident Evil 3 Remake is an extremely faithful remake of the original RE3, because the original RE3 wasn't as good as 2. Yeah, that's true as well. I also think that that is something that not a lot of people are, like, aware of. Like, there's a reason whenever I play a classic Resident Evil, I'll default to Resident Evil 2. This is, like, the best one. I also think Claire is an awesome character. Get ready to be jump scared. Oh my god. Oh, only one time? Oh, right. I was expecting elsewhere. Yeah, I think Resident Evil 3 Remake is not as... I actually think Resident Evil 3 Remake is more fun to play than the original Resident Evil 3 Nemesis. This is one of the most unicorn moon logic puzzles, sorry, in the game. That's convenient. Why, like, what is the function of that? Why does the statue do that? It doesn't really make sense to me. For some reason, the statue moves 2 feet, and then whatever's inside drops out. I think Resident Evil 3 Remake, it's the best movie by far, and 3 hours of gameplay it has is great too. I wonder if it makes it a good game to watch. You know, one of the things that I don't like about Resident Evil 3 Remake is that the zombies don't really stagger when you shoot them like they do in all the other remake games. Like, you shoot them and they, like, tank the hit. Really, the statue is where you draw the line for unpractical Resident Evil location designs? Yes. It makes very little sense. Like, what is the function of that? Am I an idiot? Yes. I forgot that I have a key that opens the door over here, and I forget if there's a key item in there. The atmosphere of this music in this game is so good. I remember just like when I used to play this game and try to beat it, I would just get so creeped out by the music alone. Okay, yeah, I did need that. It's a crank. It's Leon who gets the first aid spray there. Resident Evil 1 Remake. I'm assuming the basement theme. I know what you mean. That's not director's cut. So much time in the saving rooms because I was so stressed. It is a stressful game. And I love that they added extra stress with the Crimson Heads. I think Resident Evil 9 did a great job introducing the blister heads. That was very effective. It does, yes. That is nice. I've been trying to convince Eldergoth to play Resident Evil 2, the classic game. And she wants to start with the first game, which makes sense. But then she's like, I want to start with the remake of the first game. Like, that's actually a really bad idea. Because, like, she has no experience with the game. And, like,
Leon!
How can I even warn them about Crimson Heads? Because she likes to kill everything in her way.
You made it.
Yeah. Have you seen a little girl around here?
Yeah, you just missed her. Who is she?
I don't know. But it's too dangerous for her to stay here alone. Leon, I'll go look for her. You go and find us a way out of here.
Of course. But before I forget, here's a radio.
Does he end up finding a
That
way
we can
out?
keep in touch if
I
something
think it's
comes up.
Claire who finds the way out. That might be one of the reasons that she finds him annoying later. Can I talk to him more?
I'll go look for her. You go and find us a way out of here.
Okay. So he's gonna find a way out, but I'm gonna be the one who finds the way out. Yeah, he really doesn't. It kind of makes sense why she gets really stern with him later. How she's like, Leon, we're leaving. Yeah, I think he might be. I do. So, if I made a remake of this game, there's two versions of this. So I like the idea that Claire finds the cure. She in fact not just finds it, but she also creates the cure. Like, she has enough information to do that, and that's like her major arc. I like the idea of Leon's arc being collecting evidence. So like the film that you find on the ground, like that gets stashed in the evidence tray, so they can like form a case against Umbrella. And if I made a remake, I'd probably have an alternate ending where they like sue them to the ground or something. Favorite part of this game is when Leon spends the entire game getting ignored and hung up on. It is really funny. Wait! Why does no one listen to me? He just doesn't command authority. Leon probably voted Trump. I like Claire A and Leon B because it's the way Leon actually gets to do something, killing off Birkin and Mr. X, of course. Yes. I do like that as well, because it makes the most sense. I don't think I ever used this, but just in case. Oh god, hi. After having this computer for 5 years, I just accidentally discovered that a 3-tap on the trackpad is an alternate for full click. Well, congratulations to that. I like the nub. I don't like trackpads. I like the little nub on the keyboard. I feel like not enough keyboards have that. Oh, right. Mouse like a civilized person, and you have a laptop, so that is impressive. I do think trackpads are stupid, for the record. Oh god, I didn't mean to go in there. I refuse. You know, there's a part of me that understands Apple's lack of right to repair. Anyway. Apple's lack of right to repair makes sense in terms of, like, security. Like, apparently cops really hate when somebody has an iPhone. And I think if cops hate that, that's a good thing. I watched the thing where Liver King got arrested for threatening Joe Rogan. I watched the footage from that finally, and there's a funny part in it where the cops are like, "Hey, can I have your phone, by the way?" Because they let him in the interrogation room with his phone, and he's like, "Well, now you're asking it as a question. My answer is gonna be no." It's like, if it's an order, I'll give it to you. But if it's just a question, I already uploaded everything. Yeah, he was... Okay, so his pupils being one size bigger than the other, right? That looks like head injury to me. If I remember correctly, there was like tree branches in his hair. Something is going on. And it's like nobody's doing anything about it, at least to my knowledge. Also, I do appreciate that his eccentricness was authentic. Like when he starts walking around in all fours inside the interrogation room. Yeah, he's just that weird. He's also on steroids. You know, I have an ergonomic mouse. I always get, whenever I get a mouse for my computer, I always get one of the ones with like, that has your wrist kind of facing upwards. Yeah, he might be clinically insane right now. This is true. That's what happens when you just eat livers. Yeah, he might not be able to stand trial. He is Batman villain levels of crazy. He might eventually successfully kill Joe Rogan. Like, I'm not even saying that, like, as, like, any, like, premonition concept. I really think that he could eventually snap to that degree. Yeah, he's the Joker of Joe Rogan. I kind of feel like we need to study his brain, and maybe it is the result of eating nothing but livers and testicles and whatnot. Joker, the Jonkler. Stock scream sound effect. You know, I think that Resident Evil 2 Remake did a great job at making you really creeped out by the mayor's daughter's body. Like, by giving you, like, no context at all. It did a great job at that. But I also feel like having that context is kind of also adds a layer. I think what I'm trying to say is, like, they did a great job in this, making it so that both versions of the Chief are equally horrifying. I also love this song. This is one of my favorite theme songs, just because it's like, it gives you a sense of stress and suspense, even while it's also safe. Pretty great. Mm-hmm. Yeah. He actually is like, he reminds me of like man with way too much power being a threat and dangerous. Like how he composed himself in front of a child, how he clearly didn't care, how Claire saw him immediately. Yeah, typical cop. And Leon is also a typical cop. How he's like, I'm sure he had his reasons to Ben when he said that he got locked up. I'm sure the Chief had his reasons to lock you up. By the way, when it comes to cops in the United States, which I think they're like trained to be malicious, I want to just reiterate that I also think that what is his name? Oh, I need to put stuff away. I also think that British cops are on a different level of annoying. They're like super annoying hall monitors that are like, oh, this is my rule, this is my hallway, and you don't have a reason to be here, so I need to put you in trouble. How did Ben get the cigarettes in his jail cell? Well, when they gave him that anti-freezing peptide, it suppressed his stomach acids. You got a license to be in this hole. What else do I need? I don't need this yet. I think Resident Evil 3, the original game, also does one of the things that I think is like a sin in video games, where their sequels primarily about adding more enemies to a room. Like, there's a lot of zombies in here. But it's not like a Congo line, you jerk. Nice kick. Like how she thinks to herself about destroying the helicopter in there. This room has more zombies than RE3. Oh yeah, you know, that's actually what made me think of this. This part right here, there's like a Congo line of zombies right here. Like a huge line of them just kind of snaking around. And it's like, what the heck is going on? I love that. The welcome sign with 2 L's right there. Welcome, Leon. Oh my god. There's like a chance that he doesn't die when he's put down. And the music just keeps playing and it's just waiting for me to walk over him so that he bites my ankle. Doo-doo. What's in here that I might need? Okay. Again, can't stress enough, if you're in a tightly closed space like this, and you know that something's gonna explode, cover your ears, you're going to go deaf. Like, permanently deaf. Fine. Who needs to hear anything? Okay. I like walking backwards here because it's kind of funny.
Oh,
I'm terribly sorry. I thought you were another one of those zombies.
There's so many different ways to do this scene.
Are you Chief Irons?
Yes, that's me.
Chief
And
Irons.
just who are you? No, don't bother telling me. It makes no difference. You'll end up just like all the others.
So rude.
That's the mayor's daughter. I was told to look after her, but I failed miserably. Just look at her. She was a true beauty. Her skin nothing short of perfection. But it will soon putrefy, and she will turn into a zombie within the hour like all the others.
There must be some way to stop it.
In a manner of speaking, there is. Either by putting a bullet through her brain, or by decapitating her completely. And to think that taxidermy used to be my hobby. But no longer. Please. I'd really like to
Pure
be
old school
alone
theater,
now.
you love it. I agree. He reminds me of Captain Hook from the Peter Pan movie, the cartoon one. Taxidermy is my hobby. Yeah, taxidermy is a weird hobby to have. There was a time that we were considering taxidermying one of our dead cats that we had. But then I looked more into it because I didn't know what taxidermy was exactly. So I looked more into it. I'm like, oh, it's the movement of skin. It's exclusively the skin. I remember my mother particularly wanted the cat's eyes to still be as amazing as they were. So yeah, that wouldn't work. And it's funny, like when I finally did research on what taxidermy is, I was like, oh my god, why am I so stupid? That should have been obvious. Yeah, don't get pets taxidermied. Exactly. Not only do they look different, but like they like it really depends on the art style. I'm walking right into Sherry. All right, let's get over. Well, if you don't want to come out, I guess I'm leaving. Oh yeah, this is another creepy one. The fact that that one police officer's diary is here, this is creepy. Or secretary, I guess. Personally, I like to think that this is, oh, I forgot her name. I won't leave you behind. I don't remember her name right now. I like to think of her as Rita. Rita, there we go. This is Rita's diary, which would be absolutely horrifying, in my opinion, because you get to play as her or see her in Resident Evil Outbreak.
Wait. Let me go!
No.
Easy, easy there. I'm not a zombie. You're safe now.
Is she, though?
Leon, come in. I found the girl, and I've cleared the wreckage that was blocking the corridor.
Got it.
Got it.
My name's Claire. What's yours?
Sherry.
Do you know where your parents are?
They both work at the Umbrella Chemical Plant, near the city limits.
The chemical plant? Then, what are you doing here?
My mom called and told me to go to the police station because it was too dangerous to stay at home.
From the look of things, I'd say she was
Again,
probably right.
I didn't understand
It's
Japanese
dangerous
culture
here
when I
as
was a
well.
kid. I used to just
Better
wonder
come
why
with
she was
me.
dressed like Donald Duck.
But there's something out there. I don't know
Like,
what
was there a Halloween
I
party
saw
or
it.
something?
much larger than any of those zombies. And it's coming after me.
It's coming after me.
What was that?
That's what I was telling you about. It's here.
Sherry, wait!
Claire might be on some lists.
Chief?
I also really like this this painting here. I'd like to see this in like a higher definition. Oh, right key. I'll take this, thank you very much. What else do I need the diamond key for? I don't think I need it for anything important, so... Wait, I think... Okay, hold on, let's see. I don't need this anymore, so let's replace this with... Oh wait, I have the crank. No, I'm just gonna do this. There we go. Do. I think this is the one room that stresses me out when I experience this game. Because there's like so many zombies and I'm like, just don't bite me once, please. Oh god. Nope. Ah, I knew it. I Elder Goth. This is the game that you should play. Hey. You know, I feel like this puzzle is not as difficult as you would think it is. Like, it feels like it just makes sense just, like, looking at it. Like, you're not actually doing the math that they have visible on there. What is this? Oh, is that a map? It's a map. I don't need it. Not this way. Wait, is this? I'm gonna try to remember the order of things that I do things right now. Oh, right, there's a card in here. Okay, okay. Okay, club key. I don't get the club key. Okay, 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 okay. Do I need anything else? No.
Sherry, I've been looking everywhere for you. I was so worried. We've got to go now, honey, okay? If we stay here, that monster will find us. Let's go.
No, I won't.
What's the matter? Don't you trust me?
It's not that, Claire. It's because of my daddy. He's over there.
He's
I heard
over
him call
there.
my name. Daddy must have been attacked by the monsters. I have to help him.
Wait, Sherry, don't go alone. Sherry! Sherry!
Don't you trust me, lady you met 2 minutes ago? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Please be zombies. I think this is like one of the only randomized parts, or maybe it's based on what scenario you're on. Great, dogs. I don't trust myself around dogs, so I'm gonna save state. Jesus. And the way she asks if he trusts her is like, don't you trust me? This is also the weirdest puzzle in the game, in my opinion. Because both Ada and Sherry have to do this. Like, it's not a bad puzzle, but it's like a why puzzle. It wouldn't be annoying if Sherry didn't take so long to climb. True. That's why a lot of speedrunners don't like to play as Claire. Because Sherry has a random chance to drop her leg while she's trying to climb up, and that's like precious frames. I don't think she dropped her leg once, though, when I was doing that. Oh, there we go. I like this concept of a puzzle, just like making a bridge for yourself. Oh god.
Claire! Are you there?
Sherry, are you okay? Did you find your dad?
Yes, I'm okay. But I couldn't find him. But I did find something else for you. Here!
Thanks, sweetie. Now, why don't you come over here? I want you to stay with me.
Claire! I can't reach the ventilation hole anymore. But don't worry, I'll find another way. I can take care of myself.
Wait, Sherry, come back! Sherry! Sherry!
Oh, Sherry's dead. Don't do it. Don't do it. Ow. Hey! Jerk. Oh, God. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't remember these here. Good lord. Oh, too slow. I'm too slow! I'm dead. Good thing I saved. Good lord! I blame the liquors outside. That's another thing that's missing from a lot of these games is like the kill screen that happens like that. I feel like when they take it into an abstract area and they make the screen all black and it's just you dying in the center, that's like really horrifying. For what? By all means, if you wish to redeem it, you may. Yeah, I was trying to be as charitable as humanly possible by not saying what I've been saying, like, for the past 2 weeks. Because I'm like, I don't think Morgan was part of that conversation. Yeah, let's check out the video. Actually, let me deliver the key first.
Claire! Are you there?
Crisis
Sherry,
averted,
are
exactly.
you okay? Did you find your dad?
Yes, I'm okay. But I couldn't find him. But I did find something else for you. Here!
Ow, my eye!
Thanks, sweetie. Now, why don't you come over here? I want you to stay with me.
Claire! I can't reach the ventilation hole anymore. But don't worry, I'll find another way. I can take care of myself.
Wait, Sherry, come back! Sherry! Sherry!
Welcome back. We just got a video redeemed, so we're gonna save state here and check out the video. But also welcome in Zeroka. Alright. Live chat. How to make crispy old-fashioned fried chicken. Best ever. I swear to God. The reasons that they have the titles the way they do is exclusively to be like what people are looking for when they type into Google search. And I feel like it's effective, right? It's gotta be, like... Oh my God, where is this ad? Dog Park. Chris hates dog parts.
It's called an Elizabeth.
I don't know why I'm pronouncing things wrong. I might be having a stroke.
I've worked in America's Test Kitchen for over 20 years, and when I describe what it's like to
Sorry, you're really admirable, but you're also a child in a survival horror game. Yeah.
work there, I usually say it's like Candyland. There are beautiful pots and pans stacked to the ceilings. There's lots of people in white chef coats running around making
Is this like stock footage?
all sorts of delicious food. And there's always a platter
Oh,
of fried
no,
chicken.
it's actually... Okay, they have... Their footage is like done well enough that it looks like professional stock footage.
Somewhere in the building. I don't know what it is about fried chicken.
Dag
but
porks.
someone's always doing some testing on it.
I love hot dags.
I have eaten a lot of fried chicken over the years, but the fried chicken I'm making today is my absolute favorite because it is a very thin, crisp crust. And best of all, you can make it a day ahead and reheat it, and it's almost like...
Do you guys like the crust to be thin? I always thought the thicker crust was better, but that might be me.
Just came out of the hot oil. So it's very convenient if you're having a party. Now for the chicken, it's time to make that all-important batter because this is batter fried chicken. That means the chicken just gets one dunk in the batter before it goes...
Yeah, we saw this for the first time. I first saw this for the first time yesterday, and I was really impressed with the educational factor of this.
Hot oil. So the texture of that batter really matters. And we're gonna use equal parts all-purpose flour and cornstarch. That's how you get a thick batter that's also crunchy after it's fried.
I also like how she, like, the way she educates on this stuff is actually really useful and handy. I like that.
So we're gonna add a cup of flour. Gonna add a cup of cornstarch. Now we're gonna add a bunch of seasonings to this, starting with a lot of black pepper. Now, I love black pepper. I like it a little on the spicy side. Now, if you're serving this to a crowd, no shame in dialing back on the black pepper just so it's a little more crowd friendly. But today, I'm making this for me, so all the black pepper's going in, and that's 5 teaspoons. And I just freshly ground this
So she's just making this for her. Does she literally eat all this by herself?
myself this morning. Next, we're gonna add some baking powder. Kind of unusual for fried chicken, but not for a batter. That baking powder will add lift, but also help the chicken brown. All right, so we're gonna add
Thick batter can end up not crispy and more doughy. Oh, you know what? I don't think I've never had doughy batter before. Okay, that tracks. Now I
2
understand.
teaspoons
Thank you for explaining
of
that.
baking powder. Now we're gonna add a little salt, a teaspoon of table salt, some paprika, which is for flavor, but mostly for color. Teaspoon of paprika.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
And just
I almost never can taste the paprika. Like, the one thing that I eat that has paprika in it all the time is like Cajun, but like I swear it's just for color. I can't taste it.
a little more heat. Again, you can alter this to suit your mood, but we're gonna add some cayenne, half a teaspoon of cayenne.
Cayenne's great.
This is part of why this fried chicken tastes so good, because the batter has serious flavor. All right, I'm gonna whisk these dry ingredients together. Now we're gonna add the water. We're gonna add cold water.
Yeah, me too. Me too,
1
Morgan.
3/4 of a cup. That's the smell of fried chicken batter right there. Oh, it's a good smell. Notice I'm also using a ridiculously large bowl. That's because the batter makes a mess, and I like having the extra splatter room.
Hey, I don't know why you would want a smaller. Who would get a smaller bowl for this?
All right, that's it for the batter. I'm gonna set this aside while we focus on the chicken. And we're gonna brine the chicken in a salt and sugar solution because that makes the chicken taste good. Also, it makes the chicken stay moist as it cooks. So here I have a quart of water.
Controversially, I like dry chicken.
To this, we're gonna add a
Paprika has a subtle warmth, which is nice. I also like cayenne, which is my preferred chili powder. Yeah. I usually just have like I guess it's not in my room right now. I usually have like a Cajun powder mix on my desk because I just like throwing it onto everything, including like ramen, pizza, burritos, chimichangas, whatever. Like, I just like slight spice to everything.
1/4 cup of sugar. Now, sugar, not necessary in a brine. It does help with browning and it does add a little flavor. I really don't like adding sugars to brine except for the fried chicken because I love that slightly sweet flavor.
I'm not a big fan of sweet flavored meat.
It was a 1/4 cup of sugar and now a 1/4 cup of table salt.
Wow, that's a lot.
You can be a little rough with the measurements here. All right. All right, so you want to whisk this all together to make sure it dissolves. All right, I think that's good. Now I'm gonna set this aside and let's get to the main ingredient here, the chicken. So what you want is 4 pounds of bone-in chicken, and that's about a chicken and a half. So it's 3 breasts, 3 drumsticks, and 3 thighs. Now for the breasts, you wanna cut them in half so that
I'm sorry, was that take 2?
3 breasts, 3 drumsticks, and 3 thighs.
That place is already moist, like in the exact same shape as meat that she's about to put on there. Did they forget to record it here?
Now for the breasts, you want to cut them in half so that they're the same size and they'll cook.
You're a sucker for sambal oelek. Have I heard this? That sounds so familiar. I might have only ever heard of it. I'm gonna look at what it looks like real quick in the corner screen. Oelek? Oh yeah, I have. Okay. Yeah, that stuff looks great. Used to boil chicken in broth made from ramen packets. There's nothing like chicken flavored chicken. There's something horrifying whenever you like think about how humans when you think too much about food, it gets disturbing. Like when you mix eggs with chicken or something.
Cook at the same rate as the drumsticks and the thighs. But I don't really cut them exactly in half. I almost do 2/3 on the thin side and about 1/3 on the thick side. That way they weigh about the same. All right, so into the brine, the chicken goes. And we're gonna brine these just for half an hour to an hour. You don't wanna underbrine it because they won't get seasoned. But if it goes much longer than an hour, it'll get much too salty. So you really wanna time it pretty carefully.
I have never tried brining anything before. This is very interesting in concept to me.
All right, so the chicken's in the brine. I'm gonna clean everything up, wash my hands. I'm gonna put the brine chicken and the batter in the refrigerator. Now,
Ate the kid anyway, might as well eat the dad.
we're refrigerating the batter because it'll help thicken up so the chicken is nicely coated before we get frying.
It's odd. If something's free, people just can't resist it. More baffling is that people turn down free money by not switching to Geico.
Is this their socialism arc?
All right, so the chicken is out of the brine and the batter's ready to go. Now notice I put the chicken on a nice layer of paper toweling. That's just to help it drain. Also gonna pat it thoroughly dry on top. You wanna get it as dry as possible before getting it into that batter.
You know what? This show is great. I actually like feel compelled to like cook alongside them so that I could like understand what I'm doing too. This is a really good resource. Like, I really like this
The way
channel.
the batter will stick better. The batter
I'm not even a big fan of wings or fried chicken. That's what it is. Reusing pickle brine for chicken is delicious. I'm not a big fan of sour flavored meat either. When it comes to meat, I just like spicy and savory. Those are my two ranges for enjoying meat. That's my autism level, though. My mother recently got a rotisserie chicken that's dill flavored, and I'm just like not into it. Maybe there's a salmon video on here. That'd be interesting.
stick better. Say that 10 times fast.
No.
All right, so that looks good. Here's that batter that's been refrigerated. Gonna give it a little whisk. Looks
So is
good.
that my screen? Hold on.
Refrigerated. Gonna give it a little whisk. Looks good. All right, we're gonna
There's
fry
a
the
there's
chicken.
a slight video desync on their side. It's not my side. So something with how they recorded this.
In 2 batches. So I'm gonna take half the chicken, and I like doing all
They
the
make amazing
breasts in
cookbooks?
one
Oh.
batch and all the dark meat in the other, because you cook them to different temperatures. The white meat you cook to 160, dark meat you cook to 175. So just makes things a bit easier. All right, so there's all the breast meat. Oh, coating it in batter. Oh, this is gonna taste good. All right, this chicken is nicely coated with batter, time to fry. And here I have a nice big pot filled with 3 quarts of peanut oil. You could also
Peanut oil? I'm allergic. No, I'm not, but
use vegetable oil, but I love the flavor of peanut oil when frying.
what about sesame oil? Sesame seed oil. Sesame seed oil is my favorite thing recently. I've been cooking chicken in sesame seed oil and then adding it to rice. It's so delicious that way.
Notice I'm using a really large Dutch oven. That just gives you a lot of headroom for any bubbling, so it's a bit safer. And I have a handy thermometer.
I like that she points out safety stuff.
We're gonna start the
I prefer dark meat, love thighs over breasts. I prefer. I'm a very boring chicken eater. I prefer just chicken breast. This button.
oil at 350 degrees. But after you add the chicken, that oil temperature will drop to between 300 and 325, which is perfect. So in goes the first piece. Oh,
It might be. I think that dark meat tends to be a little bit more slimy, and I'm just not enjoying. I don't enjoy that.
happy trails, little chicken. All right, 2 more left. Oh, you're gonna be tasty. All right.
I like her excitement over
one.
this.
Oh, you gorgeous piece of chicken, you. Best for last, right, buddy? All right. Into the oil.
I feel like I don't understand the concept of frying. I need to fry something sometime.
Chicken's been
You
fried
love the fattier meat. That makes
for
sense.
about 15 minutes. I mean, just take a look.
I do think that like the concept of fattier meats is that it holds on to the flavor better, whereas like chicken breast, like it kind of adopts the flavor of whatever you're putting it into, instead of having to maintain the flavor of the chicken itself.
Hello.
That's she was gonna say yeah instead.
My goodness, doesn't that look good? Super.
Even if someone has a peanut allergy, you can still use peanut oil. I'm not going to take that advice. I'm just not going to. Not going to take random person on the internet's advice, even if you might be right. I refuse to be responsible for killing someone.
For crisp crust. All right, again, we're looking for an internal temperature of about 160 because this is the white meat. All right, 160, we're good to go. Now I'm gonna take these out of the oil and put them on a wire rack set in a rimmed baking sheet. Oh, beautiful. I love that sort of dark, almost heading towards mahogany color on the chicken, because I just like that browning flavor. Now I'm gonna keep these warm in a 200-degree oven while I fry the second batch.
Oh, that's how. Okay, I was wondering how it like dries up. Oh man, don't you guys want some pervert glasses like this? Dumb-ad.
With Merrick Dog Food, what you see is what you get. It's right here on the bag.
Cool, bye. Has to be highly refined peanut oil though. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be doing that. I'm too poor. You know, maybe he did.
This second batch has been cooking for about 15 minutes, and it is as gorgeous as the first batch. Now again, this is the dark meat, so we're looking for an internal temperature of 175. Perfect. All right, I'm gonna turn the heat off. My mouth is watering just taking the chicken out of the pot. Oh, right there, you know that little like wing ding right on top, that little fried bit? That's my piece right there. It's a little extra crunch. Into the oven this goes. That's just a low oven, about 200 degrees. Now let's get the chicken out of the oven. Oh, goodness.
I believe you.
Oh, look at that chicken. I call that beauty chicken right there. Oh, and you can hear how crisp that batter is. And again, when you make this a day ahead and you refrigerate it and you put it in a warm oven to reheat, it gets this crisp again, which makes it my go-to make-ahead fried chicken. Oh, that dark color, are you kidding me? Woo. Oh.
You know what she reminds me of? She reminds me of that woman. There's a viral video where there was a woman talking about how attractive another woman was when they used the gender swap app. You know what? I'll look for it after this.
Hold on, excuse me. Having a minute. This is so good. Oh, perfect crunch. The chicken has flavor because of the brine, and there's a little bit of heat in the back of my throat because I used all the black pepper. The perfect fried chicken dinner. I hope you give it a try. See you next time.
Okay.
Thanks for watching. What'd you think? Leave a comment below and let me know what you're excited to cook this week. And while you're at it, hit that subscribe button. You can get today's recipes and more for free at our website, americastestkitchen.com/JuliaAtHome.
Okay, hold on. I found it. But it's a Reddit video. I don't trust Reddit videos, but I'm going to do this. Chick-fil-A uses peanut oil? Ah, now I know. Alright, cool. This is the video. Let me just make sure. One moment. Would it be funny if this... Nah, I'm not gonna make that joke. Alright, one second.
Oh my God, Christina. You are one hot-looking man. Oh my God, are you freaking kidding me right now? That's awesome. What? Get that! Are you freaking kidding me right now? Get that off. That's disgusting.
I think that's funny. That woman reminds me weirdly of that woman there. The FDA exempts highly refined peanut oil from allergen warnings because it doesn't contain the proteins that would cause an allergic reaction. I am just going to never use peanut oil because I am too much of a racist against peanut oil people. Oops, wrong button. Back to the game. Need to plug my controller in. Okay. Ba-ba-da-ba. Mark Zuckerberg. Alright. Do you think Sherry liked fried chicken? Until she experienced all these zombie horrors, maybe. Once the zombies started appearing, that probably scared her, and she's like, I'm being vegetarian from now on. Avocado oil. Fun fact for you guys, it takes 8 years for an avocado tree to fruit. One time, I was like thinking about like growing my own avocado plant, but then I'm like, 8 years? Hey, buddy. Can I do this fast enough? My answer is probably no. Oh, too late. I like adding avocado to my rice. It's like a broken sushi. Alright, let's get this. Oh. Again, you don't... For some reason, that's like one of the only inconsistencies in this game. Sometimes you need to access the card, sometimes you don't. Will you equip it? Yes. It's weird, I don't think that changes my character model. It's weird that it like loads it like that. Oh god, why did it go in here? No. Wrong way. I was gonna mow my lawn tomorrow. The front lawn. I already mowed the back lawn. But it's raining. And I'm actually pretty irritated by that. Is there anything else in here? No. I feel like there's something I'm forgetting to do in this game. What am I forgetting? Weird reference, isn't it, to have Red Rum written there? It's like, yep, that's a reference to a movie. Or a book. Book, movie. Movie, book. Rum, orange. Orange rum. Ah! Jump scare. Yeah, I'm not into necrophilia. Sorry, Chris. Oh! Oh, I need the lighter. That's what I was forgetting. I was like, I don't need the lighter anymore. Is Claire? My assumption about how zombies would probably look in real life is probably like a weird, like, hodgepodge of, like, rigor mortis. I need to get the lighter, because I'm an idiot. I think this is the closest safe box. Where did I kill that zombie? Oh yeah, I did. I did. When I have infinite ammo, I just waste my ammo. Oh, right. I don't really understand this puzzle. I just know how to do it. I say while being absolutely wrong. Oh, hi. Weird that this happened at the same time. I prefer moaning zombies to the hissing weird monster sounds that are usually happening. Oh my god, get up the stairs. I still think it's funny that Leon will jump down the dust chute after this, but Claire does not. Okay. I just realized I'm not going the right way. Oh, wait. Let's do this in advance. This is like one of the only areas that like has some serious backtracking. If you forget to bring the valve with you. like the most important key item in the entire game. It is too expensive, I agree. Are you looking forward to the Steam Machine, Chris? Do you think you're gonna get it? It's not as expensive as I was worried it was gonna be, but it's close to the, like, with the controller and at its highest functionality, it is pretty much where I expected
You're
it.
okay. I'm glad to see you're safe, Claire.
I think I was thinking about getting the cheapest version of it and then eventually updating the solid state drive inside of it to be 2 terabytes. I don't know if that's like feasible or not. I think it is a good deal personally. I personally I might try to talk to my brother about helping me get it.
Claire!
I'm going down there. Stay
going
here
down
and wait
there.
for me, okay?
What I did for the Steam Deck, bought the cheap version and threw in a 2 terabyte SSD in it. Yeah. That might be what I do. Because it looks like it's not like proprietary SSD. It's like a specific type, but... 1 terabyte. I would be terrified of using a 1 terabyte SD card. But if it's just for games, I guess it's fine. You need to have at least 2 Call of Duties at any given time, right?
So you've made it this far. Not bad, girl. But I'm not letting anyone leave my town. Everyone's gonna die.
Oh, your Steam Deck, that's
Calm
funny.
down, Chief. What happened?
Shut up! You couldn't possibly understand what's happened. Those monsters from Umbrella have destroyed my beautiful town. How could they do that to me after everything I've done for them?
So it's true. You have been working with Umbrella. Then you must know about the G-Virus. What is it? Tell me!
If you must know, it's the agent that can turn humans into the ultimate bioweapons. Superior to the T-Virus in every way.
Every way.
Dr. William Birkin is the genius behind the project.
William Birkin?
I'm sure you've already seen his little girl running around here somewhere. Sherry, isn't it? In case you haven't already figured it out, the monster that's been tearing my precinct apart is yet another product of the G-Virus.
Yeah, I hope that they'll start being more secure boot friendly soon.
To cover its tracks.
There is a method though.
I'm going to take you
I might look into this. I've been looking into the concept of shim keys.
I just can't take the pain.
Basically, it tells Windows, "Don't worry, I got this," and then it lets it run. That poor guy. Well, no, okay, there we go. So what I'm talking about, there's a concept with Linux. Sorry, I got distracted by everything that was happening. It's a concept in Linux where like its initial boot process tells Windows or tells it basically says it is a secure boot, but we're gonna go use Linux anyways. That's what it's trying to do. And I think I don't know if it would work. I don't know. I need to look more into it. I guess I don't have enough information to talk about it. I hate Secure Boot, by the way. Ever since I got Secure Boot working on my computer, I've been getting advertisements from my NVIDIA graphics card telling me, go buy 007 for your computer. I'm like, shut up. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Claire, you came back.
I can't believe the man who developed the G virus is actually her father.
Actually, her father. It's
What's
possible
wrong,
to do
Claire?
both Linux and Windows on
It's
Secure Boot.
nothing.
Just don't have
I
enough
think I
info to
found
be
a way out of
confident.
here.
Lowly Mac user. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking of. Like it at first it says, okay, I am a Windows, but we're gonna go to Linux instead,
worry,
like during the
I'll
boot
get you.
process.
I promise. But you have to make sure you don't leave my side.
It's like it's a workaround that a lot of really heavy
you still
Linux
there?
users
We're
decided to
leaving.
do. Kind of similar to the workaround that Linux has been doing
It'll be
to
all
prevent
right,
age
trust me.
verification on
We
their
found a way to the sewer.
hardware or software.
Follow us later.
Claire! Wait!
She hangs up on him. Leon has been so useless during this entire game. Let's go this way. Sherry, I'm gonna ask you to ignore the body that's on the ground. Just step over him. Don't step in him. Good job, Sherry.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Claire? Run!
And she's dead. What a horrifying thing.
Where are you?
Sherry! Claire! I'm here!
Oh. I think the wrong person right now. Let's stay right here because I have, in fact, died here before. Oh my god, am I gonna die? Please don't kill me. Get out. Okay. Oof. I have died there before. It was really funny. It was like one of the, out of all the times I played, that was like the one time I died there. Oh my god! No! Not again.
Claire?
Anyone more interesting than the orphanage? I disagree. I like the orphanage. Did you see the Steam Machine release its price, Amon? Yeah, I agree. It actually is very reasonable. I feel like I gotta save money for it. Hi, Neo. Hi, Neo. Yeah, I was predicting 1,250 as the baseline price. Which probably means you gotta get it now before that becomes the normal price. They might be doing us a favor by this initial price right now. I'd like to get the one, see if you get the one with the screen in the front. The screen in the front, you're not gonna get that. That, I already, that one is a, that was a prototype that they were thinking about. They didn't decide to go with. That's what I heard. Maybe if the Steam Machine is popular enough. Oh, so I don't think it was necessarily a screen on the top. Oh, was that it? Oh, right. Sure, that's the other one. You know, it'd be a great day to make a video about anything. We've been talking about Taco Bell a lot today. Or this week. On Laura Loomer? Alright.
Who are you? Oh, I see. Another spy sent by Umbrella, right? Let me guess. You're here to steal my husband's
Just the most things you'll ever hear. Alright.
You are tenacious, I'll give you that.
Husband? Then you must be Annette. Sherry's mother?
What?
Sherry's wandering around alone in the sewers. You have to help me find her.
That's impossible. I told her to go to the police station. What's she doing here? William will be after her.
William?
That's right. The creature that's been causing all this destruction is none other than my own husband.
Chris lives near a really expensive Taco Bell.
This way.
It's like on a beach.
It's sheer perfection. My precious G-Virus. No one will ever take you away from me.
There he is.
So you finally come.
Doctor, we're here to collect the G-Virus sample.
Sorry, but I won't just hand over my life's work.
Stop! You might hit the sample. That's it, all right. Okay, let's move out.
William! Oh my! Hold on, darling. I'm taking care of that bullet wound first. Stay here.
Alpha team, have you retrieved the sample yet?
Affirmative. We'll be
rendezvous point in 1 minute. Roger.
Are you telling me that he injected the G-Virus into his own body?
The G-Virus has the ability to revitalize cellular functions.
What was that? Something's wrong. Let's check it out. Over there.
Over there.
Shoot it! Eat this, you freak! I'm stopping it! What is this thing? Hurry! What is this thing? Fire! Fire! You son of a...
So those rats were the carriers of the virus?
See, it's not my fault.
As a result of his virus-induced transmutation, William should have lost any prior memories he had as a human by now. I tried to save him, but I'm afraid it's already too late.
But...
And that's not even the entire story. Every G-Virus bioweapon, including William, has the ability to implant embryos into other life forms. That's why he's after Sherry.
What are you trying to say?
The bodies of individuals with non-related genetic coding are likely to reject the embryo.
The pure it's on is eroding?
Since Sherry is his daughter,
that's
the
unfortunate.
possibility is non-existent. It's an inherent
How expensive is it to
survival
repair it? Or at least do maintenance on it?
It's Sherry! You go that way.
You go that way, which is absolutely not where I just heard Sherry. See, if I didn't have the valve, I'd have to go all the way back. It's like the most annoying backtracking part of the game. And then I could, in theory, forget that I had to bring this back up. So I can cross the bridge up there, too. The most expensive valve in the game. I think I heard there's an alternate ending to this alligator.
Sherry!
If you don't use the explosive. But I don't trust myself with it, so we're gonna use the explosive. Well, it grew up here. It was a baby, it was flushed, and then it decided to grow up in this area. Just feeding on garbage. It was probably inspired by something. They like to do giant reptiles and giant bugs. There's a $50 in funding promised by Biden in the admin for the coastal erosion programs, canceled by the current admin, but appear like this after 1 to 2 million. I don't do prices, so I guess I believe it. Creature features? Movies with creatures is the feature. Jurassic Park might be the only one that I like. Otherwise, they feel kind of goofy, like snakes on a plane and whatnot.
My stomach. It hurts.
Although I do like giant
You'll be fine.
monster movies because of how cheesy they are. I'm actually not the biggest fan of Jaws because I feel like I like movies that have more to them. I'm not a big fan of like movies like Friday the 13th either. Oh, is this another spot? You use this thing in 4 different locations. It is the most important item in the game. Previous reviews found the seawater and sea spray had weakened the concrete pier, which required 19 million in repairs before latest step damage. And now it's going to be more expensive, I assume. You're looking at the wrong thing, I see. Oh wait, turn it on first. I like the mechanics in this game are usually like following a technical manual, and I like that you have to like turn the tram on. I also like that Sherry holds your hand. Oh my god, Sherry. Come on, Sherry. Oh, I went backwards, oops. Oopsies. Just in case. I feel like wind atmosphere is like missing in most video games these days.
Claire, my stomach hurts.
Hang in there, Sherry. Your forehead's burning up. I've got to hurry before the embryos pupate.
No. Flu skate. Yeah, I didn't do that. Oh, you can't aim it down or up with this thing. Yeah, that spark shot is super loud. You know what other gun is really loud? The gun that's based on the Terminator 2 lever action gun. Like, it's like a pistol that's like... That gun's way too loud. I don't know what's up with that.
Sherry.
You were not very helpful during that last boss fight, Sherry. I'm gonna have to leave you behind for being dead weight. I miss the old days of like diesel punk aesthetics for like the tram. Like, that's such a cool shape for the tram. Diesel punk is such a neat aesthetic.
Claire?
Oh, I'm just leaving you behind, honey.
You're finally awake.
Isn't this...
That's okay. You keep it. I'm sure it'll keep you safe.
Thank you, Claire. Even though I'm an only child, neither of my parents ever spent much time with me because of their work. I grew up alone. But now that you're with me, I finally have someone to rely upon.
That's nice, sweetie. I'm gonna go.
Sherry. Rest here for a bit. I'll be right back, as soon as I found the antidote for you.
Yeah, that's put away. Do I need anything else? This is like an example of like, it's kind of weird, like a key item being located next to the area that you need it. This happens a couple of times in the Resident Evil series in general. It's really strange. I remember my stepfather, I've mentioned this before, I just think it's really strange. Like, my stepfather spent so long in these lab areas when he played through it. Like, this is like a huge part of the game in my mind, but it's really not that big of a time. He spent so little time here. Hate those things.
Annette! You killed William. I'll never forgive you for that. Wait! I've just prepared a sample of the G-Virus. And this time, no one will take it from me. This is the most significant piece of research my husband has ever left in my hands.
Stop it! Sherry's in serious trouble. William implanted her with his embryos. There's no telling when they'll pupate. And if that happens, then Sherry won't...
What? William... William, you're alive.
Oh, she's a fool.
William. William is still alive. He's getting stronger with each skin he casts off. Sherry!
Tell me what I need to know. How can I save Sherry?
I have detailed information.
Thank God it's not covered in blood.
Everything you need to know to prepare the antidote is right here. Save my daughter. And tell her I'm sorry I wasn't a better mother. Tell her I love her. Sherry.
Annette!
The self-destruct sequence has been activated. Repeat, the self-destruct sequence has been activated. This sequence may not be aborted. All employees proceed to the emergency car at the bottom platform.
Leon, you made it!
Claire, is that you? Where are you?
I can see you on the monitor. But never mind that right now. Leon, you have to go back and get Sherry for me. I left her in the security office. Please, you must save her.
Wait a second. What are you gonna do? Where are you going?
Thank you for reaching the end of the game. How very sweet of
I still have
them.
loose ends to take care of. I'm counting on you.
I do need to play through 1.5 at some point. Yeah. Because I think it is pretty much over, right? Like, I don't think there's going to be that much updates to it unless they decide to fix the textures. Oh, you know what would be kind of a cool drawback to this? So, the gas is currently released and makes the plant enemies weaker. It'd be crazy if, so the next time you fight them in B scenario, the plants are already harder. That is one thing. They become immune to the gas, so they become stronger. It'd be interesting if it also kills all of the herbs in B scenario. I don't know what to expect in terms of update. We get one every year and a half. Yeah, I feel like we're done with the updates. Or even weirder, what if it just converts them to red herbs instead? Like, you just find all these green herbs or herbs that used to be green, but now they're red. Because that's what happens to the plant creature monsters, right? They become red. Oh my god. Am I poisoned? No. Excuse me. Oh my god. Now am I poisoned? No. Still work to be done. Yeah. They gotta make it so the textures don't, like, they can overlap on the characters and whatnot. Well, thanking the player probably is as far as it goes. You know what? I never use this. Oh, hey. Maybe that's why. I don't know what does more damage. And that standing inside the burning train thinking you're beating the game is the funniest thing ever. Yeah, I honestly think that's a good ending. If you want the full ending, play the real game. I actually think, based on what I've seen, I do think that they made the right decision to just scrap the game. And start over. Scrapping it caused them to create one of the most iconic games of all time. Exactly. Like, it definitely felt more like the original Resident Evil, but it was such an improvement. Am I forgetting it? No. I am happy about that too. I don't like lost media, so like just like the ability to like see what they had done before. It was definitely a good decision they made. I would like to know more about the story about how they got that to work out for them. Yeah. Here we are. Yeah, I'm very glad that we, I love how that thing... Oh yeah, hold on, maybe I should show that. Look at how this thing turns around. Isn't that cool? Like, it like, has no spine, so it just turns completely 180. Can I do it here? There we go, look at this. Isn't that cool? It's so neat. Are the NPCs easier to beat? I just can't believe they took out blood. Oh my god. I love... Okay, so one of my personal theories about the zombies wandering around, this is definitely like an example of how the zombies are not completely out of their minds. They're trying to get to the emergency platform. There's no story mode. Basically took previous game WrestleMania and removed almost the entire roster, added a few new guys, and that was the demo. That tracks. Here's the exact same game. Can't believe I gave up my lockpick. Guessing they didn't want to put a ton of effort into the demo since they had a lot to do in a year. Yeah. Probably. It's probably an easy way to get people interested in general.
Five minutes until detonation.
Detonation. Save state here. Oh my god. Ow. Get down here, big baby. Oh, what the? Oh my god. I was like just thinking to myself, I'm like, I probably need a heal. What a goofball. He's still on his combat tour. Okay. Reloading. Take two. Oh jeez, he hit me twice there. What a jerk. Oh my god! Okay, okay, I can get hit 5 times. I'm now keeping track of that number. Two. 4. Does this place have any herbs? I'm gonna use a first aid spray, but like, I would like to know if I can use an herb. Nope. Oh my god. Oh my god. Am I dead yet? Oh my god, I suck. Oh, I thought we were gonna get it. Her getting devoured ending. There we go. That's a different ending. My god, I suck. I wonder if... Can I change the weapon? Let's find out. I was curious if I could keep backing up. Can I use acid now, or do I have to get rid of all the fire rounds before I can use acid? There we go. I actually don't know what does the most damage to him. I feel like it's always different. There we go. Poor little guy. Wait, can I interact with it at all? Nope. Oh, but he kind of stops moving, kind of.
Sherry's unconscious.
I have the antidote. If I give it to her.
If I give it to her. She's power tripping right now.
Claire, what's happening?
Not now. Come on, Sherry, wake up. Wake up. Please wake up.
It worked!
Claire? Where am I?
It worked!
Oh, Sherry. You're gonna be okay.
Thanks, Claire.
It's over.
No. I have to find my brother.
You're right. This is just the beginning.
My God has protected you.
My God has protected you.
It will always be with you.
Claire.
As long as you're a Christian, you won't turn into a zombie. That's just science. Yes, thanks to the official Spanish translation. It's a great game. I love this game. They did so good with it. I think Resident Evil 1 is like the proof of concept, and then Resident Evil 2 is the enhancement on the concept. They did a really good job with this. Do. I can't stress enough, like, I feel so happy that Capcom had the foresight to change things. That's kind of one of the reasons I do trust them a lot, because they seem to do a lot of the, a lot of effort to making sure that what they try to do isn't bad. And honestly, I can see why you'd be deluded into thinking Resident Evil 3 Remake was good. And who the heck, why would you give Sherry that goofy outfit? Oh my god.
Resident Evil.
I've beaten Punk's mode in this, right? I know I beat the Hunk mode in the remake. Yeah. Hunks mode. Face down in sewer water. This is actually one of the reasons as a teen that I came up with the theory that Hunk is actually not human. That he's actually a zombie that's smart. That was actually my fan theory. And it seems that I'm not wrong.
Alpha team here. Mission accomplished. Roger. We'll rendezvous at the meeting
Yeah,
point.
human unit never killed. When it actually stands for Hunk of Tofu. Alright, I'm gonna actually, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna cheat. Every room I enter, I'm going to do a new save state. Let me see what happens with that. If I get bit, then I'm going back. Here we go. Oh, got bit. This is gonna be a nightmare, I think. Oh, I got bit. So close. Oh my god, wait, I thought you can slip by that guy. Maybe you can't from that angle. Oh, I ran right into him that time. I like the idea of an Unk mode where he plays an Unk who says things like Bobby's World was a good show. It was a good show! Kids these days. Oh my god. I don't want to shoot in this part. I've gotten through here without getting bit before. There we go. R2-D2 noise coming in. Oh, never mind. I thought it was the other one. Oh wait, this is the one. Oh, never mind. I was wrong. Entirely. Oh my god, please get up there. Oh, I got bit. Nope, that doesn't count. Not gonna let it happen. Oh, that counts. Oh, I didn't see that guy until I got too close. Okay, so I can't get that guy either. Okay, I'm making too much of a hesitation on that. I think I have to shoot him. I probably could have gotten away with that with... Oh, got it. With just one shotgun blast. So let's try that again. Oh, ow, I'm an idiot. Oh, I got bit. Oh, what am I doing? No. Much better, much better. Not bad. I feel like some enemies just punish you for moving in straight lines, and I kind of like that as a concept for survival horror. Birds. Oh. Alright. I'm probably gonna have to shoot this dog. Oh. I remember when I made my own Resident Evil side scroller, I made it so different guns were more effective than other guns at killing some enemies. Oh my god, I was so close. Maybe I should just shoot straight and kill, or knock him down at least. Or use the shotgun. Bullets can't be used by themselves. I think that's worth it, considering I have like 150 handgun bullets. Terrible. I kind of like that Hunk has a Matilda. Oh my god. Okay, this is a shotgun room. I don't know which is H&K. It looks like an H&K gun, to be honest with you. Alright. The door won't open. I actually don't know where I'm supposed to go. Oh, maybe on where the heliport is? That would make sense. Hi. Oh, no. I know it didn't really do much damage, but I'm reloading that. Oh, did I not save state here? That's funny. Probably save state here just in case. Hi, Foxy, hi. Hi, you're very cute, I know. I'm calling this the save skunk tactic. Aww. I agree, Hunk. Aww. Yeah, they did great. The way it starts, like... Hold on. Alright. So, the thing about Hunk with that remake song, I like how he moves forward and he's like moving with rhythm in the music, and then like the first thing you is dive forward into the sewer, and the way he does it is like at the same point where the music ramps up. So like there's a rhythm to it and it's really nice. Like your actions are very tied to the song. It's like the person who designed the music played the game itself. So like I appreciated that. Oh my god. Whenever I'm running late, put the music on to get you going. That's good. Oh, there's... How many... Hold on, is there another one up here? If there's 4... Okay, there's only 3. Oh my god. I might have to take the hit here. Or maybe I can move slower. Okay, buddy. Oh wait, how much damage does that do? Does it kill me? Oh, come on. Okay. Interesting. Alright, what if I do this? Okay. So this one, like, no matter what, will see me. I don't quite know how the AI works for this thing. Oh my god. That was the best possible I could ever do in my life. Plants in here. This seems like a tight knit area, so I might have to use a weapon. I actually don't know what the best weapon is against these things. I know Mr. X is up ahead. So I don't really want to use that. Okay, that got me. Actually, this is good experiment time. Okay. Oh, where's your body? I think pistol might actually be the way to go. I haven't fully thought it through. The top 5 Resident Evil themes in no particular order. RE2 Save Room, RE2 Remake Hunk theme, RE Resistance 1 Minute Left, Code Veronica Mansion, I don't remember that one. Alexia Fight, Outbreak theme. Outbreak's theme is amazing. Are these things blind? Yeah, no, they're not. Okay. I better be hitting it. I don't think that, no. I know it's still on green fine, but I'm being OCD about this. I don't know what the best method is to deal with these things is. Maybe I should just avoid him. That point, no, it didn't. They're not going to bring him back. He wants a raise. Oh my god. I feel like he's got 2 bodies on him, this thing. Better way to... No, he was ducking. Made for the original theme for the Call of Duty Mobile, you always thought was good? That's good. Okay, I need a... one. And these things don't recoil from getting shot. Nintendo, hire this man. I wonder what... does he have a website? Maybe we should find out how much he charges, then I can maybe have him in my game. I ran into him again. Is there a way to slip past this guy? I feel like there's gotta be. Let's see. No, okay. No matter what, I have to tank him or... I'm taken down, so he has to die. That is a lot. You know, I really did like the scores from Assassin's Creed, the original ones especially. He must charge a lot of money. Let's see how many handgun bullets it takes. Oh my god. Okay, now worth it. Not the handgun. Let me try shotgun. And I'm still green? Alright. My god. You know, that might be where he likes to be. Oh, oops. One extra bullet that I needed. Okay, I slipped by him. I'm not gonna save state, I'm gonna see what happens. Oh my god. That is just scummy. He worked on a cancelled spin-off of Terraria called Terraria Otherworld. I know nothing about Terraria. Is that the Minecraft clone game? It's like a side-scroller version of it. Get over here now. Come on, Slowpoke. That was a lot better. I'm gonna just cheat here too. Oh. I think based on the screenshots you know nothing about it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anything about it either. I think it might be a game that Filler says it's like Minecraft if Minecraft was good. And I'm just like, I don't know. Okay, it's definitely... I'm memorizing where this hitbox is. This is a pretty exciting part of the game. But I'm also cheating right now, so that makes it a little bit less exciting. Hello, friendly friend. How goes it? Alright, let's see if I can run fast enough to the right, please. Avoided the poison. Alright, let's see. Oh, am I poisoned? Yeah, I am. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm playing as Hunk. This is Hunk's mode. This is the 4th survivor mode. Oh my god, and poisoned immediately. I'm deliberately cheating right now because I have not done that yet. I wanted to try cheating. Jeff Broadbent. I don't know what the heck you're talking about. Oh, is that the name of the guy? Okay. Doomed to make incredible music for live service games that it will eventually be shut down. Well. People used to think that it's because it stands for Human Unit Never Killed. Hunk, it's a play on the other secret character you play as, Tofu, which was a character designed specifically to test hitboxes. And so they, it's Hunk of Tofu. Can I go this way? No. Oh my god. When my guy grabs his hip like that, that means he's been poisoned, by the way. Can I slip through here? I got hit. Can I slip through? I think this is force damage. I don't think there's a way for me to do this without getting hit. Unless I want to waste precious magnum ammo. I don't actually know what the easiest way to kill the plant monsters are. That's something I've never actually figured out. I mean, they didn't name him, so I guess it's him. There are people that say no, it's not, but it's a giant fan service game. Resident Evil 9 is like the biggest fan service game since Metal Gear Solid 4. So I feel like it's gotta be. It's like the ultimate fan fiction, the idea of like Leon and Hunk fighting it out. There we go. I feel like that was worth it. Is there anything over here? Oh yeah, I actually think Resident Evil 9 did fan service properly. For the record, like, I criticize fan service a lot, but I think that Resident Evil 9 did it better than Metal Gear Solid 4. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like it was the ultimate fan service. I feel like it was the ultimate fan service game. It'd be a lot of pictures of Lady D. Oh, that's what you mean. Well, you're using a different version of the word fan service. When I say fan service, I mean it in the most purest of forms, which is where it is trying to make fans geek out and jump out of their seats with excitement. Yeah, anime ruined the term fan service for a lot of people. Oh. That's funny. No, the other one! The other one! No! No! Jerk. I probably could have done that one better. Are you blind? You better be blind. Well, yes, what would you like to see? Oh, a few of his tracks? No problem. Go ahead and load up a playlist. I was actually planning on doing that. I'm going to cheat here. Oh my god, they know I hate the plant creatures. Oh my god, I walked right into him. Loading. Okay, I have to kill him. He's too big of a hitbox. This guy's hitbox is way too big. My god, really? And I'm curious about what happens if I press this button here. Nothing? Got it. That's so messed up. I'm gonna load. I have enough ammo, but I'm curious about something. Okay, so it's like 40 shots to kill these guys. What about with the shotgun? You jerk. Oh, and he got me. OCD, 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 OCD. I forget if there's anything else up ahead that I really want to make sure I have the Magnum for. Oh my god, he got me. I'm just gonna do it. Oh my god. Okay, now how do I deal with this? Okay. Maybe if I bolt and make a left. Okay, not that tight of a left. That is such a messed up thing to do to me. Just in case I could do better, I'm gonna deliberately not save state there. Oh my god! So that's what the shotgun's for. Hey, buddy. Oh! There we go. I cheated, so no congratulations or GG's. Excellent, I'll listen. This game has a 3D model of a helicopter. Take that, Resident Evil 1. Into the moonlight instead of into the sunset. Or sunrise. I like their symbolism in this game. Agent survived and successfully obtained the G-Virus. The virus went on into the hands of Umbrella. End of one nightmare. Prelude into the other. Resident Evil 4 they're talking about. I'm kidding. That's not what they're talking about. There he is. Look at him without his mask. I got a D rank. Oh my god. What the heck? It's because I use my healing items? Wait, I just realized that means I didn't unlock Tofu. Oh my god, this game. Hold on, can I do this without using all my heals? Hold on. Oh, you know what might be smart? When I get bit, maybe I shouldn't knock them off me. Now, so, oh, I was thinking maybe I can use the knockback so it knocks away more of the zombies. Tofu Trash Mama, there you go. Hold on. Oh man, that sucks. There we go. Oh my god, yeah, I wonder. I don't think there is. I think that... I'm just very unfortunate. Oh, perfect, perfect. Ow. Keep going. I'm faster than you. Alright, let's see what rank I get this time. And then we're done with this. If it's not about heals, that means I need to tank hits in order to win. The A stands for avowed. The A stands for tofu! By the way, you won't believe what the Japanese word for tofu is. It's tofu. I wonder what those photos are. Like, what stock photos did they use for that? Not that it could be stock, it could be that they just took it from a magazine. Okay. And the rank is... still D. Okay, so it's time. So, if I was to do this good, I would have to allow myself to get hit just so I can speed up the time. So I'm guessing they want you to be faster than 5 minutes. Alright, let's check out the videos that you, the music you redeemed. What a fun game mode. Alright. Beep, beep, beep. Starting with mobile original game soundtrack. Ah, Prime Day. Wonderful. A full 18 minutes? No, thank you. I like this because it sounds like there's a rhythm to it. Like a clock rhythm, I mean. Like it's counting down to its own peak of the song. It does feel like a theme song. There's the clock. Interesting. It does feel like it's also... This feels like movie theme. Never really committed, yeah. And then Resistance, Resident Evil. You know, one thing I don't like about Silent Hill Townfall is that the characters' aesthetic design looks like they belong in Resident Evil Resistance. This feels almost like it's the Resident Evil 1 movie theme song. Like it's inspired by it. It also feels nostalgic for the movie, so I feel like this is movie music, as weird as that might seem to you. And then 1 minute left. And there's a nice motif here. Yeah. Steam players, yeah. That's not supposed to be Wesker in the middle, right? That's just like supposed to conjure the mentality of Wesker. The Wesker that we currently have has no lips. He's the ultimate white guy. And then I just want to hear the original 2002 movie. Not you. Go away. How these meta glasses, they're stupid.
Fought to save his family's company when he was only 19. He fought to build Sticker Mule to create thousands of jobs.
Sorry, I'm done. Wait, Marilyn Manson made it? Wait. Amazing, I did not know this was a Marilyn Manson song. Yeah. This song is like good at hyping it up, like getting you excited for what's about to happen. People might not like the Resident Evil movie, but I thought it was really good. And I'm really looking forward to the new one. It sounds like countdown music. Give people time limit. It's a good song. There's a long version here. Evil on the Beach? Is it actually Marilyn Manson or what? And the long version is 5 minutes. Oh. Alright, what is Evil on the Beach? I need to hear this. Can I hear it? Because now I'm curious. Okay, buddy. Are you stealing credit for someone else's music? You can't set it to 1.5x speed and say this is my song. No wonder the comments are turned off. You scumbag. Do you have any lyrics in here? Come on, man. Someone's got to report this guy. Yeah, that's not transformative. Support.google. Ooh, don't do that. Clicking on this link, I'm pretty sure, makes it so you subscribe to him. Which is against the rules in terms of service on YouTube as well. You're not allowed to make it so a link automatically gets people to subscribe to you. That's so funny. They are absolutely getting revenue from it. That's so funny. What a pathetic little guy. Hold on, what other songs have you done? I wonder if I'd be able to recognize anything else.
On 3.
No.
1, 2, 3.
In Albany, we root for the home team.
Go away. I don't know enough music to understand whether or not he's stealing everything. Another one of his ribs now to throw at this guy? Yeah. That is the rumor of what he has done with himself, right? I think that's a false rumor, by the way. I don't think that actually is something he's done. That was funny. Truly amusing. Oh yeah, I do want to see a Steam Machine review. Could you please link one to me? Feel free to put it in this chat if you want. This is funny. I can't say it out loud, never mind. Thank you. Let us check it out. Alright, I have, so, personally, I'd like to get this. Ooh, Linus says even they are disappointed. Can I please add it to queue? Thank you.
So, how much is it, and how powerful is it? Well, Steam Machine has finally broke cover, and we finally have definitive answers to the former and benchmarks for the latter. Delayed owing to the hardware component crisis, Valve's beautifully tiny console-like PC is finally here. And from a form factor perspective...
Okay, console-like PC? Such a messed up way to describe it.
Kind of irresistible. Imagine a taller Nintendo GameCube and you have some idea of how tiny this thing is, while performance
my GameCube was
line
that
quite
height
nice.
Because I had the Game Boy adapter at the bottom of it.
You have some idea of how tiny this
yes, it does use standard. That's one of the things that I love about standardization.
thing is, while
I hate
performance
proprietary
falls into
things.
line quite nicely with what the Steam hardware survey defines as the quintessential mainstream gaming PC. But man, the prices are gonna hurt. Starts at $1,049 or 879 Great British pounds for the basic 512GB model, rising to an oddly specific 1,128 USD or 938 pounds for the bundle pack with the Steam controller. Now, those prices rise to 1,349 USD or 1,149 pounds for the preferable 2 terabyte.
I'm just going to reiterate, I want this thing.
Model. And that rises once again to 1,428 USD and 1,208 pounds for the bundles with the Steam controller. Now, the 2 terabyte model also comes with a brace of faceplates, solid walnut and red fabric, but man, it's pricey. Very pricey. It definitely makes you think about considering a pre-built PC or building your own, and I'm sure there'll be a range of spec suggestions from anyone that knows anything about PCs. Valve itself in its blog isn't shying away from the fact that the audience has options and that they may well prove compelling. Ultimately, if you're buying PC games on Steam, they'll be fine either way. Still, there's something about this pricing I think we should consider. There's the physical machine itself, which has a premium feel, amazing form factor, virtually...
I think it'd be very good. The thing is, though, like, you're buying it for kind of like the same reason I bought, like, a Raspberry Pi. Just having a portable, small computer like that. Although I'm not sure how much you do. How many PS5s does this guy have? At least 6. I'm seeing 4.
No noise in operation. Very power efficient. The replaceable front plates, love it, very easy to work with, no screws, the panel is attached via magnets, so it's literally just a case of pulling off the existing cover and putting on the replacement. The standard Steam
I just have the black one. My brother's weird.
Is an otherwise anonymous.
I do like the customization of the front plate. I think that's pretty awesome. I just have the black one, but that is pretty cool.
Box, so the opportunity to personalize it in such an easy manner is really nice. Plus, there's nothing to stop third parties making their own faceplates. Combine all of these things together and we have a lovely bespoke mini PC, and I think we also shouldn't lose focus on Steam OS itself, which remains an absolutely brilliant front end, packed with options. Everything that worked on deck works here, the difference being that the extra performance makes for a flowing, nigh on flawless interface. So there's the experience, right?
I'm not a
which
big
is
fan of
pretty
big picture
flawless
mode.
in my opinion. But then there are the quantifiables, specs and performance. And if that's your focus, yeah, obviously maybe you should be looking at the...
I want a picture of Chris naked with nothing but Avowed between his legs, and he just kind of looks hopeful at the camera in a wide shot type image where like he's superimposed, his head is bigger than the rest of his body. That's what I want. Oh, never mind then, I take it back.
Alternatives. If you're looking to upgrade your display and enhance your gaming experience, the Innoson GA27S1Q is a 1440p QD OLED monitor that delivers perfect
Is this an ad?
blacks and
This is an
vibrant
ad.
colours
It's
for
funny that he
total
made this ad
immersion in
louder.
Modern titles, built for pristine motion.
I'm very impulsive. So recently, YouTube's been suggesting Andy Kaufman videos to me, and I've never watched the guy. I only know a little bit about him. I don't really have an interest in him. But like, the things that I watched, I'm like, you know what? I should probably look into see if there's a reason that YouTube's suggesting his compulsive lying ability. It just reminds me of my own. I'm like, oh, okay.
It features an impressive 280 Hz.
I have not. I have seen the behind the scenes of that movie though, and Jim Carrey is like a psycho.
Refresh rate and a near instantaneous 0.03
It's actually one of the reasons I don't like Jim Carrey.
millisecond response time for flawless
I know, right?
rate game.
That's what fan service does, Chris. Actually, it's because although I told you to post the link in chat, I did put the link in the live chat as well. So that
play with 2 DisplayPort 1.4 and 2 HDMI 2.1 inputs, along with G-Sync compatibility. It's fully equipped for both high-end PC gaming and current generation consoles. To find out more, check out the link in the video description below.
It's like the end of an era.
Oh my god,
I've
eBay.
had my biker moment. Plus,
Who
I
doesn't
listed
like
this on
eBay?
eBay in like 2 seconds.
Me.
I got a really good price.
Go away.
Spec-wise then, let's kick off by looking at the CPU, where we have a 6-core 12-thread AMD Zen 4 CPU, clocked at up to 4.8
That means nothing to me. Please explain.
gigahertz. And I've seen a couple of those cores hit 4.8 gigahertz in gaming, the rest running significantly slower, likely down to the makeup of the Hawk Point 2 architecture, which has 2 full-fat Zen 4 cores, the rest Zen 4C. 30-watt TDP there, according to Valve.
Yeah.
Then there's the GPU, RDNA 3, 28 compute units, rated...
Get your nude Chris wallpaper here. Avowed theme.
Clock speeds up to 2.45 gigahertz.
Only available to the last 5 people in stream.
I've seen it maxed around 2.3 in that sort of area. 110 watts TDP. I can confirm now that it's definitely a pared back version of the RX 7600 based on the Navi 33 processor. 8 gigabytes of VRAM there with 16 gigabytes of DDR5 memory. Despite the memory crisis, we do still get 16 gigabytes of DDR5 system RAM. But it is just one 16 gigabyte module in the Steam machine there, not 2 8 gigabyte modules in a dual channel configuration. We understand by speaking to Valve that the OG spec was dual channel, but lack of availability of 8 gigabyte SODIMMs has ruled that out. I didn't want to completely dismantle my review unit while I still needed to test it, and time was limited anyway, but Valve was kind enough to send me a couple of pictures of the main board. The board itself is tiny, almost Pico ITX-like according to Valve, and there you can see on the left image there the Navi 33 GPU, surrounded by 4 2GB GDDR6 memory modules for 8GB total, and on the right there you'll see the Hawk Point 2 CPU. The image on the right flips the board over, showing the 2 SODIMM slots, one occupied. One module in place is also confirmed if you run CPU X on the Linux desktop. So you can upgrade components in Steam Machine, albeit in a limited sense. Upgrading the SSD is quite simple. First of all, flip the machine over and remove the 4 screws there.
This is why I want to get the 512 or whatever gigabyte SSD, because you can update this.
Unfortunately, Torx screws are used there, but Torx 8 or Torx 9 screwdrivers will do the job of removing the screws and the feet they're mounted into.
Gilgamesh might be too young for that reference.
Then on the rear, you've got another couple of screws to unfasten. There are clips at the bottom on the rear there that you depress to pull off the casing, and there you'll find the SSD. A 2230 SSD is found as standard, presumably so Valve can share sourcing with Steam Deck, but there's plenty of space for using a standard 2280 drive instead.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I really... did he, like, eat an orange before this? Does he smoke? I don't need to see his yellow nails on this screen. Where are your gloves?
With Steam Deck, but there's plenty of space for using a standard 2280 drive instead. One thing you'll notice is that the vast amount of the device internally is taken up by the heatsink. Valve has been really serious about keeping everything cool here. The heatsink is quite a unit.
I think it's actually really cool that they cared so much about the heatsink on this thing.
Gaining access to the main boards to swap memory.
Yeah, do nail care.
Looks a touch more involved. However, Valve says it's easier than accessing Steam
Yeah,
Deck.
it's a warranted fear. Like, I do think that, like, you should take care of your aesthetic, like, at the very least, so that, like, if you're gonna be on camera, comb your hair. If you're gonna meet people, make sure you take a shower, stuff like that. Make sure you take care of yourself, because, like, little things, especially if you're neurotic like me, people notice.
And will be producing repair and upgrade guides. So, lovely machine then. The Gabe Cube is a thing. Barring Switch 2, a completely different type of console, Steam Machine is far, far smaller than a PS5, a PS5 Slim or Xbox Series X, and can produce broadly equivalent gaming experiences. You can build your own PC, of course, but pretty much the best you can hope for in terms of form factor will be some kind of mini ITX-based construction. Prices on the Steam Machine are high, but prices are also high for building a small form factor PC, right? PS5 and Series X are cheaper, of course, but that's not much help if you're looking to play your library of PC games, right? And I also think we need to talk about how going for a small form factor box gives console level efficiency, even when a single system on chip isn't being used. Typically, not something that excites people, but it makes the Steam Machine's tiny form factor possible and puts system performance into perspective. So, at the front end,
I like that it tells you how much
you're
memory
typically
or
in 15
wattage it's
watts
using.
to 17 watts territory, while interactions with the menus can see that spike into the 50 watt range. But it's gameplay that's more interesting. Crimson Desert here are optimized settings in the Bug Hill area, sees CPU and GPU close to being fully tapped out. Both of the main power drivers here are really drawing as much power as they need. Power draw measured from the wall varies between the 180 to 190 watt area. I should say that this,
like Apple laptop, which has terrible cooling, apparently one channel put a water cooler on the MacBook Neo, and the performance spiked up to 30% and stayed there.
is the worst case I could find in my limited testing, a game where we're typically GPU limited with a lower level of required CPU performance, takes that down into the sort of 170 to 180 watt range. And obviously if it's a more basic game, it'll probably drop still further. So in PC terms, what kind of performance does Steam Machine offer compared to building a PC yourself? The first thing I did was to actually build one a while back to satisfy my curiosity about ballpark Steam Machine performance. So the Ryzen 5 8500G has a very similar CPU architecture to the Steam Machine's Hawk Point 2 derived processor. However, I quickly discovered the chip only supports PCIe 4.0 across 4 lanes connected to the GPU, not 8, limiting bandwidth with an inevitable impact to graphics performance. I can confirm that there are 8 lanes connecting the CPU to the GPU within Steam Machine. And with that 8500G, I benchmarked it in CPU limited scenarios, finding that the Ryzen 5 5600X was a fairly close match in gaming performance. And that 5600X also happens to be the entry-level CPU of choice for the AM4 DDR4 based platform, a solid budget option in the current market. So that's what I went with for most of my Steam Machine versus PC comparisons. I also used 3200 megatransfers per second DDR4. You can get faster, but this remains
actually, you know what? I know very little about like the ergonomics of laptops as well.
Cheap, with the emphasis on relative, obviously, in the current market. GPU then, in a desktop space there can only be one, the Radeon RX 7600.
There can only be one!
The exact same Navi 33 processor as the Steam Machine. However, with the 7600, wattages are higher and all 32 compute units are active as opposed to Steam Machine's 28. So we should expect more performance then. But of course, the RX 7600 is effectively old technology now, RDNA 3, and it's been replaced by the Radeon RX 9060 XT. Yeah, RDNA 4. Costs more, but you get a ton more performance. Rounding off the group test, I went for the Radeon RX 6600. For years, you could buy this for under $200, and it also represents the GPU I'd recommend as the lowest spec for still getting a decent experience from AAA gaming. DirectX 12 Ultimate feature set, and the value it offered back in the day was just tremendous. It's an interesting comparison point for Steam Machine as it has similar GPU clock speeds, the same 28 compute units, memory bandwidth is higher on Steam Machine, and obviously the 6600 is using the RDNA 2
new
architecture,
entry-level laptop
the machines
uses the
using
same GPU,
RDNA
CPU,
3.
GPU as a 20.
But before we let the benchmarks roll, at the time of testing, these numbers come from a GPU driver that hasn't yet received ray tracing optimizations. However, neither had the GPU driver from our competing GPUs.
I don't care about ray
and what
tracing.
we're really looking at here aren't the basic numbers as such, but the performance differentials. We'll
literally the only thing I think of to myself when I think about the Steam Machine is, can it run MGS5?
Talk about ray tracing a bit later. And yes, everything here is tested under Linux, of course. We're not maxing everything out. We're choosing optimized settings, and optimized settings where specifically we've tailored them for 8GB GPUs, because this is a much more realistic choice for this class of hardware on modern games. And kicking off with Black Myth Wukong here, the numbers may look low, but that's mostly down to a weird issue with the game where the display resolution of the device connected can impact the numbers, even when you specify lower resolutions. So I'm selecting 1440p here on optimized settings, but my screen is 4K, so for some reason the numbers are lower than they would be in an actual gaming scenario. Even so, as I said, it is about the percentage differentials between the GPUs tested, which all have the same issue. Oh, and one more thing to note before we crack on, benchmarks are all tested with VSync disabled for full performance. However, SteamOS itself defaults to VSync on. The reference videos in the background of the benchmarks here were captured from Steam Machine at the same settings with VSync active. So the benchmark numbers represent full performance. The video represents what you'd actually see out of the box with Steam Machine. So with all of that in mind, here, the full-fat RX 7600 in Black Myth Wukong only manages to deliver an 11 percentage point uplift over the Steam Machine on match settings. I expected more, and you will see more elsewhere, but even so, the margin is thin on this specific test. Meanwhile, the Steam Machine itself is 11% faster than the RX 6600. So the Valve machine sits at a kind of midway point between 6600 and 7600, which is kind of like what I expected.
You really shouldn't defend Apple.
The 9060 XT represents AMD's latest, more budget-orientated offering and delivers a 58 percentage point performance lead. Compared to 7600, you pay more, you get a lot more. For those building a Steam Machine of their own on a budget, there are cheaper options, but yeah, the 9060 XT is an excellent contender. But you would have to pay a lot of money for the preferable 16GB version, which is the one I tested here. Let's move on to Cyberpunk 2077, the Phantom Liberty now, specifically in the black market at the beginning of the expansion. This is a properly heavy GPU workout. We're using the equivalent to PlayStation 5's performance mode settings here, and we're running at native 1440p. And as expected, the RX 7600 moves ahead. I'm clocking a 17 percentage point increase for the desktop GPU over Valve's integrated alternative. Meanwhile, the RX 6600 offers about 90% of Steam Machine GPU performance. 9060 XT is a good 40 percentage points ahead in this test. Now remember, the reference video here is indeed the game running on Steam Machine. The overall average is 64 FPS at native 1440p on the equivalent of PS5's performance mode settings. Not bad for a heavy scene, great for VRR. Now, if you think the 9060 XT is underperforming here, that isn't down to the GPU, it's down to the CPU unable to keep it fully fed. And that's something else to bear in mind when dealing with balancing mainstream-orientated PC hardware. Your bottlenecks can come from anywhere. The 9060 XT offers an arguably worse experience when looking at frame times there, and a reminder that it's always best to run GPU limited or at the refresh rate limit of your display or to a set frame rate target. Personally, I'd be increasing settings with a 9060 XT and using a frame rate cap. And you can kind of see the same thing happening here in Resident Evil Requiem. The 9060 XT is actually 78% faster than the Steam Machine GPU here, but again, the spiky frame times result in some unattractive gameplay. So yeah, higher settings, frame rate cap.
Okay, I wasn't sure if this was them.
Result in some...
What is that? Why are they doing that? Like, is this an aesthetic thing that they're doing? Like, we're looking at the background of the image, and they're putting, like, scan lines in here? I thought it was, like, something in the Cyberpunk 2077 DLC that I've never seen before. But no, they're literally just adding a weird distortion effect to their review, where this doesn't seem like a good time to do this. It's fine, but whatever.
In some unattractive gameplay. So yeah, higher settings, frame rate caps, that's the ticket. The RX 7600 is 16% faster than Steam Machine here, 55 FPS on Valve hardware versus 64 FPS on AMD's discrete GPU. And it's a 9-point advantage for the Steam Machine over RX.
That's just weird. Why are they doing that?
Forza Horizon 6 now, 1440p on lower-end optimized settings, basically aimed at 8GB GPUs without ray tracing in play. Here, the RX 7600 is 12 points clear of Steam Machine, with the 9060 XT 70% ahead. Meanwhile, the RX 6600
Why did they code the AI to run into each other?
But something's wrong here. You may notice that the frame times are pretty awful on all cards, and that often the game seems to be moving in slow motion. This isn't how Forza Horizon 6 is supposed to run, and perhaps...
You know, they could have saved time by not adding a special effect needlessly in their footage.
That we aren't running under Windows, and levels of incompatibility may be a thing occasionally on Linux. Oh, and one more thing, as I said, we're using the 16GB version of the 9060 XT in these tests, and it exhibits the same issue, so it's definitely not a memory limitation. Doom the Dark Ages next, a game that uses ray tracing as standard. Optimized settings here tailored for 8GB GPUs, remember. There are a bunch of different benchmarks.
I wonder how John Romero feels
from,
about the way Doom has been handled recently.
It's the most demanding in the bunch. RX 7600 here.
I don't really care about his opinion, but I am curious
9060
about his
XT,
opinion.
though, a gigantic 76% ahead. RDNA 4 really does have very, very decent ray tracing capabilities. Of course, the RDNA 3 architecture had RT improvements over RDNA 2, so here the results skew in favor of Steam Machine.
But Richard,
A
the owner,
10
might
to
have had
11%
do this
lead
because
transforms into a
with back
17-point
issues.
advantage for the Valve hardware.
Or maybe
Finally,
he wants to be
Crimson Desert,
associated
another
with
ray tracing
the
title
success
where
of
its
this
use actual
big
hardware
deal.
RT is more limited. Optimized settings are demanding clearly with just a 27 frames per second average on Steam Machine at 1440p.
Whoa,
but do
that's
remember
weird.
this is native resolution and upscaling options are available, and the Valve hardware will get FSR 4 support at some point. Here I'm seeing a 16 percentage point lead for the RX 7600 combined with a 73-point lead for the 9060 XT. The RX 6600 has about 93% of Steam Machine performance, meaning a 7.5 percentage point lead in favor of the Valve box. So, towards the end of the review period, Valve did release a new SteamOS with upgraded ray tracing performance. So I had the chance to compare before with after. It didn't make any difference for me compared to the prior driver in Doom the Dark Ages on our selected settings. Similarly, Crimson Desert only saw an improvement within margin of error, like sub 1%. On a couple of other benchmarks, I added ray tracing where there was none before. So in Forza Horizon 6, I kept the same settings and added medium RTGI and used FSR3 quality mode to improve the depressed...
Again, this is where I saw the crash. Why did the AI crash into each other? In a game where your car really doesn't get damaged.
Frame rate level. End result is a 6 percentage point gain, though the problems in general performance still remain, clearly. Finally, with Cyberpunk 2077, I kept the PS5 performance mode settings, added FSR3 performance mode, and turned on RT reflections and RT lighting at the medium setting. These are what I would describe as our optimized ray tracing selection for this game. This delivered a 9.7% frame rate boost, which is certainly significant, though we are still under 30 FPS at times on this one. Yes, it's a demanding scene, but we are at FSR3 performance mode there, internal 720p, so yeah, still just a touch too demanding for the Steam Machine there. Another takeaway here is that the improvements are context sensitive. Some areas of the bench show no improvements at all, others show dramatic improvements, demonstrating that comparing frame rate averages perhaps only shows part of the picture. Ultimately, the improvements to ray tracing performance are obviously welcome, but I guess RDNA 3 at the architectural level isn't really a ray tracing powerhouse, and Navi 33 as a processor, it isn't a top-end offering. One more thing to factor in is that ray tracing does add a burden to VRAM and CPU resources, and those may also be at a premium on Steam Machine depending on the game. Now let's talk about the CPU, and here's where things get a little tricky. In most games you will be GPU limited most of the time, but when you do hit CPU limits it's keenly felt, often with very spiky frame times. It's not great. And the CPU in Steam Machine is based on the Hawk Point 2 architecture, which is relatively weak. Relatively as in compared to what many consider to be good entry point gaming CPUs. It's further compounded by something I discovered in my test.
I'll use Windows laptop one of these days. Sometimes you can want to fire up a game that's just too pain to run on Steam Deck. Yeah.
Testing and confirmed with Valve when I spoke to them.
I've actually been thinking about getting like a lower end computer specifically like just for like DOS games.
CPUs are paired with 2 memory modules to give dual channel bandwidth, and the more bandwidth the CPU has, the better it performs in gaming, certainly in CPU limited scenarios. Valve couldn't source 8GB SODIMMs, so instead of 2 8GB modules in dual channel, you get one 16GB SODIMM in single channel, and there will be performance implications to that. To give you a broad idea of what this means, check out this test of.
I'll be right back. I'm going to keep this playing.
Bug Hill, tested on
I'll be right back. I'm just going to grab something for myself to consume while I watch this.
Channel configurations,
one moment.
And the
Ryzen 5
5600X in dual channel. Outside of Steam Machine testing, we're using the RX 7600 here as it's the closest equivalent GPU to the Valve offering. First of all, note the crappy frame times on all configurations here, the most obvious manifestation of being completely CPU limited. 1080p, PS5 performance mode settings, it's a viable real-world test. The 8500G doesn't seem to be PCI Express limited here, and I noted frame rate differentials of between 15 to 25% across the length of the bench, comparing single channel to dual channel. So bandwidth does matter, but the extent of how much it matters can vary, even within the context of a single benchmark. Like for like, single channel versus single channel. The 5600G is 18% faster than the Steam Machine CPU, while the dual channel 5600G 35% faster than Steam Machine. And I think it could go higher if it had more GPU headroom. We're still CPU limited on the 5600X, I should add, and it's 31% faster than the Steam Machine. Valve were basically forced by market conditions to use single channel, which is a shame as CPU performance could and maybe should be better, but I guess that does leave the door open for a user upgrade further on down the road. Remember, the Steam Machine board itself does support dual channel memory configurations and has 2 slots. Okay, so that's just one CPU test, but I think it lays out the expectation level you should have for this component in the Valve machine and how it compares to desktop parts. So the conclusion is pretty clear. Steam Machine delivers what I'd call ballpark entry-level PC gaming performance, or at least entry-level based on a decent mainstream experience. The CPU should provide better.
I still think this looks like it's worth it so far. I'm looking forward to Linus, who probably will be able to explain it a little bit more as to whether or not I would be interested.
Than a console running the same workloads, while the GPU sits at a kind of midpoint between the RX 6600 and 7600, as predicted. It'll run older games just fine, no problems at all, while more modern fare from this generation will require special attention to settings depending on the title. So yeah, there's a reason why we chose optimized settings and optimized low presets for the benchmarks. Just like a console,
that's exactly what makes me think this is still worth it, Chris.
Good performance. And I'm wondering the extent to which developers will use Valve's APIs and deliver ready-made dialed-in settings out of the box. Digital Foundry specializes in optimized settings, lower-end optimized settings for 8GB cards, and judged by that criteria, perfectly creditable experiences are possible. So bearing in mind the form factor, the use case, how does Steam Machine compare to a console? We got a wealth of information on PC titles running at PS5 equivalent settings, so let's get straight into it. And we'll start by revisiting the Crimson Desert CPU test on matched settings, and that includes using VSync as PlayStation 5 does. Not that this adds any particular cap to performance here on Steam Machine, we're well under 60 FPS. Returning to Bug Hill, Steam Machine performs significantly better when CPU limited. A 34.8 FPS average across the run on PS5 is improved to 41.2 FPS average on Steam Machine. So the Valve
These are so
hardware
minor
has
enough
more
that I
legs,
barely would
clearly.
notice.
We're also
I can
seeing
see the difference between 60 and 30 frames easily. 30 to 40 frames, that's where you're kind of losing me. A lot of these samples are 1440p. I think 1080p is absolutely fine. Oh yeah, no. I'm fine with 720p. I upload at 720p most of the time on accident somehow, for some reason. Sometimes I don't.
In the city of Baldur's Gate in Baldur's Gate 3, and here's where things get weird. Using the default native Linux build, which is what will install if you download it, we're only 11% faster on Steam Machine versus PlayStation 5. However, force the use of Proton instead and use the original Windows code working through the translation layer.
Yeah, I
and you
agree
get
with
a
that.
24% improvement in
Like
performance.
if it's feeling awkward, cap it.
Against PlayStation 5. Larian did update Baldur's Gate 3 for Steam Deck, significantly improving CPU-bound performance and stability, but I'm wondering if those optimized...
Okay, I feel like if I'm in a fantasy world and I see a guy running around with a giant light lamp post on his back, I'm gonna be like laughing at him, watching him enter doorways.
Were deck-specific, to the detriment of other PC hardware. Put simply, if you're playing Baldur's Gate 3 on Linux, on SteamOS, or on Steam Machine, I'd recommend switching to Proton here. It's an automatic 11% performance boost in this test versus the native Linux app. Graphics now, and in a world where the RX 7600 is broadly comparable to the PS5 GPU, we should expect the Steam Machine to fall a little short, but I didn't see anything that drastically concerned me, to be honest. Let's kick off with Black Myth Wukong. It's a good start because it's not a particularly great PS5 port, so it should favour Steam Machine. The widest delta sees the PS5 running 17 to 18% ahead of Steam Machine, while other areas can see a smaller lead for the Valve machine over PS5, while elsewhere we're looking at absolute parity. It's fascinating to see it actually. On average, it's a 3% lead for PlayStation 5, but this doesn't reflect the reality that on a moment-by-moment
I think, Chris, you and I are probably like,
it's
this
much
is
more
fine.
variable.
Like, this is really fine.
To save on your commercial auto insurance with Geico.
Good as having a great hammer.
I can't imagine wanting more.
Next up, the classic Alan Wake 2 Chapter 2 stress test, and some interesting results here. In performance mode, we're looking at a 9% lead for the PS5 version. 55.3 FPS plays 50.7 FPS. Not exactly a gaping chasm, right? Alan Wake 2
It's literally like what I would want, bare minimum.
Using the heroic launcher,
Or sorry, maximum.
installed in Steam Machine's desktop mode. Yes, it is a Steam Machine, but we've got to remember that it's not just a console-like experience. Under the hood there, it is a full
open source
PC,
PS5.
full desktop access. We can also do like-for-like testing in Crimson Desert based on performance mode, and the GPU performance...
Microsoft forever tried with the Xbox to kill the PlayStation, and this thing, if this was its goal, it would probably succeed.
Differential is more like 17% here in favor of the PS5, and that makes sense to me, bearing in mind how often we saw this number when comparing the Steam Machine to RX 7600. And yes, the 7600 does have broadly similar GPU performance to PlayStation 5. Forza Horizon 5 next. We can't do apples to apples here precisely, as console can use dynamic resolution scaling, topping out at native 4K with 4x MSAA, and some settings like reflections themselves are dynamic.
Like try to use Windows to kill PlayStation 5?
PC. What I've done here is to show Steam Machine running the same sequence at native 4K on the same settings, and then at 1620p, which represents 75% of 4K resolution on both axes. We're way short of PS5 performance at a lot 4K, but almost there at 1620p. I think bandwidth is the issue here. Bandwidth is quite lavish on PlayStation 5 in comparison to Steam Machine. And even
this kind of makes me realize I don't really care for very many modern games right now.
But 1620p still.
I'm quite happy
fine,
with Resident Evil
and
9,
VRR
but
basically
yeah.
would make this pretty much a non-issue. And actually, at this point, I'd like to show something else I quite like about Steam Machine and AMD GPUs in general. There's support for a wide range of output resolutions, 1800p, 1620p, just to name a couple. As we're demonstrating here, we save a ton of performance, and on a 4K screen...
People are insane with the resolution of their TVs. Like, I don't think their eyes have the amount of resolution that they're claiming they have. This is, it's stupid.
Especially in the living room at
12K! Got myself a 12K monitor.
In fact, the static HUD elements are more noticeably scaled. One final Steam Machine versus PlayStation 5 game test. 007 First Light. We have console equivalent settings direct from IO Interactive on this one, but we have got a bit of an issue. The PlayStation 5 version has dynamic resolution scaling from 720p to 1080p using FSR 3.1.5 to upscale to 4K.
It's not. It's so crazy.
It does not have DRS, and neither will it let you use FSR upscaling from 720p to 4K. You'd need an ultra performance mode there that is not an option in the game. So yeah, the stresses that we're putting on the GPU here will vary even though the content is effectively matched. In the explosive airfield,
you have to remember the size of the screen as well.
We're kicking off a major chain reaction of destruction. It's one of the only GPU limited parts of the game where I've seen drops on PlayStation 5, so presumably we're at minimum 720p DRS at this point. FSR 3 performance mode on Steam Machine has the same internal resolution, but far less FSR GPU demands, since we're only upscaling to 1440p,
exactly.
not 4K. And there are small dips here, both on PlayStation 5 and on Steam Machine, running internally at 720p on FSR 3 performance mode. Meanwhile, FSR 3 balance mode has a higher internal resolution and drops to between 48 to 50 FPS. It's frustrating that PC doesn't get dynamic resolution scaling to match PlayStation 5 spec, but at the same time, PC does have full VRR support, and so does Steam Machine. Here's another test where we're testing streaming. PS5.
Everything I'm seeing right now just tells me this is a good computer for the next 5 years.
Can drop a few frames here and there, which does kind of suggest a CPU bottleneck. It's a clean 60 FPS with FSR 3 performance mode on Steam Machine, and what must be the occasional GPU limit on balance mode. Either way, both Steam Machine variations here do run smoother than the PS5 build.
Personally, I would buy this, not for myself, but as like having a living room PC. Like, that is what I think would be the utility for me.
And it's likely that the extra CPU performance is making itself known. But with that said, in our PC performance review, we noted some issues with crowds on the PC version that don't manifest on PlayStation 5. It's slight, but it's borne out in this shot. Locked on PlayStation 5, dropping frames on Steam Machine. And it doesn't really matter what resolution or
dropping frames on Steam Machine. It was on one singular frame.
That does indicate a CPU limited scenario. So while end results can be matched, it's not always 100% clear what's going on behind the scenes. Ultimately, though, we've got console-class performance.
Going to reiterate, this looks great.
It's a fraction of the size. It'll run modern games well, assuming you don't go crazy with ultra settings, especially on Unreal Engine 5 titles.
Yeah.
And that you keep in mind that Valve only supplies 8.
I wonder, you know what? Maybe I should downgrade my Unreal and make it Unreal 4. Or I need to find out what the last time people complained about Unreal Engine was.
Of memory for the Steam Machine GPU. Yes, there are optimizations there, and as work is ongoing there at Valve, I decided to test this in depth at another time. But reasonably, we can only expect these mitigations to go so far compared to a GPU with more RAM. Of course, RDNA 4 and some kind of 9060 XT level GPU with 12 gigs of VRAM would have been better, but this is a machine built to a budget that was then torpedoed by the storage and memory crisis. For as long as games are built to look good and run well on PlayStation 5, I'd say that Steam Machine should be capable of producing comparable results, with flexibility in resolution, upscaling, and yes, frame generation options, delivering opportunities for Steam Machine users that PlayStation 5 gamers won't have. So let's try to bring everything together. When Steam Machine was first revealed, the question was all about price and performance. Based on specs, we've arrived with a piece of hardware that pretty much runs as expected, and that's fine. Technology-wise, it doesn't shift the needle, but I love the package. The form factor is beautiful and it's wonderfully put together, virtually silent basically. To see it is to want it. Now, back at the reveal, there were hopes that Valve was going to attack the market with an aggressive price point, $500 even, bringing a PC-style PlayStation 5.
I think that they're doing a good job. The amount of money that they're asking for in the current circumstances that we're in, I feel like this is fine. Like, this is... if I had the money, I would probably just go and buy it now.
Device to market with an appealing form factor that would work in the living room. But that was October 2025. In the meantime, Valve's made it clear it's not in the business of subsidizing hardware in the way that a console manufacturer might, and it clearly doesn't have the sourcing power of Microsoft or Sony. So in June 2026, we've got a machine that starts at $1,050, and it's going to be up to you to decide, based on everything you've seen across this review and others, whether that's the machine that you want to buy. I mean, based on the recent Steam Deck restock, chances are it's going to sell out immediately anyway. But the point is,
I'd buy cheap now and upgrade later.
Not having a Steam machine won't lock you out of PC gaming.
The AI bubble's going to pop eventually, right?
Open platform, and even in these difficult times, there is still choice out there in the hardware space. Still, that's all from me for now, so the usual stuff applies about liking, subscribing, sharing, bell ringing and whatnot. DF Supporter Program, well, joining us, supporting the team, it all helps.
A brownie.
For example, all those PlayStation 5 comparisons, optimized settings, they're built from a body of work we've amassed over time, and that's only been possible thanks to our Patreon support. If you think we're useful and want to support our mission, patreon.com/digitalfoundry. You'll get
oh my God, how he said slash.
Want to support our mission, patreon.com/digitalfoundry.
He's like a turtle.
Get updates from the team, early access opportunities, a brilliant community, ad-free, high-quality video downloads, ad-free website. It's good stuff. But that's all from me for now. Thanks for watching and supporting Digital Foundry.
Do I make myself clear?
This is the best time to join the military. Right when we have no war going on. Just join, guys. It's a good idea.
Marines don't get to quit. Do I make myself clear?
Not just anyone can fight for everyone.
Where?
Marines are made for this.
5.
What if I told you HPV vaccination was for men too?
I didn't know.
The heck?
Valve's Steam Machine is probably the most anticipated gaming PC of all time. I would argue, alongside the Steam Deck, one of the most important. But that doesn't mean that our last 2 weeks with it have been all good. There are the highlights, like the unbelievably polished experience of SteamOS, not to mention perfect integration with your home media setup. But there's also been the lower lights, performance in the latest titles being a big one, alongside some hard truths. It costs more than we hoped, and Valve confirmed they feel the same way. But if you can stomach the upfront investment, Valve's GameCube is yet another massive step on their now decade-plus journey of saving gamers from the closed ecosystems that demand pricey subscriptions. And it is hands down the best solution that I've ever seen to solving the inconvenience of PC gaming on the couch. It's not—
Thank you. That's literally what I'm thinking.
Not the biggest or the baddest, but that 1-2 punch is why the Steam Machine is so damn exciting. It combines the strengths of PC gaming with the conveniences of console gaming, and all in a nearly silent cube that's about half the size of a real console. But with this kind of hype, can Valve possibly hope to live up to gamers' expectations? If we're being realistic, probably not. But I still love the Steam Machine for what it is today, and I'm really excited about what it means for the future of gaming. And I'm also excited, okay, but actually this time, to tell you about this companion product from our sponsor, Dbrand. Their robot sent over this companion cube case for the Steam Machine.
Funny.
We'll look at it in a bit more detail later, but pre-orders are live now, so go to shortlinus.com to reserve yours.
I like that.
Even if you don't want a Steam Machine, this thing would look so good on your shelf. Back to the Steam Machine, though.
I need this for B-roll. We're on a tight schedule, baby.
Okay, that makes sense. We unboxed and explored the setup of the Steam Machine over on Short Circuit this morning, and we gave our in-depth thoughts on the controller last month. So we're going to be laser focused on the experience of the Steam Machine itself. Right out of the gate, if you're a Steam Deck or a big picture user, you're going to feel right at home. The Steam Machine comes with SteamOS pre-installed, Valve's Linux-based operating system that they've spent over 10 years optimizing for gaming. Why did it take so long? Well, because most games still don't support Linux natively. But thanks to Proton, a translation layer that allows Windows games to run on Linux, we found that almost any game made for Windows runs surprisingly well on SteamOS. No
Awesome.
command line, no driver conflicts, just press the button and play your game. It's been one of the Steam Deck's greatest strengths, and that remains true here. And even if somehow you don't like SteamOS, well, great news. Valve takes a very open approach to their hardware. Or should I say, your hardware, you know? The way it should be. So the Steam Machine allows you to install any OS you want, even Windows. It's just that if you did so, you would lose out on some of its best features, like a personal favorite of mine, the ability to suspend your software and resume at the push of a button, just like a console. Seriously, thank you, Valve. Okay, we did find that there were some times that resuming a game would take a little longer than we'd like, but most of the time it was really quick. I'm talking like 5 seconds, which is a huge edge over booting up your PC, loading your launcher, and starting a game. We did notice that sometimes the SteamOS UI would become laggy while a game is suspended, but realistically, we're dealing with pre-release software here, and with how much Valve has refined SteamOS on the deck over the last few years, which is much less powerful hardware, I can say confidently that they're gonna get that sorted. The other big one for me is HDMI CEC. It doesn't have the best marketing behind it, and it doesn't have a sexy name. In fact, most people don't even really think about CEC, because when it's working properly, you literally aren't supposed to even notice it. But it is hugely important to the living room experience, especially if you have multiple devices. CEC, if you're not familiar, is a protocol that's built into the HDMI standard that allows your various media devices to communicate with and even control each other without running any additional cables.
I don't like that.
The most common uses for it are allowing your soundbar volume to be controlled by your TV remote, or having your Android media box and AV receiver power each other on and off in sync. Now, most PCs straight up do not support it. This is both a hardware and a software problem.
Yeah, that seems like a spyware thing to me.
No hint of a solution on the horizon. So achieving any kind of seamless operation involves like janky IR receiver boxes and or complicated home theater automations. Well, Valve hated that, so they built their own software and custom motherboard for the Steam Machine that, from our experience, just plain works. You press the Steam controller button, it turns on everything, selects the right inputs, and bingo bango bongo, seconds later you are gaming exactly where you left off. But there's more to a good gaming machine than just living room integration, as Microsoft so painfully learned.
Go to Internet Explorer. Oh, nice.
And the Steam Machine's raw gaming chutzpah leaves a fair bit to be desired, unfortunately. To be clear, it's not terrible. Valve chose a semi-custom 6-core Zen 4 CPU with 16 gigs of DDR5 memory rated to 5600 megatransfers per second, alongside a semi-custom GPU with 8 gigs of dedicated VRAM. So that's more CPU performance and a lot more RAM than the current crop of mainstream gaming consoles. But the current crop of gaming consoles is 6 years old now. And if we look closely at the specs for these chips, they look more semi than custom, with a strong resemblance to laptop chips from 2023. Now, according to Valve, that's not a problem for most buyers. The Steam Machine should outperform approximately 70% of the gaming PCs that are out there in the wild. And if the Steam Deck is anything to go by, developers will squeeze blood from a stone optimizing for a popular hardware config like this one. But with all of that said, I still feel pretty strongly that these are not the kinds of parts that I would expect in a 4K gaming machine, even with the asterisk of FSR upscaling. But I could be wrong, right? So let's take a look at the numbers. Right out of the gate, the Linux port of Shadow of the Tomb Raider absolutely crushed Valve's target, hitting over 120 FPS at 4K. Not bad, but that is an 8-year-old game, and sadly, the rest of our suite ended up sitting with average frame rates between 40 to 50 FPS. In fairness to Valve, some of these games were probably running at settings that are a little ambitious for the humble Steam Machine, and you could absolutely turn Cyberpunk, for instance, down a little bit and get a more fluid experience, but that wasn't the case for all of them. Doom: The Dark Ages, for instance, was already cranked nearly as low as it could go. This whole situation feels like a completely self-inflicted wound. Like if Valve had never said 4K gaming at 60 FPS, and had they instead offered a more nuanced, 1080p on medium details, maybe high or ultra for older titles, and in some cases, you know what, 4K upscaling looks pretty darn good. I wouldn't even have to be talking about this. But now I have to go spelunking for what the heck Valve was talking about. And it seems like, for newer titles, what they meant was low settings with FSR set as low as ultra performance, which means we are upscaling from a mere 720p base resolution all the way to 4K Ultra HD. At these settings, all right, sure, all 5 of our games did hit averages that are comfortably above 60 FPS, but at these settings, all 5 of our games also looked pretty ugly. And there's more bad news. Even with 28 ray tracing cores, RT is pretty much a non-starter on this thing. This is true both for games where it's an option, like Cyberpunk, where we saw an average of 15 FPS at 1080p Ultra, and especially true for games that force its usage, like Indiana Jones or Doom: The Dark Ages, where only one configuration we tested.
Yeah, what he's complaining about are like, it's the difference between the convenience of what the Steam machine is offering versus going out and buying the big, bulky gaming PC that gives you the high-end details that you're looking for. Like the difference is literally the customer that will buy it. Like, the customer that wants these details probably was never interested in the Steam machine to begin with. Yeah, Linus is, I don't know what it is. There's something weird about him that just, like, it just constantly reads as lame. Maybe it's just, like, his inauthentic personality that he, like, puts on whenever he's doing his performance voice. I don't know what it is. It's weird. Like, there's a way to do it properly, like Bill Nye the Science Guy, but somehow he doesn't do it that way.
Managed to consistently stay above 60 FPS. And that was the handheld one, right?
Yep.
Yikes. To be clear, it's not the end of the world today, but whether you love ray tracing or hate it, there will be more titles in the future that will require hardware support for it, and the Steam machine just plain doesn't have the horses. Once again, I'd love to be proven wrong here. Valve did contact us hours before recording this to say they are aiming to patch it, but guys, it's a 7600M GPU. There is no path that I can trace that will lead to acceptable performance on this hardware, especially in light of your unqualified claims of 4K 60 FPS, which still wouldn't be a huge problem if it wasn't for the big white elephant in the room, the PlayStation 5. On paper, the Steam machine and the PS5 trade blows, but in real life, I'm sorry, Valve, but it just doesn't quite seem to work out that way. Now, I do have a disclaimer here. The PS5 doesn't support any kind of frame time analysis, so any numbers we give you guys are going to be kind of rough and tumble ad hoc. We explain the methodology, by the way, of both this...
Top tier games on 4K PC machines. Only 2,000 games loaded on it. How dare this machine not be as good as my rig? Yeah, exactly. Like, you're getting this kind of like a gimmick. Like, it's not like... the way I see it is literally how he described it in the beginning. It's a gaming machine you can have in your living room. It's not your main machine. It's mostly for gaming on your couch. It's for watching media with your friends, playing party games with them. It's not supposed to be the ultimate immersion experience. I haven't seen anyone answer this yet. Can you get a pre-build or build a PC that matches the same price? Well, that's what the other video we just watched did. They said they got all the matching parts, and they said, "Oh, look, we did it." I don't remember what they said about it though. Just like they said, "Look, you can build your own version of it. It's just not going to fit in a cube."
Test and the rest in our accompanying labs article. We'll have that link down below. But anyway, in God of War Ragnarok, the base
and for that, it's overpowered, Leafeon. Like this thing will run like Metal Gear Solid 5 just fine. And that's literally the one game that I care about. The only game I'll ever care about is MGS5.
PS5, which upscales from 1440p to 4K, was chilling around 75 to 78 FPS. Meanwhile, in the same scene, the Steam machine, with mostly medium settings and FSR set to quality, landed in the 60 to 63 range. This isn't the end of the world.
Okay.
We actually found that
I'm just going to reiterate. 60 frames per second is all I care about. If it's 60 frames per second, I'm sold.
The 60 to 63 range. This isn't the end of the world. We actually found that upscaling was hampering our performance more than we expected, and at 1440p native, we were able to break 70 FPS, even with our details turned up. But what it isn't is a win. With that said, choosing the right games and enabling variable refresh rate is going to help to mitigate some choppiness, and you can absolutely have a really solid game.
Yeah, you don't need this much for couch enjoyment. If you do, if you are one of those freaks that needs this much to be entertained by something like game-wise, you're not a gamer, you're just like a spoiled stooge.
Experience on this box.
You're a materialistic last gamer, Joel Hopkins type person.
Also, as these things go out in the wild, I do expect Valve's Verified for Steam Machine program to incentivize developers to optimize for this hardware specifically. It's just that you got to keep your expectations in check. It's not magically going to get
exactly 1080p regardless.
way
Exactly.
faster. Coming back to good news though, the Steam Machine's download speeds are solid. We saw close to full gigabit speeds over a wire,
Ooh.
and a little less than half of that via Wi-Fi 6E. That's partially probably thanks to Valve's 4 dedicated antennas in this box, 2 for Wi-Fi, 1 for Bluetooth, and 1 for Steam controllers.
And the other one to spy on you.
And we also saw an average power draw of just 175 watts under heavy
This
load,
one determines whether or not you have lung cancer.
with a mere 66 watts for later games. That contributes to a cool, quiet experience with the Steam Machine, landing right in line with the PS5 for acoustics and averaging just 68 and 66 degrees across our CPU and GPU respectively. Good job, Valve. And good job making this such a repairable and serviceable machine. Not only can the Steam Machine be easily opened up, including the ability to upgrade both the RAM and SSD, but Valve has once again partnered with iFixit to make guides and replacement parts available. Absolutely amazing. Maybe consider an LTT precision screwdriver if you ever need to make any upgrades or repairs.
Sure, the snobs
All
get
the bits
cancer,
you need
yeah.
And a convenient magnetic
Exactly.
parts tray that's included in the lid, lttstore.com. Another highlight is Valve's open approach to peripherals.
I want to just say that I think this thing's worth it. Like if I had the money today, I would buy it today. That's how I feel.
I mean, can you imagine Nintendo just allowing any old thing to be plugged into their precious gaming machine? Meanwhile, in Valve Land, the Steam Machine played nicely with every mouse, keyboard, or headset that we plugged into it, including random Bluetooth accessories. One thing of note is that some of our audio accessories were a little quieter than usual.
I don't know enough about iFixit, sorry.
Steam Machine, even with the volume maxed, but again, this feels like one of those, don't worry, Valve's gonna fix that things. Bringing us finally to something Valve couldn't fix, the detail you've all been waiting for. You can order your Steam Machine today, and it will cost $1,050 US for the 512 gig storage version and $1,350 for the 2 terabyte.
And I just want to reiterate, I think that's fine. That's literally how much I was expecting. I believe my estimate when I was like guessing in my own head, and I said it on stream, was like $1,250. That was my estimate. So I was right smack in the middle.
Then, if you want a Steam controller bundled in, that's another $69 on top of that. Woof.
They create guides on how to fix everything. They also push for right to repair. Oh, okay.
I think we better talk about this. Is that reasonable?
It is reasonable in this current market conditions, but it is...
You sound like you're being held hostage.
I mean, Valve was held hostage by the parts makers.
So
Good. I'm glad these guys are giving an empathetic view on the price.
reasonable, yes, but like, is it...
Yeah, the real elephant in the room is the anti-cheat. That sucks. Like I wanna be able to play multiplayer couch co-op games. Like that's what matters to me. If I had a Bluetooth earphone set that didn't have atrocious latency for my PC aside from your phone, that's interesting. I had some really nice bone conductive headphones that didn't have any latency issues. I was pretty happy about that.
Too high.
Yes.
And that's a tough thing.
That said, I stick with wired. I don't like wireless.
Fair to say that both of those things are true.
Yes.
Based on the costs that Valve is seeing, and also based on other options that are available in the market, it can be both reasonably priced and still too high.
I was really hoping that this was going to bring PC gaming to the mainstream living room, that I could pitch all my friends and be like, oh, get a Steam machine, it's so cool. But this is a premium price, even though I wouldn't say it's a premium product.
And in fairness,
I don't know. I don't know. I think this is worth it still, personally.
Valve, they did telegraph this. They were explicit when I came down there for the reveal that it was not going to be subsidized by the 30% cut that they're going to take on games, because they have no guarantee that people are actually going to run SteamOS on this or buy any games. And
I don't mind so much with music or casual video watching, but with gaming, I'm locked in with milliseconds earphones. Yeah, that is important. Yeah. I when I started playing Metal Gear Solid Online for Metal Gear Solid 4, the Metal Gear Solid 4 version of the game, I used to wear headphones, and that made such a big difference in me being able to be more skilled in the game, so I totally understand.
PS5 is such a giant, even bigger elephant in the room than I even said before. The fact that you can still, even at the increased price, buy a PS5 for $600 US or a PS5 Pro, which is a much more powerful machine, for $900.
And then you'd still have money left over for your first year of PS Plus.
And both of those PS5s include a controller.
I'm sorry. What games are on the PS5 that the Steam machine... I don't know. I just... I feel like, sure, its power is so impressive. Its power per cost is impressive, sure. But how big is your library on Steam? Like, I don't think I can play Duck Game on PlayStation 5. Maybe I can. Never tried.
So that's going to cover almost another year. With that said, if you're keeping it for a long time, I mean, let's talk TCO. That's a term that not everybody's familiar with outside of like business or the data center. It's total cost of ownership. It often gets said that on the PC side, pricing of games is a huge...
It's one of the greatest PvP games I have. It's like, it's a game where you play as a duck. You get there are 7 other ducks besides yourself, so 8 player. And then when the match starts, there's a bunch of guns laying around. You gotta get a gun and shoot the other ducks. Just takes 1 bullet to kill the other duck. Good luck, and it's so much fun.
Compared to consoles, but you actually opened my eyes to the PlayStation Store having a lot of deals.
There was a few weeks ago where there wasn't a sale going on and people freaked out. So I think there's sort of a myth around Steam sales being way better than console, but I think we've balanced out. That being said, you can play online games for free on a Steam machine, and on a PlayStation, you're going to be spending $110 a year.
That is brutal.
A lot of money. That's
absolutely
another big benefit,
no, thank
though,
you.
I mean, we touched on this, but accessory support. Nintendo's not the only one that keeps things locked down with respect to plugging things into their consoles. I mean, for years, entire brands that make gaming headsets, their only reason for existing at all was that they managed to get the license to produce compatible Xbox gaming headsets.
Shout out Turtle Beach.
They were awful audio quality. Like, had no reason for existing other than licensing.
Even controllers, we're living through a renaissance in the PC space, but to find something good for the PlayStation 5 that has back paddles for less than $200, so impossible.
Yeah, we're actually, shout out David's upcoming video. We're doing a modding video on the stock DualSense to add paddles to it.
So excited.
Gonna be pretty freaking cool. I don't even know if I care about bringing this up, but there is one thing the PS5 does that the Steam machine for now doesn't, and that's VR.
Yeah, I'm not a big
For now.
VR guy.
Definitely for now.
PlayStation gamers are right now.
No, they have like, what, 12 games?
I don't think there will ever be another PSVR.
No. I mean, the other white elephant in the room is the custom
Why did they
PC
keep
build
calling
in
it the
one
white
case.
Oh, because PlayStation's white, never mind.
Literally tomorrow, we have a video coming out where we build a PC for the price of the Steam machine to compare performance.
I think we're going to see better value. I think we're going to see better upgradability and serviceability. We're going to see better performance.
We're going to have to talk about it tomorrow.
I know I shouldn't be that surprised, but the performance really was a downer for me.
I think if they hadn't made the 4K 60 promise, it would be a little less painful.
Or if they had left the door open for Steam Machine Pro. Like if I knew there was going to be something based on a...
That's what I was thinking. I had another association. Thank you for reminding me what it was.
9070 coming. That would be the legitimate 4K machine. Then I think we'd be having a really different conversation.
Or eGPU support, maybe some way to upgrade more than just the RAM and SSD.
Okay, We've spent a lot of time harping on the price, but what would be the right price? What's the no hesitation, I'd buy one tomorrow price?
Me, or I recommend to people?
You recommend.
800 bucks, I think, is reasonable. It's slightly worse performance than a console, but it has so much more openness and features that I think balances out that value.
Yeah, I mean, we barely even touched on the fact that you can use it as a full-fledged desktop PC. Like, they have done a lot of work, not just on the big picture gaming aspect of SteamOS. I'm actually planning to, once we get the real Steam Machine back from labs, throw it in my backpack and use it as my daily driver machine for a month.
Oh, what the heck?
Yeah. So I'll have to do everything, gaming and work on it. And it's actually portable enough that you just could. Portable.
I hope it works out. That seems like a fun hobby. Hopefully it's not expensive and mistake.
You want to hear something that's really sad?
I do.
I asked them specifically, what was the original price point in mind for the Steam Machine? And they're like, I can't give you that, but if you look at the price increase of the Steam Deck, that tells you what we were the targeting for, and that's about a $200 price increase. So we would have hit our price if it wasn't
the RAM apocalypse. Do you think it's still going to sell anyway?
It'll sell.
That's exactly what I'm thinking. That's so stupid.
Amount to the Valve diehards. I think that there's enough people out there that are like, I believe in this. I want to support this. I don't think it's going to cross into the mainstream, even to the level of the Steam Deck. I think the Steam Deck's greatest strength was that it was a really slick console-like experience for a really aggressive price. And this is not an aggressive price. This is a enthusiast price.
I hate the words you're saying, but I think I accept them. For now, if RAM pricing were to normalize, I suspect mostly good guy Valve would make adjustments to the pricing.
I agree with that.
I can just also understand their perspective that they can't just.
I could imagine. I could think that it's fair to like wait for the price to get better. I can see people doing that and be like, oh yeah, I can totally understand it. But for me, if I had the money right now, I would just immediately get it.
Get this thing at a loss. And
do you think scalpers are still gonna jump all over this thing?
Yeah.
And then I hope they get stuck with it forever.
One thing I would never hope they get stuck with is a sponsor like dbrand. They've done everything to me, from wasting my time to making me stick my arm in a terrible, horrible trap. But you gotta give them credit where it's due. They really knocked it out of the park with this one. It could have just been a skin, but no. They put in the extra effort, and manufacturing something this detailed at this scale is more complicated than you guys probably think. All you gotta do is use the included embedded Allen key to pop the back panel off, and then start assembling your Steam Machine inside the case. And once you've got the case open, dbrand didn't miss any details here. They added these rubber strips on the inside to make sure that your machine gets that extra bit of padding, not to mention is oh so satisfying to slide in. Once the machine's in, you just pop the backplate back on, and
his teeth never looked this crooked to me, so it's weird to see him with
like
braces.
David said, our Steam Machine is in B-roll right now. The point is, boom, companion cube. And it's got a few other notable features. It's got removable port covers, a removable front panel with a gap to show off the LED strip,
it's just a giant ad at the end, isn't
and a
it?
mechanical button pass-through so you can hit the power switch. In terms of intake and exhaust, the bottom is fully open, and on the backside, you've got an unobstructed exhaust vent with full access to all of the I/O. And if you're worried about the volume of air that's coming in from the bottom, you can actually reverse the little rubber feet to make it stand
This is
just
the first
a little bit
15 minutes.
taller.
I'm gonna click on this next. I think the way these guys explain computing is like a little bit better than the other show that you provided, Chris. Mostly because it's like based on my practical understanding of things and not super minutia, deep in the numbers. Like, I don't really care about the benchmarks.
Tell you the price of the Steam Machine 512 with no controller.
Do I need to sit down for this? I'm gonna sit down for this.
Steam Machine 512, no controller, the US.
7 months we've waited, but it's finally here. The
Hold on. King Siam, which is now Siam, King of Siam, which is now called Thailand, would give white elephants to those he didn't like as a punishment because they are a burden. They can't be neglected and can't be put to work. However, no one knows how true the story is. Absolutely not true. Unless Donald Trump is a white elephant. Seems a little more orange to me. Digital Foundry really gets in the weeds, which you personally enjoy. Yeah, I can understand enjoying it, but like at the same time, it feels like it's not practical enough for me.
Valve Steam Machine. What all do we got? Steam controller. This we've seen before.
Ooh.
Yep, there it is. With this.
Did you guys know there's an Easter egg if you drop the controller? I think that's funny.
Secondary box tells me is that there's a solid chance that there will be versions of the Steam Machine that come with or without the Steam controller. Oh yeah, it looks like this is a bundle with the controller, the 2 faceplates, and the machine itself. Although we don't have details yet on what the other bundles or non-bundles will be. We'll have to put those up on screen. Dude, this is like Christmas morning in June. I am so freaking excited. I don't have pricing yet, unfortunately. Whoa. Okay, that's pretty cool. What else we got?
Half-Life 3 confirmed.
Dang. Holy crap, that's actual wood. Freaking cool.
Wait, what?
Dang, Valve. And there's gonna be so much more. Valve is releasing the
Okay,
drawing.
I didn't expect actual wood. That's really kind of insane. What the heck?
So the community is going to be able to design faceplates in whatever style that they want.
This mention of Siam reminds you a bit of Splinter Cell, where Sam is mad about his buddy dying. He's like, Myanmar, Burma, whatever.
The big boy. Or should I say, the small boy. At just about 6 inches by 6 inches, the Steam Machine is one of the most manageable sized gaming PCs that I have ever had the pleasure to lay my hands on. Contents: video game machine, HDMI cable, power cable, and EU and UK power cables.
I think you're right.
Connection to the internet.
I think I know about that.
Love the eco-conscious packaging. Dude, there's like 7 people on set just wanting to get a freaking glimpse of this thing. The excitement in the office is palpable. Oh, that's how it opens. All right, what do we got in here? The full review, by the way, is going to be over on the LTT channel. This is just my first 15 minutes with the Steam Machine. Health and safety, a limited warranty, 1-year warranty, unless you are in an EU member country, the United Kingdom, the province of Quebec, Canada, Australia, or New Zealand, where you are entitled to different warranty terms according to your jurisdiction. Oh, cool.
Power cable.
Figure 8 style power cord for the internal power supply. 6 feet-ish. Hold on, check. 5.5 feet, sorry. Also in here.
Wait, how tall is he?
What type, though? The HDMI support of the Steam Machine.
Okay, I'm going to be honest with you. I thought he was a lot taller than that.
It has been a complicated conversation because, from my understanding, on a hardware level, it's HDMI 2.1, but due to some complications with the HDMI forum, Linux support for HDMI 2.1 is not really a thing, at least not just yet. So the official support is HDMI 2.0. I can't tell looking at this cable what it's rated for, but it feels like
apparently he's also share sized.
Okay, enough of that. Steam Machine time. Seeing this finally come to fruition after Valve's first attempt 10 years ago to bring SteamOS to the masses is a pretty exciting moment. As someone who's been cheering for the year of the Linux desktop and generally appreciates Valve. They don't always get everything right, but boy, do they
I
ever
generally
try
appreciate
to make
Valve
things
too.
better
I'm genuinely worried that when Gabe dies, that the Valve's just going to be worse.
for the consumer. This
In Quebec, if a business says a product is a certain price, they must sell it for that price. If they say they sell a 2 terabyte SSD for $50 by accident, yeah. That I think there's some places that do that as well. Like, it depends on where you are in the United States. I think New York state law has a similar situation. Like Staples, Best Buy, or whatever, that just says nope and cancels the order. Yeah, that sucks.
is a really exciting moment.
I definitely
And
heard
this
about
is
that
it.
kind of thing.
There's so little to see. It's just an approximately 6-inch by 6-inch cube. But there is so much innovation packed into this thing. So here at the front, we've got 2 USB Type A's. These are both USB 3.5 gigabit. We've got a micro SD slot. This is to quickly and easily expand your storage if you've got games that are not particularly performance sensitive. Power button that hopefully after the first time using it, you will basically never need to touch because moving around to the back, this
Love the idea of Forrest Gump talking to Jenny about in their kid about asking him, also, is he also Sherry sized? I like Type A.
is really more than anything.
Type A is just it's more satisfying to plug in.
Else, the special sauce that makes the Steam Machine impossible to compete with, and that is an HDMI port with CEC. We tried. When I built my own Steam Machine using the original chassis from Valve's prototypes 10 years ago, that was the one thing we couldn't replicate. We could get the performance, we could even install SteamOS, we could run a Steam controller. All that was fine, but getting your TV to automatically power on when you turn on your Steam Machine and vice versa, and especially getting the whole thing to work through
that's a convenience I don't like.
button on your Steam controller, that took some special doing and a custom motherboard from Valve. DisplayPort out, just in case you want to use this thing as a desktop, because you totally can. Power in, gigabit Ethernet, 2 more USB Type-A ports. I believe these are both USB 2.0. Then we've got a USB-C port.
Okay, those being 2.0 is very strange.
This one running at 10 gigabit per second.
Oh no, it's 3.2. Okay.
So if you...
Oh wait, no, that's for C. Hold on, I'm gonna make sure I rewind. Hold on.
2 more USB Type-A.
They are 2.0. Weird.
I believe these are
I don't
both
care
USB
that much.
2.0. Then we've got a USB-C port, this one running at 10 gigabit per second. So if you wanted to put on, say, faster networking, for instance, or you wanted to connect a dongle or a hub or something, this is the one that you'd want to use. Also at the back is their custom 120 millimeter fan that handles cooling for the power supply, the CPU, and the
absolutely
GPU,
fine.
all
It is
three
really
custom
strange.
heatsink that we actually got a pretty good look at.
It is very strange. Like it's very strange to have like a non 3.0 in this era. I feel like 3.0 was coming out in 2021 more regularly.
Our initial hands-on at the top.
Hot tubs. It's too hot for hot tubs.
Whole lot of nothing. Side, whole lot of nothing. Other side, whole lot of nothing. At the bottom, we've got an intake, and this is a really smart design. What it does is it keeps anywhere where there's air flowing, in the bottom, out the back, away from the user's ears. Then at the front, we've got these little gaps here where it can draw in airflow, but it uses these replaceable front panels as a baffle to help reduce the sound there as well. That actually gives us a really good look at that custom heatsink in there. This thing is more heatsink than computer.
That's what I was thinking. It's kind of
also
impressive.
Visible at the front here, in order to get the best possible reception out of your Steam
Of course,
controller.
the non-gamer would be excited about hot tubs. Kidding. Although, even though Apple loves to simplify things, have one USB 3 and one USB 2 on their MacBook Neo. So I assume there's a big cost saving there. It is weird. I wonder how much they are saving. It seems like they're just trying to save a dime.
Valve went and put their custom
can afford
receiver
it.
that is built right into your Steam Machine right there. So while your Steam controller does come with a puck, if you get a bundle, you can use this like next to your couch to quickly and conveniently charge your controller, or you can leave it plugged into one of your other PCs so that you can easily move your controller back and forth. The Steam Machine supports up to 4 Steam controllers right out of the box without one of these pucks.
That's
now
pretty
before
cool.
I power it on, the last thing I need to do is just decide which of these front panels I want. Ooh.
Which one would you
I feel
go
like
for?
I gotta keep it classy and go with...
I like the orange one because it reminds me of like black and orange is just a cool combo of colors. The wood one is really cool for like living room aesthetic, but I think that I would just stick with the black one just because it's so standard. I already had them. If you go in the live chat, Chris, I had them put a list of their favorite games. General Jousting is on there.
the wood. All right, let's power this thing on. Valve says that once these ship to customers, you'll be able to complete the initial setup without the wire, but for now, I've got to use the wire. Big moment. We got the 2 terabyte version. All of them, regardless of whether you get the 512 gig storage or 2
That's what
terabyte
the I
storage,
stands
have
for
the
in Frenny.
same specs though. So it's got 6 Zen 4 cores at up to 4.8 gigahertz, and then a 28 CU RDNA 3 GPU. In terms of what that would compare to, we actually did a full video building a custom PC that had pretty much the same specs as the Steam Machine, but as you guys can tell, ours was a lot bigger, a lot clunkier, and a lot louder. Like, damn, the HVAC is on in here, and even though this is right next to me, I can't hear this over it.
Put a gay indie friend on there for funsies, but I forgot to mention that the person who made the game has all of his games banned on Twitch. Just his. Oh, wow, really? That's interesting.
At idle, that is a shockingly silent system. It's alive! Interesting. I'm plugged in with a wire. I have a connection. It still prompts me to connect wireless. I guess I just won't. Dude, I'm so excited to play around with SteamOS. I have like so many plans for this thing. We'll do the review, like
I'm glad
all
he
the
chose he
performance
won't.
analysis, and then I want to daily this for like a month. Oh, right! I haven't even mentioned the light bar. Okay, so it's not really doing anything right now. It's just glowing white, but this is an RGB LED light bar, and some of the use cases that Valve has pitched for it is showing your download progress while the screen is powered off, so you know when to fire it back up and play the game that you're downloading. I imagine there's some other stuff, but let's wait till we can poke around in the software and see. Select pair to connect your Steam controller directly to your Steam machine and use it wirelessly without a puck.
Instead of shooting a gun,
Steam
you
controller is now
you
directly
talk to
paired
your
Steam
fellow
machine.
soldiers
Well,
and
that was
ask them
painless.
if they're
Okay.
attracted to
Overscan configuration.
strange things, like maybe
gross.
a piece of driftwood
Why
that
is
is
there some
curvy.
overscan by default? And where is the setting for just, I don't want any of this? Oh, my brain hurts. Where is the just scan? I have a display
That
that's
is a
made
good
in the last
point.
25 years setting. Okay, how do I get rid of this stupid print thing? It's not super obvious.
You accidentally press the actual Steam button.
Steam button. Oh, made it go away. Nice, solid. Ooh, got a nice little battery indicator for the Steam controller up here. Love to see it. Hey, scan your QR code to sign in. Boop. Sign into Steam. Let's go. Okay. Steam controller puck. You can now plug your puck in via USB-C. Okay, that's interesting. One of my setup wizards launched over top of my other setup wizard for the controller. Okay, yep. Micro SD slot. Set up parental controls. Ooh, sure.
No.
Okay, but I pressed X to set up parental controls and it just was like, okay, see you later. Okay, sure. Okay, this is important. We've been told that we should probably be using the beta channel for SteamOS, just because we're, evaluating very, very cutting edge features in the lead up. Whether or not you want to do that is going to be kind of up to you, but if Valve treats this thing anything like they did in the early days of the Steam Deck, you're probably going to want to jump on the beta. It's going to have all the latest compatibility fixes and features and good stuff like that. All right, let's see what we got. All right, there we go. We're in the beta. Check for updates.
I think Valve is the only thing I would trust with the beta software stuff. I don't like Windows. Windows often, whenever I do an update, it like messes it up.
Okay, here we go.
So stupid.
Oh, look at that. This is what a firmware update looks like on your screen. And this is what a firmware update looks like on your light bar on the front of the Steam machine. Pretty cool. It doesn't have the same granularity. There's only 17 LEDs here, and this is gonna be like 1,500 pixels or something, but that's fine. It gives you an idea. Valve really does have a way of just like making stuff exciting. Oh, hey, while we're waiting for this,
Now that I know how tall he is, I'm gonna be honest with you, my brain is like sizing up everything in the room, like, how did I not notice?
should probably talk about our sponsor.
No, he's not complaining about 17 lights. He's he's mentioning that it's not going to be that accurate to see the loading bar on the LED lights.
Dbrand is making me redo this sponsor placement for their weighted companion cube, which I will do on one condition. Sven, from the Disneyland team, you must call Dbrand at 3 a.m. their time to inform them that it's done.
Sounds good.
All right. Sven's asleep right now, so I'm going to be taking care of this.
Oh my god. Can't even get Sven to work right.
It is midnight right now.
Midnight?
Which is 3 a.m. where Dbrand is. So let's give these guys a call.
At the tone, please record your message.
So you remember the
Call him again.
Companion cube
Don't leave a message, call him again.
Spot that we had to
these guys can't do
reshoot.
anything.
It's been done. Yeah, just wanted to let you know that. So hey, have a good night. Sorry. I guess
More than once. Put in effort. You lazy bum. What does he pay you for?
the
Does
robots
he pay
get
you?
to sleep too, so
This
shouldn't.
summer at Sonic, take a trip with the Tropical Heat Sonic Smasher and Tropical Cream
God,
Slush.
I'd fire him.
Visit excelisforbusiness.com
Get a better
to
mic.
access tools and resources.
With that in mind, Dbrand sent over.
I'm pretty sure Dbrand is a person.
for one of their companion cubes for the Steam Machine. And oh my god, this thing is so cool. Even the packaging, like they've really adopted the vibe of the companion cube. Box contains box. Yes, another box. Weighted companion cube, hexagonal installation, and there's cake. There's also some extra things inside. You get a skin in Portal theming. I mean, legally
cute.
distinct from Portal. Blue and orange theming for your Steam controller. What about second box? And there it is. Oh, that's so cool.
I would think so
How
too.
awesome is that? Love the instructions over here. Oh, dude. They went all freaking
that's
out
cute.
on this. So how's this work? Here's the front, so you can still see your LED light bar right through here, this gap here. And then they've added these rubber landing strips on the inside to make sure your Steam Machine doesn't get scratched or scuffed on the way in.
Friendly reminder. This is the
Now
second time I've
that
done this.
Is satisfying. It's carefully designed to not inhibit any of your I/O or cooling. If you're worried about the Steam Machine getting enough airflow in the bottom, you can actually flip around the feet and double the distance. That's freaking awesome. There it is. Freaking Steam Machine companion
That's
cube.
pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a little expensive, but gamers have spent more for less. Head over to shortlinus.com. They just opened up pre-orders, and I think these things are gonna move pretty fast. It's so cool.
Steam Machine 512, no controller, $1050 US. All right.
Over $1,000 starting?
Okay, now guess.
How much is a good
terabyte
question? I actually don't know.
They didn't. It's not $14.99, is it?
$14.28. This falls exactly in line with the rumor, so I don't think it's going to change things that much.
Yeah, but the rumors dramatically reduced the excitement about it.
Yeah, don't spread rumors, maniacs. Okay, cool. Go away. This is like poverty cube. Hold on. There's a companion cube, and then there's the poverty cube. What is that? Oh, is it just a cardboard box? That's funny. All right, but it's $129.95. I wouldn't get it. I just want the thing.
That's true. I was hoping the rumors were wrong. They were going to like slam dunk, be like, yo, $800.
I would say Valve dropped the ball, but realistically, the entire industry dropped the ball, and Valve's left holding their balls. Okay, it's powered. You can configure when your screen dims, when it goes to sleep. I love this. Finishing downloads with the display off before sleeping. Freaking love it. Here's all your CEC controls. Okay, volume and mute settings. Sent to connected TV over HDMI. Freaking love it. Bluetooth. Yep, support for Bluetooth audio accessories, Bluetooth controllers, all that good stuff. SteamOS is just so polished now. Nice, simple interface for dealing with your controllers. Nintendo, could we have something like this? Holy shit. It just has the serial number of the controller, and it's just right
Yeah, we've seen people talk about that.
there, lasered onto the Steam controller, zero fucking around. Love it. Customization, here we go. So, you can disable the front light if you don't want it. Boom. If you sleep in the same room as your Steam Machine, you've got different effects. Of course, there's rainbow. Nice. Solid.
Happy Pride Month.
Patrol.
Oh, that's cool.
Cute. Faster patrol.
Caesar mode.
Okay. That would get kind of obnoxious pretty quickly. Choose a random movie every time Steam starts. Find more startup movies in the points shop.
Oh, cute.
Sorry, they want me to buy this? Do you pay for Steam
I mean, that's something I would expect you to have to spend money on.
points? Is that a thing?
You get them for buying games.
Oh, you get them for buying games. Well, I apparently have a lot of Steam points.
You spend a lot of money.
That makes sense. Okay, search. Seriously? Steam startup movies from games. All Steam startup
Wait,
movies.
Oliver Gumber? It is on my... Is that not the emote that's up there right now?
This cannot be the only way to browse these. Okay, what do we want to go with, you guys?
Oh, Captain, my
The
God.
emote that Friendly Friend is talking about, it's active above me, which means that I do have it.
Where's Oh Captain, My Captain? What am I looking at here? What's even selected right now? The interface is broken.
Yeah, that one. Which is visible to me, and it's visible to the OBS. It's from a different channel. Oh, I see. So, okay, that's what you mean. So just the free version, got it.
Can you see this? What?
It's in beta.
Yeah, it's beta for sure. It's definitely that. How do I get it to stop doing that? Hey, we're so back. Okay, sorry, is this who you want?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, there's other options. Hold on, where'd it go? There was thighs versus watermelons. All right, we'll go with Seawolf. This is not eligible for a refund. Okay. Use as wake movie. Okay, so here we go. Let's put it to sleep. Totally worth it. Worth 3,000 Steam points. What else we got in customization here? Ooh, control LED strip colors.
I think I have a lot of Steam points.
But oh lordy. Oh dude. Oh, let's go! It looks awesome!
Give us a smile, Linus.
Freaking awesome! All right. Okay, so here's our family
That's
stuff.
funny.
How
That's
does that
very
factor
customizable.
into the parental controls for the machine? I'm not actually seeing anything about that. Family, manage your Steam family. Security and devices, maybe? Interesting. There's no
it's all
obvious
censored.
way to actually configure those parental controls that I saw. I mean, I'm sure it's here somewhere. It's just, I would think it would just be here. There it is, parental controls for this user. Okay. Enabled, allowed games, playtime limits. But this is just across their Steam account. This is nothing to do with, I wouldn't mind if there was just a simple pin code on the console kind of a setup, but also I haven't signed into those accounts on the console, so it's possible they would show up if I did. Remote play. I think this is gonna be an underrated use case. Just popping these into a room like an overpowered Steam Link. Be pretty cool. Oh, I love that their UI still talks about the Steam Link, as if that's still a thing. Game recording is supported. It's gonna be limited a little bit by AMD's video encoding, but it's on there. You can record the last 120 minutes automatically, or you can manually record. And that's pretty much it for that, but I am pretty interested in seeing what we can access through the quick settings. Okay, we can have a performance overlay. Here, we'll throw the most advanced one on here, and then there's the advanced view. So we can set a frame limiter. We can disable our frame limiter, which I would normally do on a desktop system. Enable variable refresh rate. HDR is on.
Meta, take a photo.
No way.
Manual GPU clock. Okay, so all of these clock speeds here are below what the stock would be for this. And also, that's interesting, when I go to 1600, it just goes to 0. So this may be a holdover from the Steam Deck and something that they're still kind of working on for the Steam machine. What else we got in here? Okay, actually, not much to play around with in the quick settings. Everything you would actually need, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, volume, that kind of stuff. But if you were hoping for really comprehensive, power profiles or anything like that, Valve clearly either doesn't feel they're necessary or that's something that they might look at adding later, given that this is not a handheld machine. Reboots are really fast on this thing. That's pretty nice. All right. Oh, I like how quickly the controller wakes. It's just ready to go. So FSR, quality, let's apply that. That gets us right around 60 FPS. GPU usage is sitting at around 80%, so there's not a whole lot of extra here. There are definitely some immediate graphical challenges with respect to texture quality, objects just kind of popping in. Some of this I expect to get better over time, but some of it is just gonna be a function of the Steam machine is not a super powerful machine. It's more supposed to be about just the seamlessness of the experience. So when you're playing a very demanding game like Expedition 33, yeah, you're gonna run into some of this. See what I'm talking about here? There you go. So all your ground cover is just kind of
distance, yeah.
Just the draw distance is pretty low in order to hit that 60 FPS, and that's even with upscaling running. Also, we have run into some oddities. Screen resolution ultra? I don't know what that means exactly. But fire up something lighter, and obviously the performance is not going to be nearly as much of a concern. I'm currently getting 280 frames per second in this 2.5D hockey game. We're going to be talking way more in depth about performance, looking at desktop mode, getting into thermals and acoustics in the full LTT review. Make sure you check that out over on the Linus Tech Tips channel, and also make sure you subscribe to Short Circuit so you don't miss any more unboxings. Like
I'm pretty satisfied by that. I'd get this game.
Oh, how dare you! How dare you, Kelvin Dord?
I think that was worth it. I think that I would buy it again. Like, nothing I've seen so far has made me doubt whether or not I would purchase it. The money is expensive though. Obviously, I don't have the money, so like I can't get it right now, but yeah. What a terrible thumbnail. That's cool.
Do you want
to? That's cool.
With the controller.
Alright. My chair is so creaky. When I got this chair for the first time, it was super creaky. I remember getting a new chair one time. My entire ambition was like, I just don't want to have a creaky chair anymore. And then I got a new chair and it was just as creaky. I'm like, well, that's weird. Hello, cat. You switch to, yeah, there you go. Yeah, I don't know if I would necessarily want it. Right now, what I want is a little bit, like, cheaper, but it's also, like, I want to get myself a 24 terabyte hard drive. So I can back up, have a duplicate backup of some of my most important files that I do not want to get again, ever. So that's going to be a thing I want to look into at some point. Part of me wants to look into this guy. This guy, I've been enjoying his slightly
have you been researching dental
more what the heck?
Plants? Did you know you can now get permanent teeth in just...
Are you just in the middle of a room?
24 hours? With most traditional dental...
Bye. Anyway, I've been watching this guy. He's done a couple of videos recently where they're slightly political and like acknowledging some politics that are happening. And I appreciate that. Like, I don't think, like, just because you're a tech review channel doesn't mean you should avoid doing politics. Like, I get it. People don't want to hear politics all the time, but, like, that's how you get your ID uploaded to Facebook, right? Like, the fact that you're not paying attention is why your privacy is being violated. So, like, I appreciate that these guys are actually, like, doing something about it and saying some things. Anyway, I'm good at storage capacity. But if I was a multi-millionaire or millionaire, I'd have it all in SSDs with duplicate backups. What my ideal system that I would have: SSD, hard disk drive, and then a NAS drive. And the NAS drive would the hard drive would be stored off-site. That might be my preference, but I don't have that kind of money. I'm so sad. Like, I have so many things I just want to back up, and I just don't have the ability to right now. Now, time to see what this guy says.
Steam Machine reservation queue is launching today for $1,050 for a 512 gigabyte model and $1,350 for a 2 terabyte model. They also have controller bundles. We'll put the conclusion up front, no bullshit. In GPU-bound gaming performance tests and with SteamOS for the machine versus our standard Windows bench, we found the Steam Machine performed closest to the RX 6600, Intel B570, and RTX 3060, with one instance of an RX 7600 match. The most immediate cards ahead of the Steam Machine and from modern generations were the RX 7600 and RTX 5050. It's not particularly powerful, mostly because it literally isn't powerful. Valve is limiting the TDP pretty hard on these parts due to the PSU capacity and for thermal reasons. Power consumption has it in the range of 170 to 180 watts gaming and in the low 200s for full torch or load, but that drops within minutes of starting. Thermally, the Steam Machine did better than you might expect with its closed off front.
At least you put in the effort, Leafeon. Thank you.
But we were able to improve CPU clock boosting by dropping temperatures several degrees with a mod that we 3D printed. CPU performance and Stellaris simulation time benchmarking had the Steam Machine at around the level of the R7 3700X or R5 3600. Decompression testing had it at the R5 2600's level, with Blender putting it near the 5600X. those are the key details up front. We have a lot of commentary on SteamOS as well, but we also have a lot of testing to do today to prove our work. Including the fan tester to test the built-in custom fan that Valve's made for the Steam machine. So we're using this to evaluate the pressure and the flow of the Steam machine. Part of the testing includes
Why do they have access to this machine? How often do they need it? What is this goofy? Why are they here? What is this?
Including the fan tester to test the built-in custom fan that Valve's made for the Steam machine.
This looks insane. What are they doing?
So we're using this to evaluate the pressure and the flow of the Steam machine. Part of the testing includes mounting the back of this to the front of
With my portable particle accelerator. I got this at a thrift store.
the fan tester, bypassing the Steam machine, plugging the fan into this that we've wired up with an adapter cable going to the Steam machine fan, and then using all of that to measure how the built-in Valve fan performs against the actual heatsink. This also includes testing for pressure and flow against the different faceplates, so the default one, which is just a solid wall that Valve includes, and the GN downpour steam vents that we made, and actually we are launching these on the store today. We printed over 100 samples of the different front panels and fan mods, and then I tested some of them for thermal performance. So for that, in addition to just doing all the Steam machines, GPU, CPU, SSD, Wi-Fi, all of the thermal
This is a
numbers
crazy
for
office.
the
I
box
love
as
it.
shipped. We ended up wiring up a bunch of thermocouples too. So we have some of these that are going to the internal chamber underneath, because it's a dual chamber box basically. And then we're also collecting ambient actively, and we collect the exhaust temperature as well through a thermocouple logger. We synchronize that data with the internal sensors of the CPU and the GPU, and that allows us to look at if Valve is achieving okay thermals considering the size of the box. But really the way that they're getting the thermals they are, which are pretty good overall, even with the solid plate, is by driving down the power consumption of the whole device to be low TDP, which reduces the performance but does improve the thermals. Since it's a small, potentially living room PC, basically like a console type of situation, we also want to measure the power consumption. So we did a bunch of power testing on it for gaming and for full torture workloads. We also did Schlieren imaging on it using the mirror back here, which we'll come back to that in a minute. And then the rest of the testing involved our hemianechoic chamber.
We also left it inside of a room with a badger for 15 minutes, wherein we decided to remove the badger and replace it with an angry person we found on the bus. It has no results on our test, but it was nice to have a control.
Where basically we set the mic up.
Oh my god, they have a sound dampening. This is... This is theatrical levels of excessive.
From the Steam machine, and measure it with the different plate options. But more importantly than our own is just testing Valve's, because Valve made a lot of claims about the acoustic performance of its Steam machine back when we visited them in November of last year. And that's going to be important.
I thought he brought the stick out to poke his tiger he kept in that room, you know, to make sure that the Steam Deck, to see how it would affect the performance.
Because if this is going in a living room or a bedroom setup where the tolerance for noise is lower, it needs to be quiet. And they're running off of one large 120mm fan that is custom molded into a relatively wide fin spacing fin stack, which allows it to deal with the resistance to flow better, because since the fins are wider apart and because the fan is tuned to basically be a higher pressure fan rather than flow focused. Schlieren imaging allows us to see the behavior of the air around the Steam machine. So for example, we can see the air density gradient on our other camera there by using this parabolic mirror matched with the source of light. So the setup is camera to capture, pin source of light through an aluminum foil with a hole punched in it, razor blade to help cut the light in half, not because it's sharp, attached to a tripod. And then on the other side, we have this parabolic mirror, which produces...
This is so excessive.
...the magic that is Schlieren imaging. And it's
to test how it performs in a room with slight humidity, we have brought out the horror of the seas, Cthulhu himself.
allow us to see
This feels like a Simpsons bit.
how the air changes around the Steam machine, specifically because it's actually
I like my chair. I'm keeping my chair.
pulling a lot of the air through the bottom. We brought you this video with our Steam Vent plates that we just launched.
A new hard drive is more important on my priority list than a new chair.
It's on store.gamersnexus.net. These improve CPU and GPU thermals of the Steam machine and add a dust filter while supporting our in-depth testing and our local team of 9 directly. We fully modeled the Steam Vents in-house, including
Local team of 9. That's such a...
months of R&D on design, structural rigidity, and slicer settings because we're 3D printing these ourselves. Our team here hand installs the 4 magnets with 3M VHB backing in each plate we print and preps the dust filters that we custom designed because Valve doesn't include a dust filter for the machine and it has gaping holes in the front. The Steam Vents come in a variety of colors, including blackout, a purple-blue color shift, orange box-esque color shift, an obnoxiously vibrant tricolor, stone-colored grill, silver blades, and a few blues. Our design is directly inspired by the Fractal
I like these
Torrent,
guys because they feel very honest.
the best performing ATX case we ever tested, and our homage is named Downpour. 3D printing is what allows us to move
I think they just have 9 people working there at Leafeon.
fast and make so many color combinations because we don't have to hit high minimum order quantities. It also eliminates wasteful freight hops and price hikes, tariffs, and bullshit because we just print it in the office and have our existing team oversee production. Then we bring it to the local warehouse team for assembly. It's also easier for me to sign these since we make them here. So I'm going to be signing the first 500 that we print and then we'll distribute them randomly across orders over the next few weeks. We're also including a 7-year warranty, so if you have any problems with the plastic...
He's a cool guy. I like this guy, so it's funny to, like, he's using such a thick marker.
or dust filter at
Like,
all.
you can
over
barely
time,
tell it's just a couple
email us
scribbles.
and we'll swap it for you. The warranty even covers accidental damage, so if you drop it into a vat of acid, send us a photo of the charred remains and we'll send you a new Downpour Steam Vent under warranty as long as it was by accident. If you're wondering if our product is necessary, the answer is no. It's completely unnecessary because Valve did a pretty fucking good job on the thermals and you don't need to buy ours.
Awesome. I really love their honesty so much.
But we did an even better fucking job, and we have a ton of data to prove it. The end result is more color options, better quality control, and more of the money goes directly to my team locally to keep making videos. Grab one on store.gamersnexus.net. Back to it. Valve shared an early draft of today's blog post with the press, detailing the queuing system for purchasing and the pricing.
He's never to be messed with. Linus said something wrong about him and made his business go into meltdown. There's a lot of vague terminology in there, so I probably need more context as to what you're describing to fully grasp what you mean.
Included lines like, quote, "The price at which we sell our hardware is a direct result of the cost of these components. We found we couldn't source some of our components at all at any price," end quote. That's not a surprise, but it sets the mood. We have a 3.5-hour long documentary covering the collapse of personal computing and the pricing, and that pricing is affecting Valve here as well. We'll link it below. Valve put some spin on its explanation of why it wouldn't subsidize the machine as well, saying, quote, "When companies sell their hardware under cost for competitive advantage or buy exclusive content for it, they're doing that to build a more closed system, one where you don't get to choose what software you want to use. We don't want that for PC hardware, and we don't think you should want it either. You shouldn't feel like you have to buy Valve hardware. You should be able to view it as just one option alongside all the devices for playing games," end quote. This is making the best of a bad situation, but we could also imagine Valve getting criticized for undercutting smaller manufacturers at $600 at a time when it's in a lawsuit over alleged monopolization would harm the credibility of its defense. So their choice of publishing it this way makes sense from a legal standpoint as well. With the actual prices of the Steam machine, we definitely don't think they're in any danger of looking like they're unfairly undercutting people. Most of the rest of the post explains the complicated queue system Valve set up to combat scalping. If you sign up before June 25th, you get a random chance to be put in a randomized reservation queue, not chronological, and the overflow gets put in the queue to get into the queue. The randomization is a good thing, as it means you don't need to be at your computer at minute 0 or minute -1 for the controller, as there's no advantage to pre-ordering at the first minute versus pre-ordering 8 hours or a day later. The bottom line is that you don't need to...
Yeah, they definitely have... These guys...
rush too
these
much
guys are insane.
if you want this, and scalping will be harder than usual. If you care about the finer details, they're in Valve's blog post. Valve finishes by answering the question, if I don't get a Steam machine right away, is there anything else I can do? By basically saying, yeah, use your own computer. The new SteamOS 3.8 release is compatible with some non-Valve hardware as long as it's not NVIDIA. That's mostly because NVIDIA drivers on Linux are a nightmare, not because of Valve's own choices. The Steam machine uses a 6-core 12.
You know what? I have a NVIDIA graphics card. I haven't had any nightmarish issues with my Bazai operating system, which is gaming. So I guess I'm lucky. I've not run into those issues yet. Which they all just commented on my unlisted snake signing hot to go. Not me.
Gen 4 CPU with a max advertised boost clock of 4.8 GHz with a 30-watt TDP, which will be its largest limiter. The GPU uses RDNA 3 with 28 compute units, a 2.45 GHz max advertised sustained clock, a limited 110-watt TDP, and 8 GB of GDDR6 VRAM. I/O includes ports for 4 USB Type-A, 1 USB-C, a micro SD card slot, 1 HDMI and 1 DisplayPort, and a 1 gigabit Ethernet port. We were surprised and a little annoyed that Valve opted for a 1 gigabit port for Ethernet when 2.5 gigabit Ethernet is increasingly common, even on low-end motherboards now, and although most people aren't on an internet connection this fast, including us, Steam supports transferring games intra-network without a re-download to the outside web, and LAN speeds greater than 1 gigabit per second are becoming increasingly common. So it seems like a cost down to us. Valve ships with 16 gigabytes of DDR5 50.
Someone commented this is one of the most iconic videos of 2026. That's so interesting.
600 RAM, a 300 watt power supply, and its 2 SKUs have either a 512 gigabyte or
You should check your analytics. Maybe they got sourced to something that was linked outside of it.
terabyte NVMe SSD. RAM is the biggest problem. Not only is it limited to 16 gigabytes of DDR5 5600, but Valve broke news to us that it would be shipping Steam machines with either a single 16 gigabyte stick or 2 8 gigabyte sticks. The obvious problem with this is channeling. Memory in dual channel will objectively perform better than single channel, although Valve claims that gaming benchmarks didn't reflect much change.
The memory that's populated in the slots, like, you know, at some point you might have 2 DIMMs, at some point you might have 1. It just changes based on the supply that we can secure. But at the end of the day, it should be comparable speeds and all that.
Okay.
Yeah, just to be clear, basically, the system memory is 16 gigabytes. But again, to be able to build as many as we can, we have to essentially have some.
The Valve side of things looks really stressed out with how they talk.
With 1 stick 16, some with 2 sticks of 8. I mean, we validated the performance delta, and we don't really think it makes a big difference, or if any measurable difference at all. I mean,
for games work.
For games work.
If you're doing, you know, workstation stuff, the memory stuff, we understand that dual channel has a difference there, but you know, the wall clock time difference for real games is not. At least we thought it was worth it. It's either that or all the machines that, you know, have 1 slots, we couldn't have shipped them. But so I think it's worth the trade-off. But that's definitely that's impacting it for sure.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, but obviously the 2 slots are there if anybody wants to, you know, use them or whatever.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a weird trade-off because it's like having 1 stick is actually better for some cases because some people might want to upgrade to 32 and now they can just plop down another module. Right? So it's a little bit of a trade-off either way. But right now, because we can't really decide on just one, and we have to just take the supply that comes in.
We'll do some additional testing with single-stick options, hopefully this week, and publish that in a follow-up. Market conditions are bad, though, and Valve is a nobody in the world of system memory purchasing. In fact, memory module maker G.Skill, whom we interviewed for our Collapse documentary, is also a nobody, and their entire business is literally purchasing memory. The companies getting priority are NVIDIA, OpenAI, and other hyperscalers and data center-type companies. Valve does not get contracts.
I wonder where the nearest data center is to me.
Tracks with Samsung, SK Hynix, or Micron, who collectively control almost the entire DRAM market. We actually have a documentary about the DRAM cartel. We spoke with Valve about that for a separate video coming up, but here's the important part. Were you able to lock in kind of contracts for memory with the suppliers directly, or did you have to jump through a bunch of hoops? Or
look, there's no contracts, there's nothing. Like those guys, they are, you know, they give us a price every month or something, and they say, you can buy that many, and it's yes or no. And if we say no, then they never talk to us again, right?
So the RAM situation is out of Valve's control, or anyone's control, other than like 5 companies, basically. Here's a pricing breakdown of the Steam Machine as compared to the DIY price of a similar system by Paper Spec, which is different from a system by Performance Spec. On paper, the Steam Machine's semi-custom CPU and GPU are most comparable to AMD's R5 7540U and RX 7600M. These are laptop parts, so that's no good for DIY pricing. The most comparable new desktop hardware, other than OEM parts, so we're talking things you can actually buy retail, would be AMD's R5 7400F and RX 7600. The 7400F matches the Steam Machine CPU architecture and core count and has a similar max boost clock, but it has a noticeably higher 65-watt TDP. The machine is heavily power limited. The RX 7600 matches the Steam Machine's GPU architecture, VRAM, and clocks, but it has 32 compute units instead of 28 and a higher 165-watt TDP instead of 110 watts. We had to get creative with suitable replacements for Valve's proprietary CPU cooler, motherboard, and case. This isn't a spec we'd necessarily recommend, the one we chose, just close in parts. Compared to our DIY equivalent systems, the 512GB Steam Machine's premium over DIY is $71, or roughly 7.3%. It's $211, or 18.5%, over DIY for the 2TB configuration, which also includes the 2 extra plates. In reality, though, Valve doesn't perform anything like this system. The Steam Machine is far lower in performance than this equivalent build by Paper Spec. Valve's premium over DIY for a new build doesn't look like much, but the comparison's also not simple, since the parts are all semi-custom and power limited. For additional reference, HP sells its Omen 16L with an R5 8400F, RX 7600, 16GB of DDR5, and 512GB NVMe SSD for $1,350 at the time of writing, which makes Valve's 512GB Steam Machine $300 cheaper than HP's comparable but power unbound offering. Here's a look at steady-state GPU thermals using Delta T over ambient values for A/B comparisons. Out-of-the-box test with a solid panel, feet installed, and the auto RPM, which resulted in 1252, put the Steam Machine at 23.5 dBA at 1 meter. GPU edge temperature held 42 degrees Celsius over ambient, junction was 57, and VRAM was 46. With ambient, those are about 62, 77, and 66 degrees. The GPU and memory are both within spec. Running auto RPM, but without a front panel, put the machine at 37 and 51, so a 5 to 6 degree improvement, while also reducing the fan by almost 100 RPM, which told us that there was room to improve on Valve's design. Normalizing RPM to 1252, our downpour mod improves thermals by 6 to 7 degrees, at 36 degrees edge, 50 junction, and 40 VRAM. Our noise level's higher at the same RPM at 27 dBA versus 23.5 dBA, so Valve prioritized the noise. Most people are able to perceive noise changes at 3 dBA increments, so the downpour is louder but much cooler. We achieved slightly better thermals and better dBA SPL noise against the stock plate by setting the fan curve to max out at 1050 RPM instead. Noise reduced to 23 dBA and temperature reduced about 1 degree on the GPU. Running auto with downpour into filter, we improved by about 1 degree on the stock panel while now filtering dust. This is with a 0.5mm hole spacing on the filter, but our finals will be somewhere between 0.8 and 2.0. We're not sure yet, but that'll improve the thermals. Max fan RPM at 2000 pushes the solid plate machine to 35.4 dBA, a whooshing noise, and a 42 degree junction temperature. Downpour hit 38 degrees, 38.7 dBA, but without the wind whooshing noise. We wouldn't recommend, though, 2000 RPM regardless. Removing the feet only had a 1 degree impact to GPU thermals. This will be pretty interesting later. And as much as we'd like to sell our own improvements that we've made, we really have to give credit to Valve for doing far better than we expected with the solid front panel. You don't need our plate because this isn't thermal throttling stock. We'd love to sell it to you, but you can definitely just use the Steam Machine out of the box without thermal issues, as long as it isn't on carpet. That's really key here. If you jam the bottom, you're gonna have a bad time.
That's a horrifying idea. Somebody using carpet. Oh my god.
CPU is up next. The fully default Steam Machine ran the CPU at 50 degrees over ambient for TCTL, or about 70 degrees with ambient, which is fine. Running our front panel RPM normalized puts it at 43, 43, and 49, a significant CPU temperature improvement at the cost of more noise.
Yeah, a lot of people will.
RPM
You're
drops
right.
Noise levels below Valve stock and improves thermals about 1 to 2 degrees using downpour. Adding the high-density 0.5mm filter put it back at parity with Valve's default plate, except now the Steam Machine is filtered for dust. There's headroom for Valve to have boosted the power budget more for performance here as well, but it's likely targeting the worst-case scenario and the power limit of the power supply. But again, we'd still like OC options. What's not shown in the previous charts is the clock speeds, which are impacted by temperature. This chart shows the average CPU clocks across the highest cores and all cores. Our downport panel at 1252 RPM improved clocks to 4047 MHz high and 3505 MHz all average, with the like-for-like comparison to the stock panel at 1252 RPM at 4001 MHz for high and 3467 MHz for all. At 1050 RPM, we're at roughly noise parity with similar thermals. The downport panel improved to 4012 MHz, not much, not really noticeable, technically
Hi,
present.
Franklin.
This is after the clock drop from the TDP limiter,
Hi.
which we'll come back to. Here's where Valve's design gets really interesting and actually pretty clever. Stock plate NVMe SSD temperature measured 9.9 degrees over ambient. Removing the front panel, which dropped the RPM to 1164 due to reduced CPU thermals, resulted in a warmer SSD temperature despite improved CPU and GPU thermals. That's mostly because the front panel was increasing the resistance at the front of the chassis, which forces air to move through anywhere else it can find, and that's the bottom of the machine. That cooled the SSD. Ultimately, an SSD's flash memory actually prefers warmer environments, not colder, and the controller is cool enough to not matter. So opening up the front panel is better for the device overall when given the trade-off option. Going to our plate at 1252 RPM, we saw an increase in SSD thermals of about 3 degrees Celsius to 12.9 from 9.9 stock. 12.9 degrees would be about 31 degrees or so with the ambient included. So way below operating spec limits of the SSD while still improving CPU and GPU thermals about 5 degrees, but we did objectively make the SSD temperatures a few degrees worse with this plate. Very cool, though, to see the pressure science in action. Unrestricting the front intake improves GPU, CPU, system memory, VRM MOSFET, and capacitor thermals, increases SSD thermals, and using the solid stock valve panel and removing the feet actually hurt the SSD temperature, unlike CPU and GPU temperatures where there was basically no impact. This is also due to the temperature coming through the front instead of the bottom. So this would be your stand-in for carpeted test. Really need to make sure it's not on a thick residential type of carpet. Noise tests in the hemianechoic chamber are next. This first chart shows dBA SPL levels over a 30-minute burn-in. For the first 3 minutes, our total system noise level at 1 meter in the hemianechoic chamber was roughly the noise floor on the day we ran the test. In other words, at idle, the steam machine is effectively inaudible. If you have literally anything else in your house running and you're sitting on the couch, you probably won't be able to hear this device. Once it hit the workload, it climbed over about 5 minutes to steady state thermals and RPM. The fan ran about 1252, held 23 to 24 dBA noise level for the remainder of the test. The gaming test with Black Myth Wukong had it steady at about 20 to 21 dBA, so notably quieter on an already quiet system with the solid front panel. For reference, several of the higher performance full tower pre-builds that we've reviewed over the years operate in the range of 30 to 35 dBA in this test, but while cooling much more power. This is the frequency spectrum plot for the stock machine with auto settings. Under a full torture load and 1228 RPM, the machine showed a low frequency spike at 140 Hz, a spike shifted right at 210 Hz, a larger spike at 533 Hz, and another around 1000 Hz. The gaming load spikes at 123, 199, 521, and 908 Hz with its 1125 RPM. The fall off is similar between them. The spikes don't line up perfectly with blade pass frequency against the 5 struts, but some of the harmonics are close, like the 210 Hz and 199 Hz spikes. Our downport plate is nearly noise normalized for dBA SPL at 1050 RPM, so we'll plot that one here. The downport plate, when dBA normalized, exhibited similar frequency characteristics above 1800 Hz. Our plate has its peak shifted left towards 117 Hz instead of 140 Hz for the direct comparison. We also see a lower noise level in the range of 200 Hz to 400 Hz, which is the low whooshing sound that we described earlier as generated by the stock solid steam machine faceplate. The downport plate is quieter in this range when normalized for levels. We saw a similar spike at 500 to 600 Hz as the stock plate, but ours was louder in the range of 700 Hz. All right, moving on from the plates. During our acoustic testing, we logged the power from the wall as well. The full system was drawing 13 watts at idle in the lead up to the looping Black Myth Wukong benchmark, and once the test began in earnest, it reliably ramped from 173 watts to 176 watts during each loop, with obvious dips down to approximately 50 watts between the loops during loading. With this workload, there wasn't any discernible difference in power draw from start to finish across the 30-minute load period. Valve has a 300-watt power supply, so pulling 176 watts is definitely well within its capacity. Also, the 13-watt idle here is at desktop for, well, gaming mode for SteamOS. If you have it off but in standby, we measured that at less than 1 watt. The full torture test, utilizing Blender as a CPU load and FurMark for the GPU, ended up with a different result here. Full system power draw, once the load was fully launched, shot as high as 209 watts, then dropped sharply down to 192 watts after a couple minutes. This seems to mostly be due to CPU limits, as we logged CPU clocks and temperatures dropping at the same time. while GPU values remained relatively constant. We weren't thermal throttling, but 209 watts, despite being still well within the capacity of the power supply, is a good reminder as to why Valve maybe hasn't unlocked the power target controls with the PSU choice it made, because at most you might get an extra 40 to 50 watts before Valve would start feeling uncomfortable, probably pushing you too close to the tactical capacity limits of the power supply. We get back 12 CPU megahertz values from proc CPU info, meaning the numbers correspond to logical processors rather than physical cores on the machine's 6-core 12-thread CPU, but we can still use them to illustrate.
That's actually a good question, Chris. Do you like the Gaming Nexus channel? Should I kick you out of the stream if you don't like them?
Illustrate a point. 4 of the clock speeds boosted high and then dropped in sync with power. The other 8 remained basically flat across the whole test. We've picked one of each plotted here. It took almost exactly 4 minutes for the initial throttling, followed by a roughly 30-second period of decreasing clocks until abruptly dropping down to a steady state. We don't think this is
I've had us watch them a couple of times. I don't know if you've been here for them all, though.
problem, since games don't typically keep the CPU fully loaded for minutes at a time, but it is interesting to see the kind of limited boosting behavior and mixed clock speeds that we associated with Intel processors of the past. This is a clear throttle, likely intended to prevent thermal issues. Really, the biggest downside would be if you were doing especially things that aren't gaming, like, say, rendering with Blender, as we showed earlier, because in those types of workloads, you will load the CPU sustained for long periods of time, whereas with gaming, typically the CPU fluctuates up and down. Game benchmarking is next. We usually benchmark games on Windows using PresentMon via command line, a well-established open source tool. We've had great conversations with Intel's Tom Peterson about how PresentMon and the graphics pipeline work, but a lot of that is specific to Windows, including the PresentMon software. On Linux, including Bazzite and SteamOS, we use Mango HUD for logging, another third-party open source tool that Valve uses for its own SteamOS performance overlay. The frame time numbers we get from Mango HUD work for a general comparison to the PresentMon numbers in Windows, but the caveat is that they are different tools, monitoring different graphics pipelines on fundamentally different operating systems. It's not perfect, and these are not a strict A/B comparison, but it's what we have to work with. We're still learning about Wayland and the way things like screen tearing are handled on Linux, so stay tuned for that in future videos. Resident Evil
Someone's popular.
I've been selling stuff on eBay.
Cool.
Resident Evil 4 is up now. This is another game where we have a massive amount of data due to its 3 years on the test bench. The Steam machine ran at 94 FPS average, putting it right around the same level as the 5700 Evoke from 2019. Lows are also functionally identical between them. The 2070 Super leads the Steam machine by a few FPS, with the 2070 Non-Super below it, and at 88 FPS average, around the same level as the 92 FPS from the 6600.
Okay, I have to see. Okay, I'm going to skip all this.
By about 6%.
These benchmark numbers, I don't really care about these game comparisons.
The F1 series of games, including F1 24, but we're unable to get it to run due to spikes. In contrast, this
actually,
pass at 10
look at that. They talked about compatibility issues.
In the F1 series of games, including F1 24, but we're unable to get it to run due to the anti-cheat software being incompatible with SteamOS. And we also ran total,
which sucks. I do think that they need to fix that, the anti-cheat. Like, it has to be fixed. It really is unfortunate that it's currently like I think that is a bigger issue than people are like letting it seem. 0 out of 10. Yeah, I want to be able to play racing game. That's how we all feel. Can't play my favorite game. Oh yeah, you can't play Call of Duty. True. Actually, I'm curious.
3, but it had issues with the in-game frame rate report mismatching Mango HUD, resulting in unreliable data. Ray tracing benchmarks are up now. We only have a couple. You'd really need upscaling for this to be workable, but everything scales
Starfield, oh my god.
Spikes. In contrast, this Starfield pass at 1080p Ultra wasn't much worse on most frames, but had some huge spikes, up to 40 milliseconds or more. The biggest spike logged in this run was just above 60 milliseconds. These are noticeable against the 22 to 25 millisecond standard. It's unfortunate that we can't yet log frame data with the same detail as we would on Windows, since this would be the perfect opportunity to check the animation error or simulation time error metric. CPU-specific benchmarks are next, where we take our standard CPU suite and run the Steam machine against it. These are intended to be CPU-bound, but we can't isolate the GPU, obviously, totally from this, so there are instances where it still hits other limits. Keep in mind that CPU benchmarking also heavily depends on memory. All of our desktop CPUs are spec matched, but we're testing the Steam Machine out of the box. That means some of the performance differences will be from memory, since we aren't isolating the components like we do for a desktop part, and there are no speed and timing controls. We'll start with 7-zip file compression testing measured in millions of instructions per second. In this test, the Steam Machine completed 55,000 MIPS on average, putting it just below the R5 3600, which leads by 7%, and just ahead of the R7 2700 with a 1.7% advance. Had it in the 40s. On to SteamOS and BIOS. Even if you haven't used the Steam Deck, you may be familiar with the SteamOS interface since Big Picture Mode was updated to match. Valve told us from the beginning that its plan was to make the 2022 reboot of SteamOS available to install on non-Valve devices, like the 2013 original, and on desktops, but that plan has been moving slowly, with some exceptions like the Legion Go S and third-party hacks. Valve reiterated to us that it's opening up installs on third-party hardware. It also sounds like NVIDIA driver support is predictably tricky because Linux with NVIDIA, but AMD and Intel should be fine. Escape during the boot process enters BIOS, which is navigable with
I need to look more into what happens with Linux and NVIDIA, because I have NVIDIAs and I've not had any issues so far, so I'm really curious.
A Steam controller if you get one before 2027. Performance settings are entirely adjusted from inside the OS and are very limited. There aren't any controls for memory speed or timings within BIOS, which may make upgrading less precise. There aren't any overclocking options or TDP or PPT bypasses, which sadly limits the headroom of mods, useful overclocks, and competitive overclocks. BIOS consists of settings for S4 Wake on USB, S4 S5 Wake on LAN, and WLAN, Fast Boot, which is on by default, BIOS Splash logo support for presumably third-party Steam machines from OEMs and SIs, and USB hotkey support. LED options include a toggle, power, and strip LED brightness, with the strip being used for game and firmware downloading progress as a progress bar, strip effects, and strip colors. Valve's been short-sighted on its non-handheld deployment of SteamOS in several instances. On first boot, the machine immediately shows diagrams for connecting a keyboard and mouse, as well as a Steam puck and controller. After that, we couldn't get any further than language and time zone without an internet connection, and there might be a workaround equivalent to the OBE bypass for Windows, but considering the whole thing is built around logging into a Steam account, that wouldn't really ultimately accomplish that much. Before going all in on SteamOS, it's worth considering how you feel about a Linux distribution that's built ground up with an always online philosophy, even if you can use it offline, especially with Steam having an offline mode. If you wanted to install this on a standalone desktop that's not the Steam machine, you might want to consider something like Bazite instead, just because it's built with the however the fuck you want to use it sort of use case in mind. Logging in was the first reminder that the SteamOS UI was not built to prioritize mouse and keyboard. Every time we clicked a text box, the on-screen keyboard would pop up even without a controller connected, and every menu shows controller glyphs. Some mouse cursor icons were low-res and stretched at 4K, and dragging items around in the download queue made them teleport around. The quick access menu that contains multiple vital settings doesn't have an on-screen prompt, and the keyboard shortcut is the less than obvious Control+2, or on an Xbox controller, Xbox and A. SteamOS is still controller first. Desktop mode works fine, other than some occasional flickery artifacts. The keyboard and mouse work, and it feels familiar to any desktop OS, including file navigation, typing notes, and generally navigating the OS. Since this could be used as a desktop, we'd like Valve to tweak the gaming mode UI to dynamically adapt to mouse and keyboard and not simply just support them. We'd also like to see multi-display support, which currently only works in desktop mode. The biggest issue we ran into was that the resolution for all games is capped to 1920 by 1080 out of the box. There's a maximum resolution for each game in its Steam configuration settings, which starts at the known and common resolution of default, meaning that it defers to the top-level Steam setting for maximum game resolution, which is also default, meaning in this instance 1920 by 1080. Although useful for capping the resolution on borderless windowed-only games like Starfield, the implementation just isn't clean or good. Valve told us that, quote, 1080p is the system default game resolution on Steam Machine to ensure a good gameplay experience out of the box, and is the resolution we use for Steam Machine verified testing, end quote. This led to a confusing situation where we had a system running at 4K connected to a 4K display, which would never show any resolutions above 1920 by 1080 with games in full screen mode. You can work around this. It's just confusing as an end user used to basically any other operating system. Responding to our feedback, Valve said it is, quote, currently working on UI updates to help customers understand what resolution their games will launch at and how they can easily change this setting, end quote. The fact that the cap is tied to the Steam Machine verified program makes us worried that they won't change it, but it should at least be less confusing. Speaking of the verified program, our feeling that Valve has been short-sighted is growing. We had wondered what the long-term plan was when Valve launched a verification program around a single deck hardware configuration that labels over 100,000 games with, quote, Steam Deck compatibility, end quote. And the answer is apparently that it's just adding another verification program, which seems unsustainable given the inevitable Deck 2, although since Valve can't count to 3, maybe it's not that unsustainable, but then they run into the problem of Legion Go S and other official SteamOS partners. There are other signs of ill-preparedness. All the directories and usernames on the Steam machine contain the word deck, which it isn't, and every time we ping the sensors, we get an error because one of the Steam Deck sensors isn't present because it isn't a Steam Deck. Valve was supposedly always planning to distribute SteamOS on non-deck devices, so they should have built this without those dependencies and artifacts. This is bleeding into game functionality as well. There's now a per-game disable Steam Deck.
It's interesting. Okay, that issue of having like the things named deck and whatnot, that actually is like a problem that I probably would have. So it's good that they acknowledge that at least.
Action toggle, which may be necessary for games that see the Steam machine running SteamOS and, for example, automatically disable mouse inputs like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Even with the toggle, there can be dev-side issues like Dragon's Dogma 2 and Resident Evil 4 detecting Linux and then disabling ray tracing, or Baldur's Gate 3 temporarily assuming that literally all Linux users ever are on SteamOS. Also, games like Total War Warhammer 3 will default to downloading native Linux builds whenever possible, even if those builds are worse and sometimes out of date than just running the Windows builds through Proton. To us, this is just messy, especially with APKs shipping on Steam for the ARM-based Steam frame. Valve laid the groundwork for a single device and type, so these artifacts are showing up in things that aren't those device and type. As for running software, we didn't run into any major differences versus the Steam Deck, other than higher performance, of course. We ran into some issues with DX11 games stuttering and presenting a lower frame rate than they should have, but that's not a surprise. Proton is a huge leap for Linux gaming, and sometimes gaming period, but sometimes it still takes legwork to find the right combination of Proton version and other settings, like disabling Steam Deck auto detection or FPS caps. As usual, some games, like F1, are completely incompatible due to their anti-cheat software. Valve has made some console E updates. The Steam machine can be turned on by activating a paired Steam controller, which is actually pretty cool, and although that does mean that the machine is technically always on unless it's unplugged as confirmed by the manual, it draws 1 watt or less in standby. By default, the machine is set to finish downloads in a low power state when shutting down. Despite the disorganization in many places, we like SteamOS overall, and we especially like seeing Proton making Linux a viable option for gaming, with Proton having significantly improved frame time pacing over the years. When it works, it's often better than Windows for gaming. It's just kind of messy the way that the greater OS wrapper is deployed. With Schlern imaging set up to image the air density gradient at exhaust, we can see a relatively conical, wide flow out the back of the machine that pushes air far away from the box rapidly. The key thing we're looking for is whether the warmed air can get away fast enough that it doesn't recirculate. Here we see that it does. The air goes basically straight back into a cone at fairly high speed, so you'll want to give this some room from the wall to ensure it doesn't just ricochet off the wall and find its way back in. With the valve plate on the front, you can see some of the air is going up and over the front panel. Some goes up and then down into the small slit at the top, and a lot of it is actually flowing towards the bottom inlet between the feet. Taking the front panel off altogether, you can see the impact to flow. Air predictably finds its way straight into the machine because there's not a solid wall there anymore, although mostly biased up and towards the top half due to positioning of the internal components. Switching to our steam vent downpour plate, it doesn't change much, which is by design. This is basically an open front panel with some smaller obstructions. Finally, as I moved the machine to rotate it with the front plate on, you can see how the air follows the opportunity to enter the bottom, where the reduced resistance creates a lower resistance inlet path. Finally, some quick fan machine tests. Referencing our ModMats wiring diagram for PWM 4-pin, we built an adapter cable to convert the steam machine fan into a standard size 4-pin header and test it on the fan machine. We have more of these coming up in a separate video that includes mounting the steam machine itself to the fan machine. This video is running long enough already, so we'll keep it short. In this quick chart of max P and Q, the steam machine fan exhibited unbelievably powerful pressure at 4.79 millimeters H2O at 100% speed. We've never seen it automatically reach 100% speed in use, but this makes it clear that Valve designed this as a high-pressure fan first and foremost. Compared to the Noctua NFA12 G2's 3.23mm H2O, the machine's fan has higher pressure, but also higher noise, because the NFA12 G2 ran at 37.4 dBA at half a meter, and the Steam Machine's fan outside the box ran at 49.5 dBA at half a meter. It's much louder at full speed, and this was captured at a similar RPM to the NFA12 G2. Noctua's fan is just that much quieter. Noctua's CFM flow performance is also higher at 65.1 to Valve's 48.1. These are typically inversely correlated, and Valve favored pressure to flow. Just for fun, we ran a voltage limiter to the Valve fan to force it to 900 RPM outside of the machine, which noise normalized it to Noctua's full speed noise levels. The pressure is far lower than Noctua's at 1.11 mm H2O, as is flow. We didn't capture noise for the nominal operating speed of 1252 RPM when outside of the machine, but performance was 2.12 mm H2O and 26.7 CFM. What may change is when you put both against the Steam Machine fin stack, as that creates real-world resistance to performance. We'll test that in a separate.
What the heck was that an ad for? It looked like it was an ad for Google, but apparently not. Goodbye.
We'll test that in a separate video. All right, so a lot of charts, a lot of stuff we looked at today. The two main ways to look at the Steam Machine are either as a console, I guess, alternative or competitor or companion, Cube. They really should have capitalized on that. Or
it is surprising that they didn't,
DIY
and it was
PC,
third party
and
that did.
we're obviously more familiar with the latter. So we're going to take the PC comparison approach, the DIY approach. We'll leave some of the head-to-head with something like a PS5 to others. From that perspective of PC gaming, we've shown that you can put together a box that would perform better than the Steam Machine in terms of FPS for the same amount of money or less. The machine isn't massively overpriced for what it is versus the awful market conditions, but it's not swooping in to save the struggling gamers either. Recapping performance in gaming, the GPU-bound performance lands the Steam Machine.
I would say that the Cube is just as much of a victim to the pricing of the environment as we are.
About the same as an RTX 3060 12GB, A750, RX 6600, RX 5700, or frequently the Intel Arc B570 in our testing. Typically, we saw the most immediately ahead parts by relatively modern generation as the B580, RX 7600, or RTX 5050. The most immediately behind in our tests were the RTX 2070, RX 6600, RTX 3060, and RX 5700, among some others. Unfortunately, RTX 3060 12GB used GPU prices are unbelievably stupidly high for how old they are, and we can thank Lord Jensen for his impact on the GPU market.
I love getting rich. Ladies, this guy has no money.
In CPU performance testing, we found that the Steam Machine performed similarly to the R7 3700X in Stellaris simulation time testing. In compression, it was similar to the R5 3600, and in decompression, similar to the 2600. Blender cycles had the Steam Machine between the 3700X and 5600X 3D, just ahead of the 5600X. Valve had excellent acoustic profiling for the Steam Machine, clearly using its solid faceplate as a means to block noise escaping out of the front. This helped with noise levels, which are effectively silent when idle and not loud under load, but also frequency spectrum. This is at the cost of thermals, though, where we were able to improve thermal performance by 6 to 7 degrees with our panel we're selling on store.gamersnexus.net, which also supports us and our in-depth testing directly. But this revealed that the SSD temperature increased with better flow to the CPU and GPU. Valve made bottom intake the easier path for air to flow in, hitting the SSD first, but worsening core component temperature. The SSD doesn't need that much cooling, and NAND actually lives longer if it's warmer anyway. We spent a lot of time talking about SteamOS in this review already. The quick version is that we like it, and we like the direction it's going, but that Valve has created a nightmarish, disorganized mess for itself by not building for its known future of a desktop and instead framing everything around handhelds, which from the start it knew weren't going to be the only thing with SteamOS. As SteamOS becomes more common and more devices are supported, both Valve and developers have a lot of work to do to ensure that correct, compatible versions of an incomprehensibly vast catalog of games are delivered. If Valve wants to capture a console audience, it can't rely too heavily on submenus for disable Steam Deck auto detection and manually selecting a Proton version to forcibly download the Windows build instead of the outdated Linux build when your buddy just wants to come over and play Borderlands 2. Our only really specific criticism of SteamOS on the Steam Machine is that system-level resolution cap for games should default to the native screen resolution, not 1080p, or at the very least, it should show what the default cap is. It's a weird choice given the marketing.
Enabling 4K gaming at 60 frames per second with FSR.
FSR obviously helps, but you still need to increase the resolution cap to get 4K output.
I didn't say it
sounds
out.
like Valve is working on
I didn't say it out
and
loud.
things may be changed by the time.
But I was a little bit. I wasn't sure where they had mentioned the 4K thing, but I appreciate that they had that source.
Machines shipped to customers. So where they exist, the real advantages of a Steam machine over a DIY PC are that it's pre-built, if that's your thing. It's really tiny, if that's your thing, which is done by customizing the components in it. It has ongoing and active SteamOS support. It's pretty easy to get into and maintain and take apart. They are going to enable a bunch of separate parts purchasable from iFixit, for example, to do internal maintenance. I think they may have other partners as well. iFixit's the one I know of. So these are all good things. Really, the main reason to buy this, though, honestly, is just because it's fun. Because if you're into computers and tinkering with things, then it's fun to have something different. This is a tiny box. It's uniquely designed. It's got a different operating system on it. I don't know if it's $1,350 fun, but it's fun to mess with it. I think that's probably a lot of the audience. It's not
Back
a
from
good
card tournament. Did
value.
you win? Did you do good? You got second. That's extremely good. Good job. That's awesome.
In terms of performance you get for the money. DIY is going to be better than that. It's going to be probably larger, almost absolutely larger than this. You can still do ITX, of course. Buying used opens up a lot of options, but even those prices are stupid right now. I mean, memory, 16 gigabytes of RAM, similar to this. Bottom of the barrel is like $240 fucking. DIY, like, that destroys the price of anything. So awful market right now to launch anything into, but also to build stuff, unfortunately. Anyway, you can feasibly put SteamOS on some DIY solution if that's the only part you wanted. The box isn't bad, but it also isn't a savior. The best thing coming out of the Steam machine, like with the Steam Deck, is the software development, where Valve has done an enormous amount of work that is commendable on Proton, which has enabled a lot of games to just work in Linux and all kinds of different builds. Proton has also improved frame time consistency, frame pacing over the years for, say, the Steam Deck first, and now we see that in the Steam machine as well, so that's great. And they've done work on GPU drivers, and they build the operating system itself. So it's a good time to be a Linux user. As for repairability, we'll talk about that more in our teardown tomorrow. It is overall looking good, though. We've seen the interest in using Steam machines as a living room client for streaming from a gaming PC that you've built separately. Saw that online. That is not unique to the Steam machine. You can do that with a lot of things. Anything that runs the Steam client or the Steam Link app can use remote play. So if that's all you wanted, you could do something else. Valve markets this as a host system, potentially for the deck or the frame. Here's a screenshot of the VA info output for the machine. Based on this, it looks like it's capable of H.264, 265, and AV1 encode decode. We understand the RAM shortages better than most, I think, and I've filmed multiple documentaries on them. That said, Valve is shipping some machines with one stick of 16 gigabytes instead of 2 of 8, and that is going to be an objectively worse configuration from a performance standpoint. I don't know yet how much or if that'll show up in games. It may be different in, you know, how this is deployed and used in the real world. We'll test that in a follow-up video. We got to get some RAM in for the AB, but we're working on that. One quick note on the I/O that didn't fit elsewhere. We already knew this, but keep in mind that the machine has no discrete audio outputs, not even optical. Audio has to be handled through HDMI, DisplayPort, or USB, which may be annoying for desktop users. Also, the rear two USB Type-A ports are USB 2.0, while the front two and Type-C are 3.2. So that's kind of it. From a value perspective, this is worse than you could DIY right now. It's not that far off. Like, their overage against DIY parts is not as completely insane as some of the system integrators we've looked at over the years. Obviously, the big difference with this is it's not really upgradable. You can do the RAM, SODIMMs, you can do the SSD. It's not a whole lot else in there you could swap. I guess the fan or something, but it's not like you're going to do a CPU or GPU swap. They're not socketable. So, you know, from a DIY standpoint, it should be a little bit cheaper, maybe roughly the same depending on the parts you're buying, but there's a big difference in how you interact with those devices physically, and some people are going to want, you know, more of the it's built for you experience, and then I think a lot of our audience will want the DIY approach. I think the Steam Machine is fun. I think it's interesting. Patrick and I have liked messing around with Steam OS. It's overall pretty good, but it is very unpolished right now for this deployment of it. It's a lot different from the deck, which has had a few years to develop. So that's kind of where it stands. I think the impression I got back in November was they were maybe trying to hit an $800 price point or something, and it's not possible. Like, Valve would have to subsidize it so much that it would probably be submitted as an exhibit in the monopoly lawsuits against them. So something to think about as well. That's it though. Really in depth. Hope you liked the review and all the use of all our tools and gear here. Subscribe for more as always. Go to store.gamersaccess.net to support us directly. If you want to buy one of our plates we've made, confirm your order first. I guess with Valve, it sounds like they're going to be backlogging it a bit, but we'll have them on the store for you. It will directly support.
I like that the Valve is trying to fight scalpers at
like
least.
This one. And it also is something that we're making here. The current team is making it, which makes that really fun. We're doing the assembly, getting the magnets in there for you. So anyway, head over to the store if you want to grab one of those. And you can, of course, also grab one of our other items if you want to.
Like, okay, this is smart. They put their video like up here, so it's not interrupted by these guys. That's cool.
You're not buying a Steam Machine. That's it. Thanks for watching. See you next time.
All right. Shut up. I think that was the last I'll check out. That was really interesting. I personally, if I had the money, I'd get the Steam Machine. That's basically what I've concluded. I think I'm going to raid out to Slim right now. Fate. It was a fun stream. Thank you very much, everyone, for hanging out. You would make a cool cyber deck. Yeah, I think it is really cool. I watched like 3 videos just now. And I'm convinced that it's worthwhile. I personally think that it looks great, so I would like to see that. But yeah, thank you very much for hanging out. Appreciate y'all. Slim is currently playing Need for Speed. Alright, have a good night, take care, I'll see y'all tomorrow where I will be trying a game as redeemed by Friendly Friend. Bye.
PS2 version. Oh my god, this looks amazing.
Way, I forgot to mention that there's a lot of action in the city tonight.
Oh my god, that's good.
Go out there and start making a name for yourself.
No, Lynx, thank you for the raid, bro. Welcome, Raiders. Yes, I got the new GTA 6, bro. Doesn't it look amazing?